Oh no! We were about to go live. That's what I get for trying to go live early. Hey, welcome, folks. Welcome. There we go. Okay. What'd you do?
I was gonna log into the chat, but it took me out of the
Oh,
join chat at the bottom and then connect. Okay. I was trying to log into the top
yeah. You have
part of the show.
I don't know what setup you have. You got your soundboard to somehow it's working through this. I guess you have like a mixer or something. You have like an intermediary.
I
Like
do. I have the Rodecaster Pro 2.
okay. Because I have this soundboard which I need to be using because it was a gift from Lily Abernathy. I just haven't figured out how to do it on streams yet. So that's the next project. Now that I'm rich, is figure out technology. But we were so you're drinking coffee.
I took a shot of espresso, and then I do a second shot. I run it through the thing so it like waters it down like an Americano. And then I put fat in there. So I have like olive oil, avocado oil,
Oh my god,
and coffee. So
dude,
it's
that would be a lot of diarrhea for me.
Oh, I put MCT oil in there too.
That's
That'll
the
get
one,
you.
dude. That's
Yeah,
the
I
one.
put that in there. So I always tell people it's really good for your brain, especially if you're a vegan and stuff. And then I always forget to tell them if you've never had it before, you have to start off really slow, or you have to stay near home base because it gets slippery.
Yeah, I remember the first time I ever put that in my coffee. I was at work. Unfortunately, I worked from home because I was like sitting at my desk and I go, my stomach feels like it kind of hurts. And then like 3 minutes later, I was like, oh no, this is a problem. This is an emergency now.
Yeah. So way back in the day, I used to be a Rogan head, like before he went on Spotify, and there wasn't like a ton of stuff to listen to. And he used to always bring it up. So I was like, you know what? I'll get some of this. And he made a joke saying, if you don't do a tablespoon, you're a pussy. So I made a shake. And I was like, all right, I guess if you don't do a tablespoon, you're a pussy. And I put it in my protein shake, dude. And I drank it up. And I was like, oh, that's pretty good. Dude, it got wet and wild quick, dude. Like you said, it's an emergency when you're starting MCT oil.
That stuff will clear you out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I remember, funnily enough, because Rogan would also always talk about that like bulletproof coffee or whatever that shit is.
Yeah.
I remember like I would go to those like all over Queens, especially Astoria. There's all these like Greek coffee shops, and they were big into that bulletproof stuff, like
oh yeah,
mixing like butter with coffee.
That's what I do. So this is like vegan style but I put like 3 or 4 types of oil in it sometimes, and just a splash of salt, so you get sometimes splash of sugar, splash of salt, and like a couple oils, so you get fat, sweet, salty, and caffeine. You hit like all the major cravings.
Your salt, fat, acid, heat.
Have you ever had a Fritos?
Yeah,
it's like a Greek coffee. It's like a lot of times it's iced.
Like, yes, yeah, I used to. So yeah, because I used to live in a Greek neighborhood, so I would like most of my outings. Like if I went to any sort of coffee shop or restaurant, it just happened to be Greek. So nice. I've had a lot of Greek.
But you lived in Astoria?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you lived in like so that's such a weird place for me because it's kind of like trash Greece.
So Greece, yeah.
Well, so Greece is like a commie hellhole now, and Astoria is like the remnants of that generation. But when I think of Greek people, I think of like Jennifer Aniston, Ariana Grande, John Stamos, Greeks.
Right.
I don't think of like Stavros
Giannis or Stavros.
Giannis is like on the brink. Giannis is like the black sheep like me of the family, but he's still like in the upper echelons. Stav, we're like that kid's not Greek. We don't hang out. We would disassociate. We'd be like, those are the deli monkeys, dude. We don't do diner monkeys. We don't do.
Yeah, I saw a
I can
lot
say
of.
that. I'm
Yeah,
one of
no,
them.
I've seen a lot of that kind of guy. Like if you go to any Greek diner,
Yeah.
it's all of those kinds of like big, fat, sweaty, hairy, horribly disgusting Greek guys like that.
Yeah. It's I think it came from the injection of like socialism, really heavy socialism into Greece. It was very self-sufficient, and like the first wave of Greek people that came over, like on boats, like most of my family didn't survive. They had to go back to Greece because they couldn't cut it. So it was like, uh, you know, voluntary migration. It was just moving, and if you couldn't hack it, you had to leave. So it's a pretty good system. There was
Yeah,
no like safety net. So if you couldn't make it here, you just leave and go back. So the strong survive. So once that kind of went away and they dug their heels in, you get Astoria, and it's like I said, those are all what I would call the diner monkeys.
yeah. I mean, like any hip neighborhood in New York, it's just like mostly just like trendy 20-year olds who do like drop shipping scams for a living.
Yeah,
Like I had a roommate like
I'm
that.
not too far. I'm not too far.
Yeah, like I had
I
a
do I
I
do Amazon at the on that, but it's pretty much the same
dude, I had a
mindset.
roommate like that who I guess like made his like I'd come out in the living room and there would just be like all these like accessories and clothes, like all this like Chinese shit. Like knockoff like Louis Vuitton bags or something.
Yeah,
And I'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And he'd be like, "Oh, this is what I do for work. Like, I take all this and I sell it on online." And I'm like,
yeah.
"Okay, so you do like thrifting scams?"
So I always sell authentic material, and I have wholesale deals or whatever. But okay, let's get into this, Dalton,
Oh yeah, folks, welcome to the show. This is
and I'll explain to you the similarities between the Greeks and the Jews once we
yeah, this
get
is this
into
is a religious this is a religious show. And what is religion without bitter resentment towards other ethnicities and religions? Welcome to Cornfed Bible Study number 34. Did I? Yeah, 44. What did I put 44 on here? I meant to put 34. Whoops. Anyway, this is the show. So what are you saying?
I was just gonna say, so the Greeks and the Jews have a very long history, like a 5,000+ year old history between like the Mediterranean and the Middle East or whatever. But like when you go real old school, especially like when you look at Hollywood and stuff, like the secondary insiders after Jewish people were usually Greeks. And I don't like to bring it up because it's the same thing in banking and the same thing in a lot of those industries once you start like dividing people up. But
So
a lot of
Greeks,
Greek.
so Greeks were also like money handlers. You're saying?
No, they were more like capitalists. So we had capitalism, philosophy, and whatever, and it was more like principle based. And then it can get corrupted very quickly.
Okay.
But most of the Greeks that I know are all like hustlers, meaning like they're looking to, if there's something to sell, they're trying to sell it to you. But most of them that I know are trying to do it in an honest fashion, but they're not good at working.
Yeah, because like no,
They're good at working, but like they're trying to upsell you at a diner and like all that stuff.
yeah. By the way, folks, I'm joined by Dave Wright. And Dave is Greek, and like yeah, because knowing you, I didn't know that about the Greeks because like in my conversations with you, you've had a very like seemingly Jewish ambition when it comes to money, but I didn't know that was actually your Greek
But it's a long feud. Like
side.
Western culture and Western society is Mediterranean Greek culture. The whole
Right.
Aryan stuff came after. Like that came afterwards, the Germany area stuff. And there was a tribe in ancient Greece called the Romanites that was one of the first Jewish tribes. And there was a lot of issues in ancient Greece that started like degeneracy and houses and promiscuity and stuff that wasn't like the Socrates and the Plato's of the time. There was a whole different element of people that were coming in with a separate religion. So this is a long history, let's just say. And those who don't learn from history are condemned to repeat it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, you look at it, I mean, they've been kicked out of over 109 countries.
I just
And-
retweeted something that Jordan Peterson said about men getting rejected by women that said that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like look at what we've done. We've let them just stay here and look at the continuing decay that this country experiences.
So here's my thing.
Folks,
I'm
just
yeah,
joshing.
wait, I got a thing for you, Dalton. This will bring back. This is from the Tom Myers episode.
We are racist. Nick.
Sorry. Dude, folks, it's comedy first. You get learning with the comedy,
well, you know
and then
what?
we're gonna talk some Bible and we're gonna talk some Christianity with you in a moment.
I'm not too worried about anything now. Now that if it's true, I said, did you see that thing where Pete Davidson spilled the beans about Saturday Night Live, where he said cast members on Saturday Night Live make $3,000 an episode, which is like good money, but it's like if that's what the entertainment industry is, like that's a job that everybody and their cousin that tries to do comedy is like you tripping over their dicks to get, and it's like wouldn't you rather just like do whatever you want and make more money in the long run? It's like if it's only $3, which is like more money than I've ever made, but also is it enough for me to try and like play by the rules to constantly be like policing myself or overly concerned with what I'm doing?
Yeah. And also,
not that I ever have a chance.
Yeah, but also
I'd never be on that radar anyway.
So I do like online sales and I do the crypto DeFi, right? And between those two things, it's like you have the whole globe to work with right now. So there's probably people that watch you like in other countries, which is wacky, that find you somehow.
Yeah.
And all over the world. And, say you get 1,000 subscribers. If they spend $10 a month with you, that's $100K a year, right? Like loyal subscribers. I know YouTube gets a cut and all that stuff, but am I doing the math right here?
I bet I can get at least 10 to give me $10 tonight. It was get some super chats going.
Let me do the math here. So we got 1,000. You got 1,000 guys.
Yeah. I've got tentacles all over this earth. I've got I don't know what the demographics are on YouTube, but when I can see the insights on the audio feed on Acast, and there's folks over in like Thailand and Indonesia. Yeah, I'm big down under. I'm big in Australia and New Zealand. They're doing the Haka.
Actually, I heard you're small down under, Dalton, but that might just be a rumor.
Dude, I have to lose weight mainly because what was already small is like shrinking.
Yeah.
And it's becoming a fucking problem.
Dude, the food supply. So I'm pretty good with my diet. I'm pretty good with my exercise. And it's hard for me to tell because like as I've aged, the food supply has gotten worse and my metabolism has slowed. But the amount of work and energy and measurements and stuff of my food that I do, and I still can't lose weight. I don't know.
Dude,
it's got to be the food supply because it's just not right.
I had months ago a buddy of mine I went to high school with, Chase, was on Cornfed with us, and he's a veteran. He's Marines, and he's still in the Army now. But like a lot of veterans, he's developed this like very strong distrust of the government and just every institution. And so
I'm listening.
Yeah, so this was before RFK or all this shit became like in the moved to the forefront of all of our like attention. He said this months ago to me because he was talking about like conspiracy theories he believes in, and he said like I have a pretty strong feeling like something I really believe in is that somebody is manipulating like the foods, like what we eat in this country, to make us like fatter and lazier and have less ambition and slower and like sluggish, so that we're like more damn, what's the word I'm looking for? Complacent. That we won't ever want to like question anything or like fight for anything.
Yeah.
You know, just a cold country full of like fat, lazy. Oh wow, hold
Yeah, I
on,
know. I saw that too. I was like, heck yeah.
$50 from Michael Hall. Nice, he got his Christmas bonus, 4K baby. God is good. Love you, Dalty. Let's get some super chats going. Thank you so much, Michael.
Heck yeah, Michael Hall.
Michael Hall, also a veteran of these United. You know, today is what is it, Pearl Harbor? So let's remember the sacrifices that were made by the Japanese on that day. Now,
so here's the conspiracy theory on that: is like most huge major events that we went to war after. It seems like, even from the documentation of the government's own word now, is that they knew about Pearl Harbor before it was going to happen, and they still didn't stop it.
You think it's a false flag?
No, I don't think it's a false flag. But here's the thing:
or it was like
they
allowed it. They allowed it to happen the same way they did like 9/11, so that they could further their own
or
wants.
We have to remember, like, we're not the only ones being propagandized. Like China, Russia, Japan, they all watch the media too. So when the media lies from the government aspect and they're lying to us, they also are lying to third parties watching. So maybe they didn't, maybe they knew they didn't know how to stop it, but they didn't want to admit that at the time and seem weak. Like, you know what I mean? In the middle of a war situation. So who knows? So I'm not ever in a situation where I want to think the best of the government, but I just don't think they're these super geniuses. I think they're retarded idiots. They can't survive in a free market. That this is their only place that they could go, you know?
Right. Yeah, I don't know if there's like a deep state or some like calculated, super smart entity or organization that's like pulling the strings on everything. I think it's just that there's like so many layers of bureaucracy that like everything runs like well enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like at the end of the day, like all the people in charge and then all of us are not not that smart.
So all right, we'll bring this into Bible study. I see it as a foundation built on sand instead of stone. And the core principle is like, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder. And since everything is funded via violence, taxation is extorted from you, it's taken from you, it's not a voluntary, consensual interaction.
It's Findom.
Yeah, then the incentives get flipped. So as your health declines, they get more funding. And so as they print more money that you're unhealthy, they're incentivizing that. So those systems stay in place because that's actually where the people making it get their money. And then you have like the food supply comes in and they're trying to make quick, fast food for you. And then you get sick. So more money gets printed for like healthcare that's bastardized. It's upside down. So it's like accidentally. I don't necessarily think there's a huge intelligent cabal. I don't believe this superiority of the chosen people. I think it's more of a naivety that they can control the world better than God can control the world. They think they can engineer it instead of just letting the science like be, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like I see God and science as like one thing. And you observe science, you observe God, and they look at it like, oh, how can I manipulate this? That's science. We're learning science. Like, no, you're social engineering God's work. That's completely different.
Yeah,
I don't know if I could go deeper into that, if that makes sense.
Well, no, I agree with that. Like, I don't. It's fun. It's fun to entertain the notion of like some sort of a like mastermind, manipulative, maybe sinister, or just like calculated governing body or entity that lurks in the shadows. that's responsible for all this. But I think more than anything, it's that I think like the reason we had like society keeps like chugging along and everything like seemingly is like working, like nothing's collapsing completely, is just because it's supposed to. Like there is like just an inherent structure that's not due to any sort of the machinations of man. It just is. It's like or whatever you want to call it, human nature, just like the collective effort of humanity, like all of us together working towards something, you know.
To an extent, I think that's a large portion of it. So like evil has to sleep and God is 24-hour 365 universal. So like he's always going to win in the long run. But how do I put this? So I do think you can create like satanic systems. So if you don't trust in the Lord and you only trust in man, and like you've been taught by philosophy that God is dead, by sophists that God is dead, then you start looking at the word like, how do we save ourselves? And so it's all about, oh, God punishes us and we get sick. How do we cure it? Instead of maybe if we're more in line with nature and God's order, we wouldn't get sick in the first place and we could prevent cancers instead of God gave me cancer because whatever. And so there's this like social sin as well, where society is kind of you're born into it and you're already off the target. And then you can try to push yourself back to the target if sin is missing the target, like by the technical translation of the Greek term, sin is to miss the aim. You can't get back to where you need to be because there's so much social pressure keeping you away. And I think that can be considered satanic in a social manner. I don't know if people's eyes are glazing over in the chat right now as I say that, or if they're picking up what I'm putting down.
Well, I think it's a lot of like when you start saying words like society.
Yeah,
it's been so like memeified now that you know it's like a Joker meme when you start talking like that. But I mean, I've had like all these kinds of thoughts where it feels like I was born into this like this world that I don't know if it's like evil or satanic, but it's mostly like a scam, and it sucks. Just like whatever the structures are within which I exist here in the US of A.
Yeah, so I was meaning that like, so I think everybody's individual, and for the most part, everybody's supposed to take self-responsibility as an individual, and there is no technical collective. But on the aggregate, I see society as average people are average. So it's just the average adults that don't really get kicked off the conveyor belt, either from like being intelligent or having a life crisis like you or I had that like kicks you off the conveyor belt. And now you're looking at the rest of the world like in the system and you're like, oh, I'm not part of that anymore. I don't know how to, now I got kind of like you got knocked out of the matrix. I just see society as like those people that are either so dumb or so privileged that there's never some huge life-changing event. So they just keep going with the flow from birth to grave. That's how when I think of society. And then you have people on the outskirts that are like visionaries or riffraff that either fell off or have a vision outside of that.
I think I fall into the latter cage. I think I'm the riffraff.
You think the riffraff?
Yeah.
It could be, but at least do you at least like Stefan Molyneux has a video called The Story of Your Enslavement. And at the end he says, if you can at least see the cage you're in, you can maybe find the door and get out, is pretty much the end of it.
Yeah.
So do you at least see the cage that we're in and like, and recognize that like it's kind of like a Truman story going on?
I had when I was like actually nuts, I genuinely thought I was in like a Truman Show situation.
Yeah, me too.
But I mean, I felt
it's a shared experience.
Yeah,
when things are falling apart.
I've had that feeling for a long. I mean, that was like the thing that kind of drew me to wanting to like pursue like comedy and entertainment, or just like some sort of life where I get to work for myself, where I can at least feel, if anything, at least an illusion of freedom.
Yeah.
Because I do remember like early on, probably like the first job I ever had, where I was like working at Subway my senior year of high school, just thinking like, oh yeah, I can't. I don't want to do this till I'm 70. I don't
Yeah.
want to like. I don't want to work jobs.
Yeah. I had the same thing. So here's the thing. Like, so there's a couple of different type of people. So with me, I was like, oh, I don't want to do this forever. I got to come up with a scam or a scheme or a plan to get out of here. And since I can't come up with a plan, I'm going to scheme or scam my way out first, and then I'll
Dude,
come up with a plan on the other side. But some people, I think, don't recognize it, and other people do recognize it, and they just either drink, smoke, or just say this is life and it sucks, and they just bear it forever, like
yeah,
with
yeah.
impending doom on their shoulders.
That's like every like most generation, especially the generation before me, the like my dad and all them. It was just you just got a job that you hated and did that 14 hours a day, and just like drank at the end of the day to cope with it.
Yeah, but and maybe I'm
And then you
so
retire, and then you retire with not enough money.
well. I was gonna say yes, but it would like even my generation, like the portion of my generation that had like a decent upbringing, and like they did like the steps. There was a portion of them that if they did go to college and they got out, there was a job, and if they stuck to that job and bought a house and they didn't make any errors or whatever, they could actually like survive, have a wife and kid. They're kind of like Gen X boomers in the fact
Yeah,
that
there used to be
they didn't have
more.
any big obstacles. But if you were Gen X and hit one big obstacle, you're kind of where the millennials are now, where you don't have a house, you're not married, you don't have kids, and you're fucked. In the boomer generation, they could kind of do that, but have a decent life.
Yeah,
Now you do that and you're miserable and your life sucks. Like
yeah.
you don't have a huge future. It's kind of
There,
fucked up.
there used to be like more like posterity in this country. Now we're drifting ever more each day by day into austerity. People like being pushed further and further to the margins. I that's why this like animosity is like being fomented toward the upper crust, the bourgeoisie, where you're seeing now somebody's taking it into their hands to
Yeah, I saw
commit
that
heinous acts
NYC.
of violence
Yeah,
toward them.
I don't recommend that.
I don't think
Not
for most people, I don't think it's
this is
going
not
to.
healthcare advice,
It's
but
not
I
healthcare,
do
but
not recommend.
I think
Do
most
not
people
recommend
that
that.
most people that try to do something like that probably are not gonna have the success that guy did.
No.
That's a yeah, that's a real anomaly that he pulled that off as cleanly as he did.
So what's funny, I did just a little bit of digging on three sides of that story. And the first thing that pops up on Twitter is everybody's like, oh, they're denying cases like crazy. So this was a guy that probably got denied or his family got denied and he's out for vengeance. But as I dug a little deeper and read some other articles, this guy was also pissing off CEOs because he had a different plan that he didn't want to go with the cure aspect. He wanted to try to flip it and see if they could do more prevention with their plans and the other CEOs. So I was like, oh, this guy was ready to get got by like the poor and the rich. He's just making enemies everywhere. So I wouldn't walk around New York City at night with like no one knows me, let alone if I was in that position. You know what I mean? It's a
Right.
dangerous place to begin with.
New York is interesting in that
And then
way
people hate you.
because like most anywhere you go throughout the country that's like not as condensed as New York, there is a very clear delineation, like separation between the haves and the have-nots. Like I used to live when my parents lived in the suburbs. They lived at this like housing development, this like suburb development that was like right next to Kenneth Copeland's estate. His big, Kenneth Copeland, televangelist.
No, tell me more.
Oh well, this is perfect for Bible study.
All right.
Kenneth Copeland is like one of the televangelists.
Let me
He's
put his
he's
photo.
he's like one of the greatest con artists of our time.
Is this the curly haired guy?
No.
Oh, I've seen this guy. This is
Yes.
the beady haired guy with the jet.
The beady eye guy. He's got that famous viral video where he's like, that woman's asking him about his private jet. Yeah, and
is this the guy that cuts his hand too, and once with another dude, and they put it in the water and drink it?
I don't know. They do a lot of weird stuff, but he's a big time televangelist, like one of the prosperity gospel guys who's like, if you send me your SSI disability check, God will return your investment. God wants me to have another private jet. He's one of those guys. And so, like, out in Texas, in that area, you would have like all these like rows and rows of just like those repetitive houses, like suburb houses, and then like next to that is this massive like Righteous Gemstones estate for Kenneth Copeland and his family. Private jets coming in and out, security everywhere. And that's like the way it is. That's the way it's structured through most of the country. Is like the really, really rich people are closed off.
Yeah.
Whereas, but in New York, that's not the case. New York, everybody's just thrown into the same pot together.
Yeah.
So you stand a chance of, you see it all the time where people will be riding the subway and they'll take a picture and post on Twitter like, yo, fucking Timothy Chalamet's on the subway right now.
Gotcha.
Because there's no way to like hide away from the city. Like if you're gonna do anything in the city, you have to be in the city. Whereas like everywhere else in the country, you can exist in your own, like your whole own universe, So that's like the interesting thing about New York is that a CEO like that and many all the big time like CEOs and financial guys, they're just like walking around the city. You can go dome any one of them if you want. I wouldn't, I don't recommend it.
Financial advice.
It's not financial advice. Do not dome.
Dude, do you know who Allie Mae is?
Allie Mae, yeah,
the New York comedian. She's just been going hard on the page on Twitter about like happy that CEO is gone. And just like at every chance she gets, and I don't know. It's just funny how some like I'm never excited about the deaths of somebody. Even when I heard one of the Rothschilds was recently burned to death in a fire at a propaganda estate on the West Coast.
Whoa. Well, the problem with it, I mean, it's very funny that it happened, and
I can see the humor in it, but I don't like. I'm not excited that
couldn't happen to a worse guy. But
yeah,
the problem with that is those who don't study their history are doomed to repeat it. If you try to flip the system, if like the means by which we go about changing the structure in which we live or violence, then that may offer like some temporary relief. That may like bring us to a place where there is like a brief moment of peace and hopefulness for all of us until the cycle just continues again. Like you see that all throughout history where like there will be these violent revolutions or the common people will finally take up arms and turn against the elites. So they'll cut everyone's heads off, and then I mean, I hate to do like an Elon tweet, but it is. I mean, it's like fucking as simple as just like Animal Farm.
Yeah,
it's like those kinds of parables. So I mean, that's the. But then also, I don't know how much. I don't know what all we've actually tried. Also, because there's also that thing where it's like, well, we've tried nothing and nothing seems to be working. You know what I mean? Where it's like,
the original voluntary interaction of the 10 Commandments, which gets kind of translated in different ways, but it's not thou shalt not kill, it's thou shalt not murder, and murder being the initiation of force towards somebody, not the self-defense. So you could kill somebody in self-defense and it's not considered murder, but it's my understanding that this is in the Bible, with the understanding that you can't get your way through might. You need to internalize God in peace and speak the word of God so that other people internalize that. And that is the way to future salvation. So you can't just kill your enemies, because then no one's learning anything. It's not being internalized. You're just saying might makes right. And
Yeah,
so,
it's galvanized the dumbest people on the internet, like
yeah,
the worst of the like people who think they're smart type of people. Which like I make every effort to try not to be that. Like I just embrace the fact that I don't know that much. Like I try to, and I'm always trying to learn. But then
so
there's
yeah, being wise, like
yeah,
being wise is knowing that you know very little, or
yeah,
whatever
but
the
then
quote
there's
is.
there's all these people who've like over the last several years like devoted themselves to this like a sort of like a activism or whatever, where they like skim some Wikipedia articles and now are I don't know, like leftist, communist, socialist activists or something like that.
Yeah.
And they think that they think they're like really smart and know what's up. And then when something like this happens, they're ready to go to pro like proselytize as to why this is
Yeah.
actually like a net benefit or a net positive
Yeah.
or whatever. I don't know.
Have you
Uh,
already read any like Tim Ferriss 4 Hour Work Week, or like any sort of system type, like self-help stuff?
I've read the Four Agreements.
Not familiar.
Oh,
I guess.
the Book of Toltec Wisdom. Uh, the Four Agreements
No.
by the be impeccable with your word. Don't
Oh,
take
okay.
anything personally. Um, I forget the third. I always forget the third one. And then the fourth one is always do your best. So those are the Four Agreements. There's three of them.
So, well, that works too. So I guess it doesn't matter, but the idea is like good businesses are systems that you can repeat and then tweak a little bit, and that you can hand off and delegate. So if somebody's doing the job just 80% as good as you, but you don't have to do it, you freed up 100% of your time to get 80% of your work done. So even though it's not perfect, you hand that off and delegate it. And I think some of these Twitter personalities like start getting some likes, just like when a girl's like, she's posting artwork, like Florida woman. She's posting artwork and she's getting like 20 likes, and she's like, "Come on, baby, I need 100 likes of go-go juice for my
Oh, dude,
dopamine hit." And everybody's like, "Hey, show the tits, I'll give you 100 likes." So she's like, "No, I'm not going back." So
that was a fun moment in time though when she was inching closer and closer to full on nudity.
and yeah, and guys have a version of this too. So like if a guy posts a political tweet that he might not 100% like, it might be a half joke or whatever, and it gets a ton of traction, and then he goes back to doing his normal stuff and it gets no traction, he gets lured towards that, and then you kind of come up with a system of how you get likes and traction in videos, and then you just keep repeating that system like a business. And I think a lot of times people, sometimes because they're making money and they have to eat and they're scared and they have a scarcity mentality, they get trapped up in, well, this is the free market. I'm making money. This is what the people want.
Yeah,
And
there's
it's,
a lot of people who like in their efforts to rage against the machine and overturn the corrupt system that they become aware of it in doing so start to actually benefit from that system
yeah,
paradoxically, like they get absorbed by it. Like there's like a lot of like really left leaning like almost socialist communist type personalities
yeah,
who developed like these big followings, especially like during the Bernie campaign 2016,
yes.
who like now are millionaires from doing that. Right, and so I go, well, you kind of just like proved yourself wrong.
Yeah. So you were in New York City at the time. I was only in the Comtown world, but I knew the origins of Trap House from hearing third party stories, and the origin of Red Scar from the
Red
compound
Scare.
Red Scare.
Yeah.
But you were in New York City during
No,
the
I
origin
wasn't.
of
I
those?
was not when they were all like on the come up. I was not in New York. No, I
Okay.
remember. I remember like being aware of those things and just wondering like, what the fuck is Chapo Trap House? What's Red Scare?
I only
I could.
knew
I didn't know
Chapo
that.
because go ahead,
I
sorry.
like. I was so. I even now I'm still like pretty distant from politics. I didn't realize that there was this like moment happening with socialism and communism, like this like new reinvigoration of those ideologies,
Yeah.
where like these sorts of personalities were gaining prominence, and then just like out of nowhere, you see Chapo's like the number one show on Patreon, and so like these like mealy mouthed, honestly, most of them rich kids anyway, are now millionaires from like some
Yeah.
a
Capitalism.
podcast complaining about the thing that made them rich.
Yeah. So I started talking with what do I want to say here? So I was talking to somebody in that scene, let's just say, in New York City, and their roommate, and they weren't as successful as their roommate at the time, and their roommate was one of the Chapo Trap House
Well, I
people.
already know who you're talking about. So.
And they were big into Bernie and stuff, and so that's how they started their podcast. Basically, I think everybody knows. I just don't know what to say.
I know. I mean,
I haven't talked to them in a while.
I can put those pieces together pretty easily.
Yeah, and but so I kind of got a little inside scoop of what was going on, and I think it's like anything. Like as a libertarian, like people are like, well, why don't you not pay taxes then and like do all this stuff? And it's like, it's kind of like the joke. I mean, we live in a society, so like I'm doing my best to live my values, but like I don't want to get like my door broken down and thrown in the cage for not paying taxes. And maybe that's the point we all need to get to. But like I shouldn't, but like if people believe in socialism, I don't think they should starve to death because they can't like get a business that
Well, look,
is socialist.
look
But they
as far
should
as
they should leave the United States for a socialist country instead of trying to turn this into one. But that's all different
look
story.
as far as taxes go. Look, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. I don't mind.
Now
paying,
let's flip the money changer tables over, baby.
I don't mind. Like philosophically, I don't have an issue with taxes. It's just the allocation of that money. Like knowing that 40% of my paycheck is going toward some like just like nothing that benefits myself or really anybody. Like it's just going toward like the manufacture and distribution of bombs and ammunition.
So I mean, you've probably seen the memes online or whatever, but the question is, like, if we've agreed emotionally, there's a logical, conceptual, philosophical argument that I can make that would take longer than we have to discuss it. So we could just jump to the emotional stuff that people are comfortable with. That slavery is wrong, people. Right? I'm basically doing Angie Schultz stand up, but we can agree. Well, I got to ask the slavery people in the crowd. Slavery is wrong, right? But so if taking 100% of somebody's productivity is slavery, that's wrong. At what percentage does it not become slavery? That's the idea of taxes.
Yeah.
So you just want to have consensual and voluntary arrangements. And the idea is in a high trust society where you're not pointing guns at people, people can negotiate with one another to get things done, to build roads, to whatever. And like I see it a lot in New Hampshire. You probably see it in remote Texas as well, where you don't see cops, you don't see city workers necessarily. You see individuals doing stuff that needs to get done when it needs to get done. So I guess the point is, like, if you believe that can happen and that taxation is, theft or extortion, then it goes and it's backed up by a gun. It's satanic in the fact that, thou shalt not murder, basically.
Yeah. I mean,
And
it doesn't.
the only reason we're not getting murdered is because we're not standing up for ourselves.
It's not
necessarily voluntary.
as it exists now. It is just straight up they're just taking your. I mean, dude, the budget for the NYPD is like more money than like some countries'
The
entire GDP.
NYPD. You think that
The
they would?
NYPD, dude, the budget for the NYPD is like billions of dollars. They have the biggest police budget in the country, and it's like more than I think I saw some stat that said like it's more money than even like the budget for NBC or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like all those tax dollars are going towards this workforce that
NBC.
in BC.
Sorry, just picturing. Forget it. I won't
Instead
even
of a
do it.
peacock, it's a quail.
I was recently on a trip. I actually tweeted this.
Well, what I was going to say though,
sorry.
what I was going to say though is like all those tax dollars are going toward like so an unfathomable amount of money is being taken and allocated for the NYPD, and they can't find one guy.
Yeah.
You got a city of 9 million people. That's all condensed. It only exists in like a 6-mile radius.
Yep.
And you have billions of dollars going towards the police, and they can't find one person. There's one guy.
So going back to what I said earlier, right? If they can't find that guy, right? If they were a business, they would lose money and they would go out of business, no one to pay. But since they can't find that guy, what are they going to say? We need more money. We need more resources.
Yeah.
And they're going to get more resources. So it's in their best interest and their incentive to not be able to find that guy, because then they get more money. And that guy's dangerous. He's killing people. I want to go pull people over and, and accost people that I'm safe. I don't want to go have to find some murderer. That's dangerous to all of them.
My conspiracy theory, I tweeted this earlier, is they may have already found him. They may have found him immediately, and they're just not telling us.
Yeah, or he was like FBI fed. He was somebody that they already knew, and they were a part of it, and so he's going to go into the wind.
Right.
Like it wasn't a vigilante; it was a hit by the other pharmaceutical.
It was like a Michael Clayton situation, like corporate espionage.
Yeah, I was recently in Philadelphia, New York, New Jersey. That whole because you were there. But for those that don't know, like when you're in Philly, you can see New York City, and when you're in New York City, you can see Philly. They're about 2 hours apart.
Yeah, it's like a 2-hour bus ride.
Yeah, and in the middle of it is a really trashy part of New Jersey. So you get like 3 gross places all in one. And I was there doing some work recently, and I stayed. And I was in like rural Pennsylvania. I went to Mechanicsburg, and I was like, maybe I'll run into Phil Gillis. It was
right.
Awesome. And it was really nice and wholesome, and everybody was so friendly, and they greeted you. Then you get to Philly, and I was literally like, oh, they should put a fence around this and burn it down. This is pure evil. And New York City wasn't any better. And that part of that part of New Jersey is not like The Sopranos. It's just as shitty and crappy as Philadelphia and New York City, and is busy. And then you can get into a part of New Jersey that it turns into Sopranos, like brick suburban houses. I could literally feel the evil pulsating off the city. And I tweeted out at Robbie, I was like, yeah, if you're thinking about moving to New York, just move. Like, this place is evil and gross, and you can just travel and make money on the internet with your friends. Why are you grinding your life force away in the city if you hate it? Because it's so gross.
Yeah, you don't have to be anywhere nowadays to do anything.
Yeah.
The shackles, at least geographically, have been broken on all of us.
I'm in rural New Hampshire, living my life, loving it, in a village of 1,200 people, and I have the internet here. I'm an hour and a half from Logan Airport if I need to go like anywhere major.
Mm-hmm.
But the amount of money that I save, that when I do need to do that trip via Uber, it's worth it, because it's like so peaceful, quiet, low crime here. Yeah, I love it.
Dude,
it's very Christian where I live. They literally have a little rotary down the street. I was driving home the other day, and I just pulled over because it was like a Hallmark movie. All the kids were out. They were lighting the Christmas tree. in the little rotary, and they were all singing carols. So I was like, I'm just gonna stop and come over here. And I just stayed at my distance because I was like, I'm alone. It sucks being a dude because it's like, yeah, I'm like, the cure for male only is just me being able to sing around the Christmas tree, but you all think I'm a pedophile if I go over there and sing a Christmas carol.
Yeah.
So I watched it
I
for a
think the
little while.
cure
And I was like, this is pretty cool.
the cure for male loneliness might just be going for a long walk.
I actually have a good time. I go to the gym. I fuck around with you guys on Twitter. I go play poker, and like, what language do you usually use on this stream?
Well,
Do you
we
watch
try
your own
we try to keep things at least
Christian?
PG around it. No, I mean whatever. I don't care.
So I get to say slurs at the poker table, which is fun with the other guys. And no one takes offense to it. In fact, a guy was sitting next to me the other day, and he was going deep into X, and he really latched onto me and was saying stuff. And I was like, is this a Fed? Like, he was literally bringing up Mustache Man speeches and stuff to me. And I was like, does this guy know who I am, or is he a Fed out to get me? Yeah.
Yeah, man. I think to connect with the divine, to cure your loneliness and what ails you, it might just be as simple as just going out the door and going for a nice long walk and waving at your neighbor, your good Christian white neighbor.
I do all that. Oh, actually, can I plug something that's not mine?
Sure.
So I actually had a very nice video date with a lovely lady today. That's Christian, homeschool, libertarian, everything I'm looking for in the world. And she's an author, and she writes Christian romance, but it's like fiction. It's like about angels and whatever, like kind of like Twilight stuff. Anybody got any? Can I see in the chat? Anybody have girlfriends, wives, or anybody that reads that stuff?
Yeah. Hold on. I do want to address this real quick.
Yeah.
This guy says, "What's a mustache speech?" He meant Hitler.
Yeah, the mustache man speech. Mustache man bad.
And then $1.99 from Drip Tank Swag Genie. The carnival is God, and may all juggalos find him. Whoop whoop.
Yeah. Drip Tank Swag.
Let's get some more of those. Let's get some more super chats going. I don't think anyone here has been touched by a woman in some time.
No girlfriends.
Michael Hall has a girlfriend. He said today was his. I think what he says, girlfriend's birthday or something.
Well, if you go over to my Twitter, I linked one of her books, and come on, you guys got to wingman me. This might be the end of my bloodline if I.
It's a great book. I've read it. It's a good book, man.
So I've never read her book. I just met her like a couple months ago. We've been talking. Yeah, so she writes like cusp of dark fantasy Christian novels. So the idea is the women read it not realizing there's Christian morals in it, and then they get like Christian morals, and there's like one of the love stories is about like an angel and a woman and stuff like that. But anyways, I figured this would be a good play to promote it, and then I can get some brownie points.
So it's like what, like C.S. like horny C.S. Lewis?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But she's a good Christian homeschool girl with an edge on her. So we talked about no vaccines. I hinted, and I just said, like, so we're Christian, right? We're all Christian here, and we like our Christian ideals. And when we say our Christian ideals, if there's another religion that's like, oh, when you say those Christian ideals, you're anti-us, it's like, well, that's nothing to do with us. That's your problem. But it says more about you than us, as far as I'm concerned. And she didn't quite understand what I was throwing down, so I didn't make the leap and bring up our competition. What do you? So I've noticed recently on Twitter. So I will address. I want to address now that it's like an hour in. I'll address like my Twitter with Jewish jokes and stuff. I don't actually have any hatred for like individuals that are Jewish. You know what I mean? Like an individual is not the problem. But if you're going to say you're part of a collective and you're going to say that I'm anti-Semitic for attacking an individual that happens to be Jewish, then I get to then put you into that collective. And so if you're saying it's okay, then you fall into that group. And the way I look at it is if I have Christian values and you're telling me when I say, hey, that's a degenerate act that you're doing, and you say, well, you're anti-Semitic, it's like, well, that's not my fault. That's your fault that's your religion. I don't, I'm not calling you anti-Christian. You're calling me anti-Semitic because I'm pointing out a degenerate act that you do that's against my values.
God had to blow up one of their cities because they were getting up to all that kind of nonsense.
So, I mean, for me, it's like if you have a list of rules that you're following and your people are following, and over time that those rules keep causing trouble, that's not my discussion, because I'm following a set of rules that when other people around me are following that rules, we usually have peace. It's not until outsiders come in and try to upset those rules that problems happen, but they have a set of rules that constantly creates problems wherever they go.
Yeah,
because they were in Germany and it caused problems. They left Germany and they got their issue, and now World War III starting where they're at again.
All right, Dave, relax. Chill out, man.
And God doesn't want that. That's all. God wants peace between everybody.
Calm down, dude.
These are all jokes, people. This is a comedy show. Let me read some chats here.
I've had a landlord before. I know how.
No, I'm not even saying it like that. Like
I am. I don't know if you ever had a Hasidic landlord, but they'll make you look at the history books a little differently.
Oh yeah. Well, what's funny is if you look at Twitter, there's a lot of major accounts that are going hard in the paint, and it kind of bums me out, because like I'm not on Twitter to I'm not on Twitter.
$10, Dave spitting facts. Thank you, Michael.
I'm not on Twitter to be like famous and rich and make a lot of money. I'm on there to hang out with the boys and fuck around and say what I want to say. And if people start following me, they start following me. But one thing I will say is like Myron from Fresh and Fit, and like Jake Shields and like Dan Balzerian and all these guys. It's like I watched them tweet stuff that I was tweeting out like 2 years ago, and it's getting like 260,000 likes and retweets. And I was like, you son of a bitch. You weren't in this for the love of the game.
Elon's Twitter is much different than Jack Dorsey's Twitter. It's a whole new playing field.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, at least respect to those guys for saying all that shit with their faces, their actual names and faces attached. Because there's so much of Twitter now is like that one account that's like just a picture of the Rhino from Spider-Man. That's like a full on.
I don't know that
dude,
one.
This guy's like a full on.
The one that I see videos of all the time is Handsome Truth. Have you ever seen those videos of that guy?
No.
He's like an Omegle. I think it's Omegle.
The Omegle app.
So basically I think he's a Fed. Basically, like people come into the chat and it's like, it's just like a nerdy black guy. and he's like on, Omegle, and he sees this guy, and the next thing you know, he's just hard R-ing the guy right in the grill and telling him to get out of the country. And you're like, bro, this has got to be a Fed, because his channel would get shut down. He'd get thrown in jail. He's doing all sorts of protests in Florida where he's like protesting synagogues, and he's showing and stuff. He hands out these flyers of like brisks where they're doing the ceremony with the blood sucking.
Oh,
turn this into a meme. the blood sucking of the brisk.
Yeah, the moil.
Yeah, the moil. So, but all right. So I won't go too much harder in the paint. We won't turn this into Jake Shields. Can I link these? Is there a chat that I can link these to you? Yeah, there's private chat. I
Yeah.
had somebody, do you follow Beastie Beastie Cop T, Beastie COPT? It's his MAGA MMA on
No.
Twitter. He's a good guy, but I asked people what their favorite Bible verses were, and he put this is what he recommended today. I'll put it in the private chat. These were the three that he recommended if we want to go over a couple.
Okay.
He said he might tune in, so maybe he's here.
Philippians chapter 4. Philippians chapter 4 verses 4 through 8, 1 John 2, 15, 17, and then John 15, 1 through 5.
Do you use kingjamesbible.org?
Brother, I use the King James Bible.
So I have my King James Bible in the other room, but there's a website called kingjamesbible.org. It's really good because it's broken up into book sections, chapters, and verses, but it also has a search.
Yeah, that's much more efficient because this doesn't even have a table of contents.
And you can put Phillips 4 through 8 in there, and it'll pull up just those verses, which start with rejoice the Lord.
Oh no, I found it
Rejoice
in
the Lord.
my actual Bible.
Okay, awesome.
Philippians chapter 4, verses 4 through 8. Oh. Rejoice in the Lord always. And again I say rejoice. Let your moderation be known unto all men. The Lord is at hand. Be careful for nothing, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known unto God. And the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, shall keep your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are good, report. If there be any virtue and if there be any praise, think on these things. Amen.
Amen.
So, thoughts? Rejoice in the Lord always. I agree with that.
So I think this is, yeah, I do agree. Is this the one? But
This is what?
I have difficulties similar to like Shakespeare with the Bible when I'm trying to like translate the stuff. So I have it up here. So I think it's just saying like to not forget that, we're surrounded by God at all times. That's what I'm getting from this. And
Well, yeah.
whatever
God.
things are lovely, whatever things are good, report if there's be any virtue. So it's like speak the words, recognize that things are, that there is good in the world. So we're talking about all this evil, maybe that we should start focusing on a lot of the God that we see in the world. Like the fact that this same technology brings us together here with how many people do we have in the chat right now?
We have 23 live viewers.
Nice. So, so all of us here together brought on by technology is a really positive thing. And I mean, this is magic, People will say this is made by man, but without the creation of man, you're not going to get this magic that we can get in touch with one another here.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's like I've been watching that show Boardwalk Empire lately. And it's like
That's an old show, right? Or an older show?
A few years.
Okay.
Takes place in the 20s. And so the main like Fed, the like who's supposed to represent law and order in the 20s, he works for what would become like the FBI and the IRS and all. He works for like the Internal Revenue Department or whatever. It's like before there was actually an FBI or an IRS. This is in the 20s. Played by Michael Shannon, the great Michael Shannon. He's like a Christian. He's like a hardcore, like almost deranged Christian where he like flagellates himself.
Oh
You know,
yeah, what the heck was that movie? That was actually a pretty good movie where that they had that
wasn't it
albino monk.
the Da Vinci Code?
Was it the Vinci Code that
Yeah,
had
Da
the
Vinci Code.
like the albino monk that was like he would he would
Yeah.
pray and like flashlight. Yeah, yeah.
So anyway, there's a scene where he's like he's sitting down having dinner with his wife, and his wife is crying because they've been having trouble. She's been having trouble getting pregnant, which means they've been having unprotected raw sex lately.
Yeah.
But she has not been. And he's been busting.
Hell yeah.
He's been busting inside, but to finding no purchase within her
And if
womb.
that type of stuff sounds good to you, check out the pinned tweet of the romance novel.
Yes,
I don't even
yes.
know the name.
So she's crying and saying like, "Honey, can we please like go to one of these newfangled fertility doctors? They, one of my girlfriends at work, she did
This
it.
is in the 1920s.
The 20s, yeah." And he says to his wife, he's like, "It's ungodly with the man intervening or whatever." But then she says, "Well, honey, if she said something like, if God didn't want us to keep dying from appendicitis, he wouldn't have shown us the treatment for it, you know?"
Yeah.
So like the argument being made that even like all these, even all the things that we think of as man-made or unnatural, like not of the natural world, maybe
Yeah.
still are gifts or transmissions, like gifts we receive from the Lord our God.
Yeah.
Computers, the internet,
So
cryptocurrencies.
I wonder. So sometimes I think about this because I never thought, the whole IVF, is that what it is that recently came up
Yes,
in
whatever
vitro
that
fertilization?
in vitro. Yes,
So
yes.
man,
Transgender people also.
yeah. Well, so let me look this up here because I think it's Jehovah Witnesses, but what's let me see what's the religion that doesn't get blood transfusions?
I think that might be Mormons. It might also be Jehovah and like Christian Scientists or like fundamentalists or something like that.
Yeah, Jehovah Witnesses. So they base their interpretation of the biblical scriptures, particularly passages like Acts 15:28 and Leviticus 17, blah blah blah. Believe the command of staying for the blood. Anyways, when I was thinking of like, I never thought if IVF was like against God, until that issue came up with like abortion and everything. And then it kind of like made sense to me in the sense that if you're at a point where you need intervention, where they're going to take the needle and put it into the egg and juice the sperm in there or whatever, then you've made some mistakes. Or maybe like your genes are like shouldn't be replicated, and that's the gentle way that God's taking you out of the gene pool, and it's part of his plan. So I could see an argument for that be somebody saying that is like sacrilege. And then it becomes difficult to decide like where is God giving us the strength, and where are we overstepping our boundary in engineering society?
But what is the word we always use for any innovation in medical science, like the polio vaccine or the cocktail of pills for that you need for AIDS? What's the word we always use? Miracle. These are miracles of modern science.
I don't know though, because it's like, so here's how I look at it, right? So say they didn't come up with PrEP, or say I'm Pat Buchanan, the lovely Pat Buchanan. I don't know if you guys remember him, but he said that AIDS was a plague sent by God to wipe out the sodomites. Not my words, Pat Buchanan's words.
Right, Pat Buchanan.
That's Pat Buchanan. Can't say that I'm gonna argue one way or another against that. But anyways, and his thought was, well, if we don't cure it and people make bad decisions and they get AIDS, then it takes out the gene sets in our pool that would get AIDS, and then AIDS disappears with it. And if you try to cure it, then you keep it alive because the people aren't internalizing how you prevent it. And I wonder, like polio, for instance, we're like, oh, that vaccine cured polio. And it's like, well, what led up to, what were people doing that led up to polio existing? No, like what spurred, like, you know what I mean? What actions happened within society that created that virus in society? Were we doing something ungodly to begin with that created that virus? And now we're trying to
Man,
self-correct.
mysterious ways. I don't know. Sometimes a lot of life is just happenstance. It's just things happen and then we react to them. We do what we can.
I don't know. I, I do believe that, but like, so I'm a sinner and I try to get back on the path all the time. So I don't know if we have anybody here that's not Christian or not religious, but the way that I uh, think about this is that like science and God are one, and we have these goals in life, which is like I said earlier, it's the aim, it's the target. And when you fall off the natural order of that target, that's sinning, and repentance is doing whatever it takes to get back in line and back on aim. So maybe it's helpful to somebody who's just tuning in because they like me and Dalton to hear what we're speaking about in that time frame. So I always wonder if prior to our existence, like our forefathers made mistakes that led up to like sins that we're living through, like diseases that have been created and stuff,
Mm.
that if they'd stuck to a more holy path would have never existed, such as like all the sodomy that goes on
Mhm.
that spreads monkeypox and all this stuff. No, like when I grew up in the AIDS epidemic, it wasn't even an epidemic. They just were trying to save gay people because and it was just drug addicts and gay people that
Yeah,
were getting it. So they told all the straight people you can get it too, so that everybody would come together. But it
right.
wasn't the case.
That
So
that that carried over even into my generation because I remember going to sex ed in eighth grade. We had like a sex education class, and we were still being told that like even though AIDS is found predominantly amongst like the homosexuals, it's still possible to get AIDS from a woman's dirty vagina.
it is. Yeah, it's like if you have a this is not health advice.
Yeah, I guess if a woman's pussy is filled with a man's shit, then you could still get AIDS from
They
it.
claim like even when a woman has AIDS and she's got a huge viral load or whatever, you still got like a 1 in 15,000 shot of getting it. So
Dude, have you
like
seen? That's funny because like they
I don't
still
want to test that theory, but that's what they say.
they still kind of do a version of this, but it's like for the cure for or the medication for AIDS. Because like if I dude, like I'll go on like Hulu or YouTube or whatever. Whenever I'll get an ad every now and then for some company that does like a PrEP medication. I forget what the actual brand is, but it's PrEP.
Yep.
And it's one of it's like any pharmaceutical ad where it's showing like smiling, happy people talking about their lives have been changed by this medication.
Yeah.
And so it's for like AIDS medicine, right? So you're seeing like two gay dudes sitting in a hatchback on a, like a rocky cliffside. They're
Yeah.
hiking, but then like the commercial will show you like different couples, and it's like some gay couples, but then also it'll show like a lesbian couple or just a straight couple, and
Yeah.
you just have to be like sure.
Yeah, it should be like two Philadelphia like Main Street people like tapping their veins couples to get
Yeah,
to do
it'll just be
drugs.
like two uh yeah, like two upper middle class lesbians in a house kissing each other, and they're like thanks to
Yeah.
whatever it's called, like HVACs or whatever, our lives are better than ever. And it's like what, we
Well,
just hypochondriacs or something.
what's funny, so when they first started, like, which was way back in Gen X, when they first started like the propaganda aspect of like television. So before the internet, when they did ads, they would like diversify television to an extent where, like we live within the United States, we're the majority, but globally, white people are the minority. But in the United States, but they would still have like a disproportionate amount of like people in, and that got further and further away. But now it's gone so far with them trying to not hurt people's feelings that it's just laughable. So it's like a home invasion, and it's like this really big, like multi-million-dollar mansion. It's like this black family, and then there's this like white skinny dude with a mask on trying to break in. So it's like it's gone so far that it's become like comical that you can't watch it and be like, you're saying because the white guy is the criminal and they're putting the black, you're pretty much saying that the black people are all criminals at this point because you flipped it so part, trying not to hurt their feelings. You've made it so absurdly whatever. So what is it? Are they the poor downtrodden minorities, or are they the rich multimillionaire? Like what? Like which one is it? And I don't know. It's just funny. I feel like that the propaganda has gone so far in the other direction that now you just know where the lie is because they have to push it so far to try to make you believe it, basically, where it's become satire almost now.
Yeah, those prep commercials. I was like, this is like a whitest kid you know sketch.
Yes,
Really
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so it goes so far. You're like, well, there's no gay people in this prep commercial now because they don't want to hurt gay people's feelings type situation. So it's like, it's virgin Christian nuns.
Dude, I remember
it's two nuns holding hands.
There was like
prep.
there was like a moment in time. I don't know if this is still happening, but like a few years ago, everybody in the country all of a sudden found out about poppers somehow, which is
probably from Zach Amico talking about it in a real ass podcast, I would assume.
But just like historically, like a gay party drug, like a gay guy inhalant.
Yeah, the only time I've literally ever heard about it was from Zach on
but then it started like making its way just to everybody. Hell, I've done them when I want to have gay sex.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get in the mood. You got to loosen up, drink a little MCT oil, take a popper or two.
Yeah, but here's the thing, and this is like where you get into this like
that's actually not sex advice. People don't do sodomy at home.
Don't do sodomy. Don't try sodomy at home.
Don't do sodomy at home, guys.
But this is where you get into that sort of like policing of reality for the betterment of just like people's feelings or whatever.
Yeah,
because dude, I like poppers are very bad for you. It's like akin to like whippets, where it's an inhalant, which you shouldn't do anyway. There's no like chemical you're gonna inhale that's gonna like benefit you, other than just like air. But there's no like bottle of chemicals that you bring, like you pump and you go.
Like what's his face when he gets that was a really good movie where the guy gets addicted to gasoline. I forget what it was. Seymour Hoffman.
Oh, Happiness.
Yeah, that was a good movie. I like
there's nothing you're gonna huff and then you're gonna be like, oh, I'm like better at algebra now. It's only going to like destroy brain cells, and I've tried inhalants, whippets and poppers.
Oh, actually, there is. You can take an inhaler for asthma. That's
positive. Albuterol, I guess.
Like the kid from
I remember a woman telling me this, and this is like a woman in her 20s at the time, that she had a conversation with her doctor where she like expressed to him like, oh, what do you think of poppers? Like, I keep seeing them at parties. I want to, is it safe to do poppers? And her doctor basically told her like, just, in moderation, which is like such bad medical practice to be like, yeah, just inhale, VCR cleaner. Yeah, make sure just do it responsible, like a fucking Miller Lite ad where he's like, "Please inhale responsibly." Was the doctor's advice, because, and I guarantee
he's probably like, "Listen, this dumb bitch is not going to listen to me anyways. Yeah, so maybe. Why don't I just tell her in moderation?"
But I guarantee,
and then maybe she will. And if I tell her no, she's be like, "Well, I'll show you."
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the reason, like, a doctor,
I'm sorry, a dumb Jezebel for the Bible study class.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the reason like a doctor would not like try to warn anyone about the dangers of poppers or steer them away from it
Yeah.
probably is because it's such like a so associated with like gay culture. It's just not even worth the headache of being late, being like potentially uh, chastised for being like small minded or homophobic in some way. Just
So
like, yeah,
it's just
go ahead
muscle
and
relaxers from huffing. So like your whole body has to relax. It's not just your
so
asshole, right? They don't have just asshole
it's not a muscle relaxer.
relaxing tech. So they have just asshole relaxing technology.
First
Dude, that
off,
is a miracle.
what it does is it gets you extremely high for about 30 seconds. It feels
Okay.
awesome.
Like how high though? Like dizzy? I imagine it's like dizzy, and I don't like that feeling.
Yeah, it's like a whip it, where it's just like
I've never done a whip it.
oh, so
I
it's
almost did a whip it once because I'm a fat guy at heart, and the whipped cream was gone, but not like on purpose. Like I was literally eating whipped cream out of the jar, and I ran out.
It's a
and I was
brief moment.
trying to get some, and I was like making myself a little lightheaded.
It's a brief moment of like euphoria combined with like complete disorientation.
So like when you're a little kid and you spin around in the merry-go-round and then try to get off.
Yes.
Okay.
But then what it also does is like expands your like blood vessels and capillaries and all that throughout your entire body,
that
including
sounds like it could be good for you. Or does that give like loosen plaque up or something and give you a stroke?
I don't know about that, but as far as like the gay reason for it is it does that in your ass as well. So I'm told it's like a you know a primer for sodomy. Like it makes sodomy easier.
Gotcha.
You know, it just creates a more like a smoother experience.
I've heard Ian Finance, Jewish man Ian Finance, talk about huffing spray toner when he was like really bad in whatever, and it had similar effects.
Sure.
Yeah, he felt like he was going to poop his pants.
I'm sure there's a number of chemicals you can huff that will open up your butt.
Yeah, so it must open all your sphincters though. So like, what else? Where are the other things? I guess they're inside, so you don't know that they're doing it.
Yeah, I think technically your pancreas or something.
So do your eyes get red like weed? Because like all the blood's flowing in them?
I don't think so, no. I don't know. I've only did it a couple times because like in New York, they're like most bodegas in New York will have like shelves of them. Like you'll see behind the counter, there'll be like 4 different shelves of different brands.
Is it just nitrous?
No,
because when I grew up and they had the concerts, people would do the balloons.
No,
bring the balloons in and do it.
It's a liquid chemical called amyl nitrate that you buy like a little bottle. It's like $9 for a little bottle, and you just unscrew the top off of it and just go take a quick little like a little sniffy.
Oh, and they actually sell it as cleaner or toner.
They sell it. I don't even know. Originally, it was labeled as something called VCR head cleaner. So it was made to just like label like the use of it, not for human consumption, was to clean out like certain components of a VCR. But now it's like this ambiguous, like the official use of it is like a very ambiguous reason. It just says like the main brand is called Rush.
Yeah,
they'll say like a red and yellow bottle that says Rush.
I actually
says like go get it, go get after it or something. It doesn't.
I'm getting flashbacks now of a real ass podcast episode where Allie Mae came on, and it was like 11 a.m. And to take the edge off, she's doing fucking poppers in Gas Digital Studio. So like it must be like a full body relaxation, or maybe you just get addicted to it and like you need to feel loose, and so you just take it again to feel normal.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's a full body.
Away.
It's a full body thing. Like your whole body feels warm and relaxed for like 30 seconds. It wears off really fast.
I remember this is the only thing I've never done any hard drugs. I've done weed, and I've done edibles, which is like the hardest drug I've ever done. Like,
hold on one second.
Yeah.
I don't know who this is. This sumo dog guy has been complaining. He says, "I don't think I can do this episode. Leave. Goodbye. Pound sand. I don't care. Like, there's people who come into this. This is free. This is like a completely free thing that's like of your own volition that you can tune into. If it's not tickling your fancy, leave. I don't need you. Goodbye."
So I don't really like Allie Mae. That's why I'm saying it's weird that she came up twice. I don't hate Allie Mae too. I'm not saying it like that, but it's funny that right before I got on Twitter, she was in my feed, whatever, and then I remember the Popper episode on Real Life Podcast. So I was just thinking if it was like addictive or not when somebody does it. Philly trash sounds like a Philly trash drug, basically.
Yeah, it's for gay people, you know.
Sodomites. So this is Bible study. Let's call them by their real name. Let's call them sodomites.
This was the other verse that was requested. 1 John chapter 2, verses 15 through 17.
Oh, I like this one myself.
Yes. Chapter 2, verses 15 through 17. Love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh and the lust of the eyes and the pride of life is not of the Father, but is of the world. Amen.
Amen.
Man, that's something we could all really attune ourselves to these days. We stand to drink in. Because I mean, we are living in a material world. Yeah. We're a bunch of material girls now.
This is one that I struggle with a lot, and I think everybody does. And my advice for something like this, because this is a very difficult one to do in today's world, is the reason people reread the Bible or they go over this stuff over and over again, because it's not a destination. So you don't get to be this perfect God or Jesus. He's showing you what the path would look like. You're working towards that, but you're going to fall off of it. So like, love not the world, neither things that are in the world. If any man love the world and love the Father, not in him, meaning like try to stay to the principles of the Bible and the morals and the ethics, but not like the material stuff. And you're going to slip. And then you got to pull yourself back. So it's like refilling an empty cup where you're working on it constantly and you're constantly pulling yourself back. I used to think it was a destination. Like you just get to self-esteem and you're like, okay, check, I'm happy. Check, I have self-esteem. Check, I see the world as God. And it's like, it's not like that. You forget, you remind yourself, you go to Bible study, you hang out with people that are positive, that remind you. And then you get back to your principles because you have so many distractions and temptations around you that it becomes difficult. And sometimes we forget. I do a grace prayer or meditation every night before bed, and I just lay down in bed. And it's like, if you lay there and you think of all the positive things in your life, you'll find them. So for me, I'm just like, man, I have such a cozy bed. I'm so blessed. I have a roof over my head. I had a great day today. I'm alive. I made it through a whole day. Like, even if you're sleeping on the street, you made it through the day. And that's something, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I've been there.
Yeah. Yeah. And so those are the things that's what I think this is talking about. Like, those are the things that you want to focus on, not like, oh, I didn't get the car. I didn't get this. I didn't get that. Like, I'm alive. I have my health. I'm working towards better. I'm so blessed in everything around me. And this is like every day is a gift.
Yeah.
And you fall away from it, but like, this is good to remind.
And this actually brings us to this. This fellow says, "A no gay crypto shit." So what we're talking about here is something I have to remind myself of because, like many people, I'm obsessed with money. Money's cool. It's awesome. Yep. And I want to be good at it. And so I've had lately, as many have had lately, is we're in a bull run. I've had some success with crypto, and I can feel myself getting pulled into the world.
Yeah.
and also the world of crypto, which is a very gay world to be. Dude, those guys are maniacs.
Yeah.
Like you're the most like rational, measured person I've met in that space. Everyone else is like full degenerates and also like racist, extremely racist, more than you. And even
I like to consider myself a realist, but
dude, like
okay.
all those, it's weird how like what we're talking about. Like you and I are able to like find a semblance of balance, like a grounding through Scripture, through God or whatever, in Jesus Christ, His Lord, His Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord and
Yeah.
Savior. But dude, it seems like there's a lot of these crypto guys I see, especially weirdly enough, all these different communities pop up surrounding a certain cryptocurrency. The Solana guys are, dude, like the dregs of our society. These are really disgusting, horrible people
Yes.
who have like devoted their existence to Solana.
So
And
if
meme
so
coins.
my friend Julia, who is like, it's Brave the World. She's no longer, she's married with kids living in Texas on a ranch, but it's Julia Travasky, I think her last name was. She's Polish, but she got me into crypto in about 2012, maybe 2014. And I forget where I was going. Oh, and so but she always says I spell state with a capital S because it's a new religion. And so when I see these crypto communities come up, people feel lost and they don't have a community. They don't have principles to grab to, either through philosophy, like Western philosophy and Socrates, which is very in line with Christianity when you study both of them heavily. So they're going to find a community, and they find that community in Solana or Dogecoin or whatever. That's their brethren, and it does become a religion to them.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I've almost doubled my initial investment in Dogecoin.
Hell yeah. I mean, heck yeah. I mean, yeah. So,
dude, everything is running like crazy right now. It's awesome.
so you can make no mistake. So this happens like once every 4 years. The halving happened. The next one will happen in 2028. But also, it was on the precipice of Trump winning. So you had the Bitcoin halving happened, the 4-year cycle, and Trump's election. So this is like, we're not going to see a run. We'll see a yearly run like from January to April during taxes when people are like moving stuff around. But you won't see another run like this until 2028. So I would recommend that everybody research in dollar cost average and learn the technology over the next 4 years, and then they'll make a lot of money on the run. But
I am curious, just a little quick tangent.
Yeah.
Folks, welcome to Idiot Investor. The one anomaly, the one I'm excited, like what I've been excited about, and I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm trying to temper my expectations because I know what it's like in the hard scrabble, high stakes world of finance. You can fill yourself up with hopium and get pretty burned. But the one anomaly does seem to be Ripple and XRP because of that court case that's been dragged out over the last several years with the SEC. That's finally coming to an end. So even as like everything is Bitcoin, everything's running, XRP's running like crazy right now.
Yeah.
It seems like also there's another element to the XRP, appreciation and value, just being that they've defeated the SEC, and there's this new administration coming out, and so it feels like maybe that one's a little bit different. Like it's not necessarily abiding just by the cycle, but also
yes,
there's an element of like catching up.
Yeah. So if we didn't just have the bull run cycle and we just had Trump win, that would have pumped. And then if you have the cycle, that would have pumped. And then if the SEC stuff ended, those cryptos would have pumped. And you got all three of them cultivating at the same time. That's why I'm saying I don't think we'll have another bull run like this probably ever. There'll be a big one in 2028 after the next rough halving of Bitcoin. It's when basically the scarcity happens because of mining or whatever. You can look it up. But the XRP, the ISO 222 is XRP, HBAR, Algo, IOTA, XDC,
XLM, is it XLM?
XLM, Stella, and then Quant, QNT.
Because the ones I've been looking
Oh,
at,
and then
maybe,
Cardona is ISO 222 compliant, but it's not technically in that that
because I've
sphere.
I've had a lot of people tell me the ones I've been looking at, maybe throwing in on as well, uh, are HBAR, XLM, and Algo.
So I really like HBAR. These are the ones that I'm heavily invested in. Is Quant, HBAR, and Algo. I have some XRP just because. So Algo is El Salvador's everyday spender. I'm sure people have heard that, like through Danny and if you're podcast fans, Danny, Ian Finance, and Ryan Long did a video about like crypto investors a while ago, and they're like, you can't even spend it. He's like, you can buy coffee in El Salvador with it. But El Salvador switched their reserve currency to Bitcoin, but their everyday spender, which is cheap because Bitcoin is like gold and it's expensive to transfer, is called Algorand. I tweeted out from James Loop this morning or yesterday when he talks about the dust in changing and stuff. And is you can trap yourself in a wallet where you can't get your profit out. And what I mean by that is you can make an initial investment into crypto when the fees are low, and then it rises up really high. But the market is so jammed with transaction that to get the money out that you need, the fees eat up the money you're trying to get out.
Yeah, like Ethereum has like the most fees.
Yes. So you have to not only get the profits at that time, but whatever. So the worst time to pull out money out of something like a Bitcoin or Ethereum is during a bull run or during a when it's jammed up because the fees are through the roof. So you're paying like I've paid $7 to $35 for an Ethereum trade before to get it off of that chain onto a cheap chain when things are driving. So it's like a huge ATM fee for gas fees because you have to pay to
To
get to the
like to
top
like
of the list.
move your Ethereum from a wallet to an exchange.
Just to move it from one wall to another, you pay like a $35 fee.
Right. Yeah, because
In Bitcoin too,
I was looking
because the
into that.
demand was super high and the supply of the to move it was low, so
Because
the fees go up.
I'm about to put all my shit on a cold storage,
Yep.
and I was looking into like, okay, so when I decide I want to sell anything, like what goes into that, and then I saw the breakdown, and like with Ethereum was the one that everybody was like, it's going to cost you like a lot of money just to move this around different
Yep.
wallets, but apparently the cool thing about XRP is it's like instant and almost like no transaction fees.
Yes, but it's centralized, which you have to be weary of because they can inflate and control and create it. It's not a decentralized currency. It's so Ripple and XRP are not the same. That was a huge problem, and they separated way early on in these things. So Ripple is the company, XRP is a separate token.
Mm-hmm.
They are affiliated, but they're not, and they're not because of the legal ramifications for the first battle that they won with the SEC, where they changed things around. But anyways, there's side chains, so I can show you how to do this in the future. But I moved my Ethereum onto base chain, and once you're on base chain, the fees are like pennies, like 5 cents, 6 cents to move stuff around. So I move stuff around all day for cheap. And you leave some Ethereum on your Ethereum wallet for fees, and then you move your main Ethereum over like a chain like base chain where it's cheap. And then when you want to pull profits, you don't put them back in your bank account. You switch them from Ethereum into USDC, and
Tether?
USDC is or USDT. Yeah, that's a stable coin, so it's pegged to $1. And then when you need to spend it in the real world, you can either back it all the way through and put it back on the exchange, or there's a site like Spritz Finance where for free, you could instantly deposit $999 within an hour into your bank account. So as long as you can do that every 24 hours. So as long as you don't need more than $1,000 every 24 hours, you can take your money off for free and almost instantly. And then if you go over that, it's like a 1% fee to pay bills and stuff like that. But I just put it into my bank account and I plan ahead and I move like $999 when I do it. Because if you do 1,000, it's 1%. But if you do $999, it's free.
Mm.
And so you just move that in right into your bank account with your routing information, and they run a company like that. So that way you can avoid all those fees, getting your money back in the real world. And there's a lot of real world companies like that now that interact. Like I could pay a Chase bill with crypto if I wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, I see a lot of guys now who have like just a couple bucks in their bank account, and then all their money is actually just in crypto.
I'm not exactly like that because I do run the Amazon business as well. So I have a lot of money coming in from there. Then that goes to my personal. But I keep a lot on the blockchain. And the reason I do is because of like my Twitter account. Like if for some reason somebody got froggy and wanted to friggin' debank me, like I could still I still have funds basically on the blockchain that
Right.
they wouldn't be able to get at. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That what we're talking about is all like super confusing for most people. Dude,
Yeah.
that's the
I
thing.
get that.
Because I mean, it being decentralized, like all this being even like something like XRP, which is technically centralized, the way you manage it still requires you to
Yes.
treat it as like you're your own bank.
Yes.
Because we talked about that like the thing that burned so many people was they wanted to actually like do banking with crypto, and then all those people lost their money in that FTX scam.
Yeah.
And so like the thing with crypto is you have to like understand, you have to become your own banking system.
Yeah. And so, like most things in the future, you won't have to do that. So, like Apple Pay, for instance, is Apple's adding BTC if they haven't already, and a
Yeah.
couple other coins. So, you'll be able to pay at the register with your Bitcoin and allow a third party to hold it. And some people, like boomers and like people that aren't tech savvy that want to get into that, will just let corporations, whatever. So a large portion of society will still be like they'll still choose that a corporation is their shepherd.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Oh, dude.
that's fine, because as long as it's circulating and you and me have options to control our own, then we can control our own.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be. I'm excited for tomorrow because we'll see what happens, But I think what we're talking about is there's going to be a big run like that tomorrow because the CEO of Ripple is going on 60 Minutes to talk about XRP.
Oh, well,
So
nice.
all these like
Yeah.
upper crust boomers who have never heard of this shit
Yeah.
are all of a sudden going to be introduced to this new like digital asset they've never heard of.
Yeah,
They
they're
want
all
to get
gonna
in on it.
call up. They're gonna call up Robinhood or Bank of America, and they're gonna buy it through probably their IRA or whatever on their whatever.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
I talked to guys at the casino that are like, so first of all, the casino and people like, you do finance, and I was like, yeah, I don't look like a finance guy to you. What's wrong with you? But all the boomers are like, oh yeah, I'm in crypto too. And then I talked to them, and basically they just have money on like their Bank of America account, in like,
Yeah.
which I understand. Like that's where you start, but that's where they finish. They have
Right.
like, they own a bunch of stocks. They added some crypto, and they're like, yeah, I'm in crypto too. I'm a pretty much like on the cutting edge technology.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting on my wallet to get here so I can get it off the exchange.
So I'm gonna go back. So I remember there was an episode of Crowder Boys. I think it might have been Robbie jumping in, but Robbie said that he didn't like crypto because he felt like people were stealing from one another. And
That's called the market.
well, here's the thing. I actually agree with Robbie. So one of the reasons that I don't day trade, and because the money is the root of all evil, But that's not the full quote.
Oh yeah, we just did what we were talking about. We got lost in the world. We were talking about crypto. We're back to God now. We get back on the path.
Let me get the full quote up here. For the love of money is the root of all evil, which some will covet it after. Wait, that's not the one that I wanted.
Dude, I can't believe
it's not that money is the root of all evil. It's the love of money is the root of all evil.
Yes.
And so, but I do DeFi because I provide a service. So the service I provide is when people want to trade crypto, they need it there. Or if they need to pay their employees, if they need to switch over or whatever, I'm the middleman that's keeping my money there for them to use. So I provide a service. And then I do lending and borrowing, which also allows people to borrow and lend from the liquidity that I'm providing. And then I get it paid at interest from the website.
Decentralized usury.
Yes. And yes, I guess so. Yes, there's an interest on it. But for me, I'm providing a service that people can come into voluntarily. The reason that I don't like to do the day trading and I don't like to do the pump and dumps and the meme coins is because somebody's getting held. You're just basically shearing your fellow man. So whoever gets in last doesn't get any money, and I'm just taking somebody else's money without providing a service.
Day trading for day trading to exist, for it to actually work, it requires this constant like shifting of liquidity.
Yep.
So there's always like entrance liquidity and exit liquidity with day trade. Like if you study like technical analysis, you'll see like the top of a chart where anyone who knows what they're doing they sell off, and you'll see that candlestick just shoot down while it's looking for new liquidity.
Yes.
And so then it'll shoot down to a new entrance point. Probably the people who just sold are going to buy back when it gets low enough.
Yeah. So the sickness that you mentioned earlier, like in the Solana group, which is one of the huge meme coin places, is that those guys truly just have a love of money and understanding of how to steal it from one another. So it's just basically a big gambling community where they're just gambling and stealing from one another. And Solana does have utility coins and utility projects, but most of what's going on in Solana is people taking the new inexperienced people's money from one another, and it's a very evil, dirty place.
Who knew the Hawk Tua girl was such a crypto genius?
Oh, so here's the thing:
that she was able to pull off that scheme.
So I mean, if you want to get into this a little bit, I went and I looked at the white papers from what I could find that was open, and I looked at some of the contracts from the Hawk Tua whatever when it got launched. I mean. I'm not even sure people lost their money. I think it might even be a joke. Like I just can't see. I can't wrap my head around that anybody would put in that. Like you'd have to be a complete idiot. Like if you know enough to get your money on there to buy it, then I don't understand how you could be so dumb to buy it.
I'm degens, maybe like just people who are doing that anyway. Like still just like gambling anyway, just being like, let's see if I can make money on this.
Yeah. So the way that it works is their white paper is basically like, so say we started a corn-fed crypto, right?
Mm-hmm.
Corn-fed. What we would do is we would put together a white paper that says you guys are basically investors in CoinFed, and we have our wallets that we would disclose to you and say, this wallet right here is Sal's wallet. This is Dalton's. This is mine. This is John Hall's or whatever's wallet. And then you could see the smart contract attached to that with a date on it. And so the Hawk Tua main wallet and a couple of other main wallets for that thing all had a 3-year lock on it, which means they would get coins in there, but they couldn't pull any of them out for 3 years. So that was true. From what I can tell, the tokenomics and the smart contracts did lock those original wallets for 3 years. However, The seed wallets, which are the wallets you just you're supposed to either randomly or distribute the coins to disperse the rest of the coins that are printed before the ICO, which is the initial coin operating, where people can buy in from third parties. Those were the wallets that insiders got. So as soon as the money came in during when the coin launched, the people that had those contracts that weren't attached to the locked 3-year period were selling and stealing. So I think that obviously she's not some super genius crypto whatever that did any coding.
I mean, I'm surprised that she was able to manufacture all this.
I think that I think she's a complete patsy in that somebody saw that she makes a lot of money and they're like, oh, we can get rich off her and she'll be the patsy, and she's dumb enough to fall for it. So the guys that came to her to put the idea together and do the coding and told her all this stuff, they're the ones that lied to her. And
yes,
and she just said, okay, sure. Do I need to suck your dick? And they were, I'm sorry. Do I need to sodomize you?
Do I need to spit on that thing?
Do I need to spit on you? And they're like, no, we'll take care of all that for you, miss. And so, but I think that's the misconception from what I could saw. So maybe those people did hand her off the money in the background once they pulled it. But from what I could see with the white paper and the audits that they put out, the original wallets that they claimed were going to be locked for 3 years were still locked. But there was just these other wallets that were seeded, which means that the other coins get distributed in. Those are the ones that pulled everybody's money and rugged everybody. So I don't know what that means. It's a dumb idea.
Yeah, I still don't really understand how it worked. How like they're able to pull it off. I know it's a pump and dump scheme.
It happens all the time.
I know. Yeah, I hear about it every day.
Literally 12-year-old kids.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw. When I saw that, I didn't even understand what he had done. Like, apparently, there's like people buying a coin he made, but I guess he own like being the guy who made the coin, he owns most of it. So he just went ahead and sold all of his shares.
So it's all open source. If you want to start a coin on the blockchain, you can literally go find any meme coin, copy it, go in and then edit and say, like, every time that it says Doge, change it to Dave. And then it would just change that coding for you and everything. And then you put it on the blockchain, you register it. The difficulty is to get it set up someplace and know where to post it so people are interested in it and they start putting money into it.
That's the other thing.
That's the hard part.
I don't understand where people are even doing this. Like,
that's what I'm saying about Hawktua. Like, the intelligence to know how to get there, but the stupidity to think you're not going to get rugged. That's what I can't fathom.
Because like you would have to, because like you have your main exchanges like crypto.com or Coinbase or Binance or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you also have like I guess like all these meme coins are on the Solana blockchain. So like if you put like some Solana into like a Phantom wallet, you can access this other exchange for meme coins.
Yeah.
But like the amount of like just the amount of steps that it takes to know how to even get there, just the different alleyways and back avenues that you have to traverse online to even find that exchange. I am, incredulous as to whether or not the Hawktua girl would even know how to do that.
Yeah, so I know how to do that stuff. Like, I know how to like with Solana, you just already said it or whatever, but like the Phantom wallet is the main meme coin wallet that everybody hooks up to the Solana network. And then if you know about a coin really early, they usually have a website with the white paper. And then you can buy right there on the website if you have that wallet attached. If not, you have to go to these like really they're like well known. Like one of them is called Guacamole. It's guac.gg. And that has a bunch of like new coins on it all the time. There's like a bunch. There's hundreds of them. And what the thing is, we could within like I could go and copy this code, put it up there, download some clip art, and do all this stuff. Give it a wacky name and put it on there. That's not it. You have to have some sort of scammy marketing following, or put it in wallets that are like whales, so that people think that this is a good coin to buy, to start getting people to pump the money in, so that the
Yeah.
price goes up. That's
You,
where
you have
where
to
it
be able
gets
to
hard.
make. You have to be able to like manufacture a scam and promote it to people, and like and just, like, get enough people to gamble on it so that you can run your pump and dump.
I haven't been reading the chat, but I think it's funny that I brought up Allie Mae twice, and it's like an hour later, and they still think that I'm loving Allie Mae.
Dude, even the oh yeah. even the DeFi wallet for like the hot wallet for crypto.com, which is called like crypto.com on chain.
Yeah,
Has
I
a
see that in a lot of the Web3 sites I go to. You can click right in with your either your Coinbase or your crypto.com wallet
yeah,
on some of the
like
higher ends. Yeah.
the crypto hot wallet has a thing you can, like a tab you can click called Degen Arcade, where they even like let you just gamble.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. We got a $1 from William Allman. Yeah, I would. By the way, this is not
Hell yeah. Heck yeah, William.
this is not financial advice. I would not recommend anybody gamble on meme coins.
No.
I would suggest, like, if you're going to do crypto, it's utility over memes any day.
Yeah. So, like we were saying, this is Bible study. So, it's the love of money. Money in currency should be a byproduct of doing things for your fellow man. So, if you provide service for your fellow man, such as a entertaining podcast that you're hanging out, then you give super chats voluntarily. It's called alms and tides that come in to individuals that are providing the community when you can. But if you're stealing from your fellow man, like meme coin pumps and stuff, and it gets a little bit tricky with the when you're actually investing in projects that have utilities. So, like, if you're putting into XRP and other people are putting in, and then you need to get your investment back, you're technically taking it from other people. But when you're just doing meme coins and there's no utility, all you're doing is stealing money from everybody here and there.
Right.
William is re-anti Dalton.
Oh, yes. Oh, nice. $10. Tried to do 10. Sorry, but what happened to that Segura NFT thing? There was a time when
William Almond.
there was a time when a number of like celebrities, like not just like internet people, but people with like talent agents and managers, like legitimate celebrity entertainers, were getting into. Dude, I remember like months ago, I saw Bob Odenkirk tweet out that he was doing Saul Coin, like Saul Good, like a Better Call Saul Coin.
Yeah,
and I was like, I wonder if he has any clue what he agreed to when someone approached him with this.
So Brett still has Brett Coin, the comedian there from New York City that does the podcast with that professional lady, the professional nude lady.
Oh,
the Jezebel there.
Oh,
so he's you know who he is. He wears a tuxedo sometimes, but he has a podcast with a 50-year-old porn star that's retired. She actually looks good for her age, and she's actually business savvy. I don't really.
Wait, is this Aaliyah Janine?
I have no idea.
No, probably not.
We talked about him before. He's like the only comedian in New York City named Brett. He's tall and lanky. Chat, help us out here. Well, anyways, he has a coin out, and basically the idea is like if people hold on to the coin and it goes up and his career goes up, then and more people know about it, then they can ride along and help him in his career, fund projects and stuff. And when all that stuff was going on with people getting meme coins or whatever, I mentioned to Lewis a couple of times that like you could do actual NFTs for Gas Digital. So when you get your membership to Gas Digital, it would be an NFT that you hook up to the site, which was a membership that you could sell. And if you sold like special memberships, you could have a Zach Amico, a Kim Congdon, a Luis Gomez, a Big J Okerson NFT, and it would give you certain privileges. Like once a year, you get to like go out to dinner in New York City with Luis Gomez and like talk business if you own his NFT. And if he got more and more popular, then when you could sell that for more and more money to somebody that would want to eat lunch with Lewis every year.
Right.
And if he gets less popular, you would lose money and no one would want to buy it from you. And you might not even show up or want to eat. And then the other problem is like Lewis would probably blow you off and not ever go to dinner with you even after you bought the NFT.
Yeah, it's funny seeing like, because I see Lewis getting into crypto. It's somebody made a funny comment one time where they said Lewis even mentioning the word Solana is the top signal.
Yes,
sell. By the time Lewis utters the word Solana, that means it's time to dump your Solana.
So I've been like, I play poker. Like I take months off at a time, but I always play poker to get out of the house. And during the winter, I play more because it's cold here and it's a good way for me to get out and hang out with the boys. And everybody's like, oh, what do you do? And I mention sometimes that I do crypto DeFi, and no one gives a crap. Their eyes glaze over. But like the past month, I don't even want to go play poker because every time I go in there, they're like, oh, you see this? You see this? Have you heard of this meme coin? Have you heard of this? Everybody just wants to talk about to me. And they're like, are you buying? You're buying? And I'm like, I'm selling. Like I'm watching my stuff go out and I'm laddering out as you guys are buying in. It's like a sell signal to me that when I go to the thing, that's all everybody talks about. So like the greed level is through the roof.
Yeah, because you got in so early that you're at a good sell point.
I sold probably too early. I didn't think that it was going to get pumped this big, but I did have Bitcoin at 120 during the bull run. I just didn't think it was going to hit this early.
I'm gonna hold until at least the inauguration, like everything.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we're gonna see like some pumps and some dips in the meantime, but then I think like the inauguration is gonna be it's gonna push the gas pedal on all this, and then we're gonna see like the actual alt season is upon us.
Yeah, I changed some of my system and my percentages to be a little bit higher for next year. And I'm still making a ton of passive income from my stuff that comes in. So that stuff just gets dollar cost averaged in. So if it's high or low, I'm get to put that into crypto. And then I'm making money in the lending and borrowing. So it stings a little bit because I was in a lot of these currencies when they were like a nickel, and I'm watching them now like go into like the dollars.
Yeah.
And I do have a little bit left, but if I held it the whole time, I would have like
I've been
400x. But at the same time, then I would be crazy because you have to pull profits. Like what kind of psycho holds it forever? You have to sell at some point.
Yeah. I mean, there's people who did that with Bitcoin. I mean, there are people who held Bitcoin even through 10, 20, 30K all the way up till now who still are not selling or I don't know what they're doing with it. Like,
so with the new technical analysis now and the way I look at it, I do think I don't want to make a huge judgment call, but I do think we'll see $1 million Bitcoin in my lifetime.
Yeah, I see people say that it's still early for Bitcoin, that it's still a good time to just go ahead and start DCAing into Bitcoin each paycheck.
Yeah.
So that when it hits 1 million, you'll still have made like a lot of money on it.
Yeah, if everybody's on the computer here, if you don't have like a spreadsheet operation service, so you don't want to use Google, you can download Libra.org and you can download docs in spreadsheets. All you need to do is put the name of the crypto and when you got in and the price that you bought it at and how much you bought. You can do a little bit more and like figure out the percentages and stuff. And then when next time you buy it, you can just go onto ChatGPT and say, hey, I own 0.002 ETH that I bought for when it was at 3,000. Now I'm buying 0.00521 ETH that's at 4,000. What's my dollar cost average? And it can tell you. And then you just put that on to your spreadsheet. Here's my average thing. Here's how much I own. And it can just do that with all your cryptos. And if you know spreadsheets a little bit more, you can figure out your profits and percentages or whatever. But if you don't, you at least know your dollar cost average, and you can just ask ChatGPT, say, hey, I own this much and this, and it's gone up to this. Like, how much profit do I have? And you'll write your original money that you pay in the end. And that's all I do. And then you can, without knowing the math now, you can ask ChatGPT to figure it out for you pretty easily.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
the exchange will also just tell you that.
Well, once you start putting in your own wallets and everything, you have to take care of your own DCA.
Sure.
There's other sites like DBank and stuff where you could do it, but I like to keep it as much stuff as possible offline, like in my own control.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, crypto is pretty cool. I think like the thing where a lot of people benefit from crypto right now is that still almost no one knows what it is or how it works.
Yep.
So not a lot of people have like discovered that there's this new way to make a lot of money that's not nowhere near as risky as the stock market.
Yeah, I mean, and I get it because like I said, I knew about this since 2012. I should be a multimillionaire, but I was so stubborn that I didn't get in. And so when I'm like tweeting underneath you, like the cartoon from South Park where he's beating the horse and I'm telling you to get into crypto, I'm doing that like jokingly but lovingly because I was the same way. I had to hear it 100 times before I got in. And then once I got in, I was like, oh, this is so much easier than I thought it was. Like I was making myself overwhelmed by for no reason.
Yeah, well, because like the thing with utility cryptos, at least,
Yeah.
is like philosophically the idea behind them, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Solana, any one of these, is that they're digital assets. They're like more like commodities.
Yeah.
Whereas stocks and all that are like securities. Like stocks are made to be like held and then sold for profit, and they're not like a store of value.
Yeah.
Whereas a crypto is like much more better.
Yeah.
Is like an actual
That's the technical. That is financial advice.
Yeah,
if you're
it's a
listening.
more better and egalitarian, like a populist way of doing investing. Like it's accessible by everyone. There's no barrier of entry.
Yeah.
And you can
and you can buy fractions.
You can buy fractions of it. You can buy as little as much as you want. And if you just sit on it, like I do months and months ago, I bought like a smattering of cryptos.
Oh.
It like at the time I bought them at the worst time because it was during a bull run because I didn't know what I was doing. But even now, all of them are making money now. Like Doge, AVAX, Ethereum, Bitcoin, XRP.
This too shall pass. So just make sure you have some plans. And if you don't, that's okay, because sometimes the plan is that you lose it all. So you learn not to do that next time, and you need to experience that.
Sure.
Yeah.
I got my plan right now, real quick. I gotta
Just
go pee. I gotta pee. Okay. So vamp for the people.
Actually, I'm gonna present a song. Can I present the screen here?
Go ahead and throw it up, and then I'll put it in the thing.
Window here.
Click present.
Entire screen. No, just window. I guess this. No, we'll do this here. I'm gonna play.
This is us.
Yeah. So is it a blue screen now?
No. You just made the infinity.
Okay, hold on. What about this? I want to play a YouTube video.
Okay. Do you have the sound sharing? Yeah, sure. You make sure you share the sound.
Let me see here.
Click present. Click where it says present.
I'm showing. Yeah, I already did that. It says stop sharing is all I can do.
Oh.
So
Well,
hold on,
click.
let me
I
stop
don't know. I
sharing.
don't know if you have the sound on, but just make sure you have the sound on if you're going to play a video.
Yeah.
Does it say share screen sound?
Yes, share screen, and let's share this.
Okay, go. Okay, so go ahead and throw it back up, and then I
Let's
really have to go pee.
okay, share this.
We'll talk about my pee
Is that my
problem.
YouTube? Is the YouTube channel? Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna
Okay,
share this. What's the name of that music song that I've been listening to
music
here?
song.
I've been listening. What's that song I sent you in the? I'll look at the
Look
messages.
at look at. I got. I really. I'll
Yeah,
be
go
right back.
pee. Go pee. We're gonna have a guys. Get ready for some music here. Oh yeah, this is it, baby. Norman Green Bomb, Spirit in the Sky. Have you guys heard this? Have you heard this? Check out Cornfed Bible Study. That was Norman Greenbaum, Spirit in the Sky from 1970. Thank you so much. How do I?
We've
Okay.
listened. We've actually listened to that before here. The
All right, I
roast
gotta
song.
turn this off. Hold
That's a good song, dude.
on.
I've been having pee problems lately because dude, I'm worried because the other day I was bending down to look at some bread on the shelf at the
Okay.
store,
Yeah.
and
They
I
always
felt
put the bread at the bottom. Yeah.
yeah, and I felt something pull in my back. Like I just felt this real tight, sharp, like jolt of pain.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh shit, something just happened.
Is your sciatica?
No, I've
Yeah.
never had anything like that. Just from like doing nothing, just like bending down, I felt something pulled, and then ever since then, I've had like this like dull aching pain in my lower back, and I cannot stop pissing.
Really?
Yeah, and so I looked it up, and according to Google, I either have diabetes, a kidney stone, prostate cancer, or a spinal injury.
Hmm.
So we'll see what happens.
So yeah, none of that's good. I know that peeing a lot can. Have you drank any of your urine? Does it taste sweet?
It's yeah,
I know that.
my pee is tasting like Kool-Aid these days.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to check it. Like if you don't have health care, just give it a little.
You know what's funny? I just because I make too much money now. I make over $17,000 a year. So if I to have health care, I have to get it through my work. And like a couple weeks ago, I just signed up for my work health care, which is United.
Oh, really?
I pay
No,
like
no
I pay like
affiliation to no affiliation to the current New York, either of the New York guys.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, yeah, it is that
yeah,
insurance
yeah.
company, but I mean, now I pay almost $300 a month for probably less coverage than I would get with Obamacare.
Yeah, I lived in Massachusetts when Romney Care started, and my insurance just went downhill, downhill, downhill until they were like, "Well, now you have to go on Romney Care." And I was like, "Oh, this is your plan all along." Is like they just created the regulations so that I couldn't afford my private insurance anymore. And then I had to go on, I think it was called Mass Common. They had like different stages. And like if you had like an actual job with money, there was a high tier that you would go on. And it's like, oh, so now I just have worse insurance that costs me the same amount of money through the government because I can't afford private insurance anymore. So it's like great system.
Yeah,
So I'm assuming that's what like Obamacare is like now.
because well, Medicaid actually has like okay coverage for being free insurance.
Yeah.
Like if I go like as far as because my big issue has been mental health, obviously. It's like very good at like covering mental health stuff. Like if I go see a therapist that's approved, like in network or whatever, it's like $5 out of pocket, you know.
Whenever I hear you say mental health, it just reminds me of like British comedy. Mental. I'm going mental because everything's mental. Mental. I'm
Yeah.
going mental.
But yeah, with this new insurance I have, it's like I forget what it's like an $800 deductible.
Yeah.
And with like a maximum I forget, like maximum out of pocket is like $1,800 or something like that.
Right.
I don't know. It's just under the problem. Honestly, the biggest problem with health insurance, more than like deductibles or premiums, or what it costs is how bafflingly confusing it is.
Yeah, and it's crazy now. Growing up, you could just buy it like a product anywhere or get it through work. Now there's only certain times of the year you can buy it.
Yeah, you have to wait till like open enrollment.
Yeah, you have to like yeah, so it's like this just seems weird. And then if you miss that, you're like, yeah, you just don't have insurance. So you can wait till open enrollment happens again. But back to your health stuff, you think maybe you're just dehydrated? Like when I don't drink enough water, I get like the urge to pee. Um, so like,
Yeah,
are you having
maybe
full pisses? Like,
I may not be drinking enough water because like I'll drink water like first thing in the morning I drink a glass of water and then I have some coffee and then throughout the day I it's like mostly Coke Zero and then just like every now and then I go, oh shit, I forgot to drink water, and I have
yeah,
another glass. So maybe it may just be that I'm only drinking like 2 glasses of water a
you're
day.
on a water fast.
Oh yeah, I'm on a water fast, and then,
Yeah,
and then like most of my fluids throughout the day are Coke Zero and coffee. So
yeah,
it could just be. Now I'm saying it out loud. I feel like if you drink a lot of Coke Zero and coffee throughout the day, that probably will make you have to pee a lot.
yeah,
So it could just be that.
yeah. So, what you were saying
I'm
earlier
I'm
about
also
pulling your back out, uh, I've only heard this people mention this a couple times, so maybe this is like a unique experience. It stinks, but like, have you ever had like I don't even know what it is. All like this happens to me like once a year, maybe once every 2 years. All of a sudden, I get an excruciating cramp pain, but it's in like my taint or like my asshole. It feels it feels like an imaginary finger just went like this, and you're like, oh.
I know
And
I
it
think I
lasts like
know
3 seconds, and it's
I
the most excruciating pain. I thought that's what you're gonna say. It's like an anal cramp inside.
I know the kind of sensation you're talking about. Where just like randomly out of nowhere, so like you some weird pain will pop, like will happen in an area that you've never felt it before. And you go, "What was
It
that?"
yeah, it feels like a this one feels like a burning like steak or something, like a hot needle or something. And it's like a cramp, and I think it's like you know, it's in like my guts, and then it goes away. But when it happens, it's the most excruciating pain. It just I think what it's just like a foot cramp or a calf cramp, but like for your your sodomite hole,
Hmm.
your sodomy hole, dude. Yeah. So I thought that's what you were gonna say.
Yeah, I don't know.
My
I'm
prostate's gotten
also
in much better that I've been eating healthy, drinking right, taking my supplements. My prostate is getting much better as I've aged now. I had a problem like in my late 40s. Now I sleep through the night, dude, uh, and only get up in the morning to piss. And I was getting up like 3 times in the night for a while.
yeah.
Yeah. So are
I'm
you
also
getting up at
like
night?
another like I think another factor is like I'm unbelievably stressed these
Yep.
days because I have like a very busy, high demand like what's demanded of me at my job
Yep.
like is very like stressful. I have a heavy workload, so like the 8 hours I'm at work, technically nine when you factor in my unpaid lunch break, is just nonstop,
Yeah.
and it's like so. Even though like I work from home and I just like sit in a chair and take phone calls, it's just like so busy and so like demanding that I'm like constantly stressed because I have these like quotas I have to hit every
Yeah.
month. That if I don't meet these like if I don't hit these certain numbers, I get a talking to and I'm on the chopping block and they might take away my $15 an hour job.
That's why the super chats are important, guys. If
The
you want
super
Dalton to
chats.
be your full time monkey dancing for you on the screen, so he doesn't have to work for the corporate man
Mhm.
anymore, you
Well,
got to
I'm
super chat.
experimenting with also like streaming more. I did it like a week or two ago where I was doing streams every day of the week, and I'm gonna like try and keep doing that. I just got to figure out how I want to structure it so that I can open up more opportunities for super chats throughout the week.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like funny how you like become you like bend your knee for a job in life. You know, you stress yourself out and like desperately want to cling to a job, It's like the job I have, like my hourly is dog shit. My hourly is only like $15. My money is in the commission. My commission's uncapped, so like if I do a really good job, I make a shitload of money at the end of the month. But that's a lot of work. It's very stressful.
So I can say that the stress, yes, a lot of it is, I'm not going to be patronizing and saying none of it has to do with the job, because when you're living like paycheck to paycheck and you're trying to get out of that cycle and you're trying to save and you're trying to figure out how like everybody's surviving. And I mean, even myself, and I make what I consider pretty good money. I look around the world and I was like, where are people getting all this money to do all these things? They got to be broke. They got to be broke. Yeah. And so, but one thing I can say is like, I have a good savings. I have a good monthly income. If I showed you what I was making, like in my things, you'd be like, oh God, dude. And I still have a scarcity mentality where I am concerned and worried
Hold
that I
on.
might end up back on the streets.
$10 from Broseph Smith. Here's to list back and anus pain. Thank you. Well, the scarcity mentality, you got to have a little bit of that. It's good to have to just like make sure you live below your means. Because
there's some poor people that don't even care. They like live in a house, the lights are getting shut off, and like I'll get them turned back on, and
that's what I'm saying.
I'll call Dalton and get my lights turned back
something what you're talking about, where you look around and you go, how are people affording to like constantly be taking trips and do this and that? It's like, yeah, they're just over leveraging. They're living way above their means. Yeah. Their life is lived on credit and debt, and they're just like not. Either they don't care about it, or they don't know what they're doing, or what. Because I've done that. I've like lived
when I was
means,
younger, I did it like out of necessity, and then you finally get a breath, and you can look around, and then you can like get in front of it and make plans so you can make more money because you have more time to concentrate. If you can get to that point,
I think. Well, also I think with age just comes like either like a resilience or just more of a willingness to do what needs to be done. Because like when you're young, it's like you in your teens and 20s, you're like, oh, I need to make the most, have fun with my youth, or whatever horse shit you think you believe in. And then like as you get older, you go, oh man, I fucked up. And so then it just becomes like you understand the job that needs to be done, like what you actually have to do, and it's easier to just like put your nose to the grindstone and just say like, well, there's something better on the other side of this hope, I think, if I just like keep working and like trying to do the right things. That like if I live a very like reserved life, just like a scarce existence for a little while, there's prosperity on the other side of that.
I grew up like raised by my grandmother, my female cousins, my aunt, my mother. I had male role models, but my father worked a lot, and my cousins were male, but all they do is beat you up. So like most of my time was spent like learning from women. So when I got into my 20s, I was a mess because I was like a slave to my emotions. And so I would go to work and I would be like, oh, I don't want to be here. I hate this. And I just like pity party for me, like in my emotions. And then the day would drag on and on and on. And now that I'm older and like, I guess it's masculine and stoicism. Like I just wake up at like 5 and it's like 17 degrees out, and something switched in my head where it's just like, yeah, don't even worry. Just ignore your emotions. You have to clean the snow off the car. Like, so just go out in the fucking cold, clean the snow off.
Mm-hmm.
And when you just have that mindset where you're just going to do it anyways, it's so much easier than when you were getting yourself worked up emotionally. It gives you all sorts of anxiety, for me at least.
Yeah.
I mean, now I just do stuff that would seem miserable that I doesn't even bother me, when I was doing stuff that was less miserable before, and to be bothered because I was just all in my feelings like a little Jezebel about it.
I mean, I'm up at 5 I'm checking the Robinhood app, checking the crypto exchanges, seeing what the money's looking like, how much I'm losing, how much I'm winning.
So you and me have a lot in common. Like, so I stopped seeing, so people are like, oh, you're depressed, oh, you're manic, whatever. so I'm usually calm and relaxed and then manic. And I don't think of it like that. I think of it as like I get into these flow states. So I will get up tomorrow like it's Christmas morning at 5. I jump out of bed, I come in here and I check my crypto. And it's exciting to me. And a lot of people are like, how do you do it? And so I just stopped looking at what they were labeling as like manic and just be like, I'm energetic and highly focused on stuff.
I'm
And I
making
put
a
positive spin.
shitload of money.
Yeah.
It's just sitting there making like crazy money. So I'm
And so,
excited.
yeah. So, I mean, I'm at the point now where I get up based on my heart rest, which is usually between like 4:30 and 5:30 in the morning based on my workout. But then I have timers for 9 a.m., 12 p.m., 3 p.m., 6 p.m. And that's when I check my crypto. Because if not, I will be on my phone watching bubbles like that for no reason, stressing myself out.
Oh, I'm looking at tickers all day. Like if it's
Yeah.
not
There's something I
crypto,
like about it, but it wears you down.
sometimes I feel like I'm tuning into like I'm starting just by staring at a chart all day.
Yeah.
I'm like I can see I'm connected to the technical
I'm
analysis.
pretty much Neo, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
like
following the white rabbit.
there's been times I've been looking at like stocks on the Robinhood app, and I'm like, I am the market.
I'm Joe List doing an act out on the regs. I'm really good at it. That's Neo. Sorry.
But
Yeah.
like the because I've been trying to like it's a lot of like just astrology basically, but there is some you can better do risk management by like studying technical analysis, especially if you're going to try and do like day trading or swing trading.
Yeah, we talked about this in DMs a little bit where when you go into TA, you think it's going to be all science and numbers and robotics. And really what you're doing is you're trying to understand the social fear and greed of people and
It's
how
pattern. Yeah, it's like
in the
patterns.
Yeah.
They actually have like names for all like when you look at those like candlestick charts.
Yeah.
There's like a bullish butterfly or a cup and handle, a bull pennant.
I just had an upward. I just charted an upward flag and I posted it like on Twitter yesterday, the day before, and it's basically upward, a consolidation pattern on the way down, and then when it hits the consolidation, it shoots straight up. That was supposed to happen.
3 rivers in a valley.
Yeah, I put it in there like that, and it did happen. And so I posted it, being like, "This is pretty cool. Like, I actually got one." I sorry. I don't know why this was in my mind earlier, but when you were saying you were sleeping, I was dying laughing. So when you and Sal were talking about how it's sad that you have to sleep on your stomach, but dude, when you were talking about that the other day, I was cracking myself up because I'm Gen X, and I'm so homophobic that I can't sleep on my stomach.
Oh Jesus!
Like in my head, I feel like my house is gonna get barged and I'm gonna get anal raped by a gay guy. I shit you not. Like, this is not a joke. this is true. This is true. Biology kicking in or whatever. Chat, let me know if you have this. Like, I can't sleep in my stomach because I feel like I'm gonna get my ass is gonna get molested.
Yeah, that just
you don't have that.
Very
like,
irrational fear.
I know it's irrational, but I can't sleep in my stomach because of that. So when Saul was like, "Where are your arms?" and you're like, by my side, I'm just thinking, dude, I could never do that because if my arms are like this by my side, how would I stop the perpetrator from anally penetrating me in my sleep?
Yeah, Drew says I'm waiting. Dave, you should be in fear.
No, boo.
Let
me see.
What is this? This last verse. Let's get into.
Let's go to John 15, 1 through 5.
John 15, John chapter 15, verses 1 through 5. I am the true vine, and my Father is the husbandman. Every branch in me that beareth not fruit, he taketh away, and every branch that beareth fruit, he purgeth it, that it may bring forth more fruit. Now ye are clean through the word which I have spoken unto you. Abide in me, and I in you, as the branch cannot bear fruit of itself, except it abide in the vine. No more can ye, except ye abide in me. I am the vine, ye are the branches. He that abideth in me, and I in him, the same bringeth forth much fruit. For without me, ye can do nothing. Amen.
Amen.
So we're all fruits.
So the Bible confuses me a lot. This is why I wanted to do this study. I would like to. So I think we have decent chemistry. I know it's like 2.5 hours in or whatever, and you're trying to stream all the time. I would like to try to take this, have fun with this, bring people here and take this serious and go over some verses. Would this be something that you'd be interested in repeating and trying to
I'm down.
fun?
I'm down to do some of these with you.
That's good to hear because I bought a monk hood and I want to wear it.
That sounds cool. I want to get one.
Dude, I'm gonna get one and I'll buy you one and we can wear monk hoods, dude. It's all brown and they got the hood, dude.
Oh yeah. So that's actually like one of the things when I'm like trying to collect my mind, like gather my mind together.
Yeah.
Speaking of monks, there's like okay, hold on.
I'm gonna show you the one that I got. I'll link it. I'll link it in the private chat, and then you can pull it up on the.
I'm trying to remember what it is. I was gonna show you. You just reminded me because like I love monastic life, and there's this band I really like. That's they're called Ohm.
I put the link to the one that I bought in the private chat, and if we do this, we can have a lot of fun and teach the Bible. And I'll buy you one of those. I'll send one of those to your house. We can both wear those for Bible study.
I would love to wear a monk's robe,
dude. How comfortable must that be, dude?
That's the thing about being a monk that's always like attracted me.
Yeah,
is it looks very comfortable.
I don't know if anybody saw the Halloween episode where I dressed up as sitcom Bin Laden for Troy's podcast, but I wore the actual like white robe that they wear in the Middle East. Dude, super freaking comfortable, dude.
Yeah, at least comfortable.
Oh, so comfortable, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna be going back on Troy's show for the Christmas show, so I'm gonna be doing a new character there, and I'm gonna be I think it's Thug Brothers or something. Wait, what's the name of it? That I'm gonna do just do one in February too.
Well, listen to this.
All right, here we go. Dude, that's old school Christianity idol right there, dude. That's Greek Orthodox or Orthodox.
Folks, welcome to Cornfed Radio.
Dude, this is kind of spooky, dude. I feel like I just came across like a caterpillar sitting on a mushroom, dude, smoking a hookah.
Yeah, dude.
If you're just tuning in, welcome to Cornfed Radio. We're listening to the full album from 2012. This is Lost Sundance. And the phoenix rise triumphant and walks into the certitude ground. So submerged ends. Yeah, this is spooky. Did you listen to this when you were going through your stuff?
What?
Dude, if I was listening to that when I was going through the thick of my stuff, dude, that would I would think that he's talking to me to go do stuff. I would have to be real
yeah,
careful listening to that when I was in the stuff.
No, I put it on every
Demented.
now and then because it's like very meditative, like very like repetitive and meditative, and like
Yeah.
has that sort of monastic like chant feel to it, but also it's like heavy. So like really cool music.
I have
So,
an interesting Cornfed radio for you. Let me see if I can find the name of this. It's called. I think it's German techno. No, but like maybe you guys have heard of this before, and I'm just like, I was listening to, it's a good Christian song. Is Rasputin. Have you heard the lyric? You ever listened to the lyrics of that?
but like the Boney M.
Yeah, Boney M. Rasputin. You ever listen to the lyrics of that?
We've listened to that here. We've done
Yeah,
that here.
it's so good because he's like, not only, dude, this guy was a preacher. He was a really good preacher, but he's also the type of preacher that the women desired. So it's like a 16-year-old kid like writing about what a kick-ass guy would be. Like he's into the Bible and he's really good at the Bible, but he's not one of those nerdy ass bitches that reads the Bible. He's the cool ones that all the ladies love. And he's so kick-ass that the queen wants him. And he's so kick-ass after that the government has to get him drunk because he's such an assassin that if they don't get him drunk first, they wouldn't even be able to go after him. That's pretty much the storyline of that.
Yeah, that's actually, it's fun. I didn't, I don't know if this was intentional. I don't know. I didn't know that song has like a religious bent to it or anything. But did you watch the most recent season of Black Mirror?
No, I didn't. That's the one that starts with the video game thing. I never watched that one.
No, the most recent season, I forget how it starts.
I only saw season 2.
Okay, so the most recent season, I guess they're running out of like parables about technology to where there was like a couple episodes in the most recent season. They're just like straight up just supernatural stories. They're like nothing to really do with technology that much. And the last episode takes place in the 70s, and it's a British lady. She's a British Jeet lady. So it's like this British lady, but she's also Indian. And so she's like very downtrodden because like nobody likes her, and her manager is like, could you not eat all the diarrhea that your people eat in the break room? She's eating fucking biryani, and her coworkers hate her. So like one night she's at home and she's watching the TV, and she sees the music video for Rasputin by Boney M. And then the next day at work, she finds something in like one of the work like basement or something that's like looks like a domino, but it's like a little talisman. It has some sigil on it, and she like when she picks it up, something happens. I forget what, but then when she gets home, she's visited by a demon who takes the form of the dancing black guy from Boney M.
Dude, that video is so funny when he's down crouched when the voice, like the God voice comes on, talking about, and then he drank so much and woman, and he's like doing the scared thing crouched in the video. Anyways, the dancing black guy.
Yeah. So it's like an actor nowadays who's like supposed to look like the dancing black guy from the Boney M video, and he tells her
he's wearing the MC Hammer pants and he's like hopping around on one foot. Yeah,
he's got the whole thing going, and then he tells her like, I'm a demon, and by summoning me, you have to kill 3 people or the world will end. And so this like very like reserved, mousy Indian British lady now has to figure out how she's going to go about killing 3 different people to prevent the end of the world.
Yeah.
And then she kills 2 people and then decides like she doesn't want to. She actually wants the world to end, so she just doesn't kill a third. And then there's like global thermonuclear holocaust.
Oh, so he was telling the truth. It wasn't a
he was telling the truth. And so like then it ends with her going into the void to spend eternity with a demon who looks like the black guy from the dancing black guy from Boney.
Dude, speaking of British comedies, did you see on Twitter that guy that does the Japanese jokes responded?
Yes, I saw that.
My comment.
Katsuro Sunshine did respond. Yes.
Dude, that would
He's
be
a,
sweet if he came on Crowder
he's a
Boys.
dream booking for the Crowder Boys, of course. Kitsura Sunshine. He
Yeah.
might be too big for us. I mean, he tours.
He didn't have that many followers, so I
He
don't know
does
if it's
not
his
have.
management or him that responded to that tweet,
I
but
don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what kind of presence he tours the world in that he does New York, London, and Tokyo
yeah.
pretty regularly.
He seems like a fun guy though. So I
I
think
love him.
like I
He's.
think that like if he does like I asked him that thing if he does video like live streams or whatever, I I think if you guys just kind of Tom Myers them, that you guys would have fun.
I wouldn't
He
even
seems
want
like a
to.
fun guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not even like the thing about him, somebody like him and Tom, or really what it is that these are just like real people.
Yes. Yeah.
They're not people that are trying to like be in the industry or trying to prove anything to anybody or climb their way up any sort of ladder. Is really what's cool about Katsura Sunshine is like the passion that he has for this
Yeah.
like obscure Japanese art form and the earnestness with which he approaches it is like
My
very
comment
admirable.
was earnest too. Like I could totally see him. I really like British panel shows, and he's got the type of sense of humor that they could put him on with like a Jimmy Carr panel show, and he would be in his kimono or whatever the garb is for the male, just zip zapping zopping with everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's what they do, but they have like it's just all different personalities up there. And the reason I love British is because it's so much more human than America. Like they got crooked teeth that are yellow, and some people like are just wearing like a t-shirt, like
They're all
or like you
ugly
could
as shit, and
like
also
you can tell they
nobody.
just bought their shirt at like Zayre's or whatever they got over there.
And,
They didn't.
and
It's not fancy.
the thing about the UK that a lot of people in the States may not realize is almost nobody in Britain gets to be rich. So it's not like I don't even know if you see somebody on British TV if they're making like more than like $100,000 a year.
Well,
Like that,
Jimmy Carr is a special example, but yes,
Jimmy
for the
Carr,
most
yeah.
part.
I mean, there's some people who transcend, like Jimmy
Yeah,
Carr and
Ricky, and
Ricky Gervais,
yeah,
Simon Pegg. Like, there's some guys who like break
everybody in the
through.
Ricky universe. Carl, Steve.
There's some guys who
Yeah.
break through and become like global successes where they get to
Eddie Lizard, I think, even is one of them.
Eddie Lizard.
Yeah.
But like most
Whatever. Is it Gizzard? What's his last name?
Eddie Izzard.
Izzard.
I think he goes by Susan now.
Okay. I'm sorry, Eddie. Friend
I'm
of the
sorry,
show.
Susan.
So I always liked Susan's comedy because when I first started watching it, it wasn't about that. So she would go on stage. I'm confused because when I watched the act, it wasn't a transition.
By
They
the
were
way,
just them dressing.
if you want to, because you're Greek, she plays Lachesis in Chaos, the Netflix show that just got canceled.
Well, she would dress up when she identified as a he. She would dress up as a woman and just go on stage and not address it, just do comedy. And I actually like that.
In a dress.
Yeah, but I actually like that. Like instead of it being the whole personality, they just did jokes about like Britain and all that stuff and never addressed the fact that they had makeup on and a dress and heels. And that was a lot cooler than me than you go up there and that's your whole bit that you're different.
Yeah, it's like
so because it was never addressed, I actually respected it.
You come from all the gay punk stuff, so it's like Big Mike going out or Fat Mike going out with no effects, wearing a dress on stage.
When I was in the punk scene, I was with so many friends, like in all the different bands that were like androgynous, they called it back then. That were into Bowie, they were into Prince, and they had that like like the women would be like, "Oh, I feel like a dude," but then you catch them in the green room and they're sleeping with dudes. So it's like, are you? And then like this guy's like, "Oh, I feel like a woman, and I'm a big fat bald dude, and I'm wearing Hello Kitty stuff." But then he's got a tiny Asian girlfriend, so it's always like, it didn't matter at the time, but But yeah, so that didn't bother me. What bothers me is fast forward. You have to address it. Back then, it's just like let everybody be individuals and they're not in your face about it type stuff in the punk scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what Susan's deal is now. She's good in the. I'm upset it got canceled because it was like one of the few Netflix shows I enjoyed. The modern retelling of Greek mythology, Chaos, with
That's the one with
Jeff Goldblum as
Goldblum, yeah.
Zeus, and Susan Izzard, Eddie Izzard, whatever their deal is now, plays Lachesis, one of the Sisters of Fate.
Yeah.
And so like the fates are presented as like androgynous non-binaries almost. Like it's like
That
Eddie
makes sense.
Izzard with big tits.
Yeah, they kind of did the similar thing with the Oracle and some of the tellings of the tale of the oracles and the witches that were up in the that they asked questions of
Right.
in Greek mythology.
It was a good show. It was like as a Netflix show, you know, like Netflix is usually not the highest quality programming.
Yep.
I was actually really enjoying it. It was like a fun interpretation of like Greek mythology.
Yeah, I got rid of Netflix. Like I was one of the first people to like get the DVD sent to my house and stuff. And I remember everybody in the office being like, "Oh, bro, you had that thing?" And I was like, "Yeah." They just send me these movies to my house and I mail it back.
Mm-hmm.
And then around the second season of Black Mirror, I was like, "I'm done. I don't like what they're doing. I don't like these shows. It's like they're not making it cool anymore. They have an agenda, and I want out." And so I just canceled.
Yeah, the shows on Netflix are. I don't enjoy almost any of their like original programming. It's like every now and then Netflix will get access to like a movie I want to watch or the license. Like they got the new Dragon Ball shows on Netflix, so like that's what I'm watching on there. But like none of Stranger Things or any. Honestly, I tend to avoid anything that has that big letter N on it. That's my scarlet
Me too,
letter.
Dalton.
Yeah,
Me too.
That's a scarlet letter for me. It's like I'm not watching this dog shit.
So you and me have so many similarities. You might actually be like this too. So my favorite genre, and Amazon Prime has a lot of them, is like low budget science fiction, like independent film, where it's mostly the storyline, and then like the science aspect of it is like unique the way they do it. Like I don't ever remember the names, but it'll be like a time traveling thing, and like literally the way they time travel is like with a handpiece mirror inside a refrigerator box or something, and then when they come out, like things have changed, and it's not like time traveling back to like 1930. It's like the same timeline, but they went a day ahead.
Primer.
And they're like just messing with like these 3 days and stuff. Is that the name
I
of the movie?
I think you're talking about Primer. It was made for like a few $1,000.
Yeah.
It's like
so there's a bunch of little movies
movie.
like that that I like watching that are like horror, thriller, independence. So I usually will put one of those on and just, even if it stinks, I'll just grind my teeth through the whole thing, like, and watch it to the end and complete it.
Yeah, those are
so
cool.
Those are the movies that I like for some reason.
Well, the one if you're talking about Primer, especially, that's like a high watermark for like independent.
It might be two like British dudes. Yeah, was it two British dudes like the time travel or something?
No,
that's like two like
that's Doctor Who.
No, it's not Doctor Who.
No, Primer's a movie. Primer is actually a very like well-crafted science, like hard science movie that even explores like how a lot of science is discovered by accident, because it was like it's two guys who are trying to build out some sort of new technology that does something, but then when by accident they discovered that they've actually inadvertently created a form of time travel. So it's like the way that a lot of science just happens by accident, but it's very limited. So you can only you can only travel backward through time at the same rate as you would normally travel through time. So like they build out this like box you can get in, and you have to like sedate yourself because if you want to travel back in time like a day, you're gonna have to stay in there for 24 hours.
Yep.
And so like they start playing around with it, and it starts creating all these different like tangents and feedback loops, and it gets into like the hard science of like, okay, if time travel actually existed, if you were actually able to do this, what would the ramifications, like how would that work?
Yeah, and do they start running into their own
They
selves
start
and stuff?
running into
Yeah,
like
this
different
is it.
versions of themselves, and it starts
Yep.
creating this like dissonance
Yep.
within like these timelines.
Yep.
And so
And
they,
then towards the end, is one of them trying to kill them or
yes,
something?
and then
Yeah.
like it ends with one of the guys is like, I don't want nothing to do with this anymore, and then the other guy is trying to build like a warehouse size version
Yeah.
of this like time machine. It's good. It's a really good
Yeah.
movie. Is it
Yeah.
what's the guy's name? Shane something. He's made like a lot of really good sci-fi movies.
So I watched this movie. Have you ever seen the original? There's like 3 or 4 of them, but the original, The Cube. Have you ever
Oh,
seen
look,
that movie?
Cube,
Was so
dude.
good. That's what got me into the genre.
That's my shit, dude. Cube,
Yes.
the first Cube,
Yes.
and look, I
The
honestly,
way they did it with the budget and how it was filmed to make it feel like you're in this huge thing and it's really one room
it's
that
one room.
they're changing the scenery and the
There's
way that people come into
They're
it.
just changing the color of the lights.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
really
good.
that guy. That guy is really good director. His name is Vincenzo Natali. He
Yep.
recently did an episode of a really good anthology show called Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities.
Okay.
It's very good. But yeah, Cube is my shit. Now, Cube 2 Hypercube is not a good movie, but it's fun.
Yeah, so they have a
Cube.
couple of them. Like 3 or 4 was good. I remember there was a second one that was okay, and they have like 2 or 3 different chambers. Like one's a cube, one's a tube. Like they have a couple different sets. Like
The
part of it.
second one, Hypercube, is all just like bright white rooms that where reality itself is shifting. Like they've introduced this like fourth and fifth dimensional aspect to it. And then Cube Zero is back to basics, where it's a prequel to
Maybe
Cube.
that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where they're basically just trying to escape, and as they're escaping, they run into new people, and then they either join forces or they fight against one another, and they
Yeah,
split up.
and it
or
also
whatever.
is the one movie that explores like what may be happening outside of the queue, where it's like those two office workers who are watching the feed and like keeping tabs on it, and then it kind of like ruins the whole franchise because then it like introduces this religious aspect to it, where it's like if you reach the end, they ask you like, "Do you believe in God?" And if you answer no, they go ahead and just kill you anyway. So the first cube is like that's an amazing movie.
Yep. That's
Just
where I
like
get into all this stuff. I would basically say I would get onto Amazon and I would say find me movies like The Cube, and then I would watch independent, small budget storylines.
The
like
first
that.
Cube also, what it does really well is it as it's like as the plot is moving forward and everything's unfolding, it goes into what we were talking about earlier, where chances are there is no grand design or even like anyone particularly who knows what they're doing that's manipulating everything. Because there's that guy, they find out that one of the guys that's trapped in there with them, he reveals that he actually worked on the cube to some degree. Like he helped design like the bolts or something that went into it. And he says, like, here's the thing. They built it for no reason, just to build this thing, and now it exists. And because it exists, they have to use it.
Yeah.
He's like, they probably don't even like, there's probably no reason for any of this.
Yep.
It's just that they sunk all this money and time and resources into this project, and now just because it exists, they have to like put us in here.
Yeah, is that like an Indian guy?
No,
I picture that being. Remember, there's like one guy where he's like, I don't know if he's like. Remember the old school Indian guys? Like we have like the 2024 now, but back in the day when you had movies, they were just like these dark skinned, like Persian type looking guys that were always like like scientists in all the like those
No.
those pre.
No, the
That's
first
the guy
cube-
I'm picturing.
The first cube is just all like white Canadians.
Oh, I'm picturing like I don't know what I'm picturing, but it was one of those kind of like all the ambiguous like people in Time Bandits, where you're like, okay, this guy's white, but why is he so dark? Is he like Italian?
Right.
Yeah.
No, cube is tight. Yeah, I'm a big fan of
that's the genre I try to branch off. That's my origin movie, and I say find me movies like this, and then I watch them, and if they suck, I try to battle through. And then a lot of times if it's like women actresses, I just can't do it anymore. I have to turn it off. And like bad acting is bad acting, but I don't know, there's something about bad dialogue between women that really gets like hits me in the I can't do this anymore. It's too much cringe.
Right.
Hey, can you pull up that so I listen to this right before I work out. Maybe you guys have all heard this before, but this this song that I put in the private chat here. It's like,
this song.
have you heard this before?
Yes.
So I'm late to the
You're really late, yeah.
I just found this a couple months ago, and I don't know.
That's
it just kicks
crazy
in
that you just found this, because this is like from when I was in high school.
Well, I was in the punk scene, like listening to a lot of live music that's very niche in like Providence and Boston when you guys were probably in high school. So I missed a lot of this stuff.
Oh yeah.
It starts off super like gay German techno, and then it goes into a pretty cool metal.
They do gay shit on stage. He's got like a giant penis that spurts like fire and cum everywhere.
Dude, I squat to this right here, dude. When I'm in the gym. This gets me fired up. I've never seen the video though.
Du hast.
Is that Hitler without a mustache?
No.
It'd be a lot cooler if it was.
Du hast mich.
They're German, right? But they got Stein as the last name.
Du hast.
That's pretty common for
Du
Germans.
hast mich.
It used to be, I guess.
Du hast. Du hast mich.
So everybody's heard of this before except for me.
Yes.
This is a super
This is
popular
very
song.
popular.
Dude, this spot right here, dude. This is the incel anthem. All right, I'm in.
Du hast. Du hast mich. Du hast mich. Du hast mich
Dude,
gefragt.
when I hear these songs, it makes me want to get into like BDSM and like become a dom and play this in the background. This is how my eyes wide shut.
Du bist der Tod euch scheide, treu sein für alle Tage.
Oh, this isn't gay. This is just like European. When I go to the Greek festivals, all the men hold hands and dance together, and all the women hold hands and dance together. And the guy that leads it holds like a white handkerchief, and they like skip around like the guy in the Rasputin video.
Du hast mich.
Although I do feel like this is like
Du
those
hast
places that
mich.
Ari Shaffir probably goes in Germany, where there's like all this crazy shit going on in different rooms in the club,
Oh yeah.
like people peeing on themselves. I kind of feel like this is what's playing in the background as you walk through these, like a sketchy German nightclub.
Gefragt und ich hab nichts gesagt.
So when did this come out? 9 years ago?
Du bist der Tod euch scheide, treu
2015.
sein für alle Tage.
I have no idea what they're singing too. That sometimes freaks me out.
Willst du bis zum Tod der Scheide sie leben auch in schlechten Tagen? Nein! Nein! Willst du bis der Tod verscheuchen Reue sein?
Just like it's I don't know. When did Reservoir Dogs come out? I mean, I know everything in Reservoir Dogs was stolen, but this is just like so many weird things happening.
Yeah, it's a
That
good.
just like tropes. There's so many different tropes happening in that video.
Yeah, it's a good video. Well, so there's also I don't know to what degree the movie is like drawing or borrowing from this, but in the I want to say the late 60s, maybe early 70s, NBC was tried to do their own kind of version of the Twilight Zone called the NBC Experiment in Television. And
Never heard of it.
most people haven't, but there's one standout from it because it was an anthology series. So, like the Twilight Zone, each episode's a different director, different cast, a whole different thing. And this was like, there's one episode that was directed by a pre-Muppets Jim Henson.
Okay.
And it's called The Cube. And it's almost just the plot of Cube, whereas a guy who like comes to in a room that's just like a cube, just a room with like nothing in it. Just
And this is on
walls.
regular TV.
This was on NBC in like the late 60s, early 70s, yeah. And so he's like just alone in this room, and he's like, "Hey, is anybody there? Can anyone hear me?" And he can't find a way out, and then like periodically different kinds of people will just like open up one of the walls, like the door will open up, like a wall will open, it's revealed that it's a door, and someone will walk through to like just kind of just mess with him basically. And then as they're walking out, he'll go to try and follow him, but then the door closes and it's like just a wall again. He can't like figure out how they're getting in and out. And so it's like it has a more like it's more like playful than Cube, but just as like bleak and almost like as sinister. Because this guy is like just like constantly.
This is one episode. This wasn't a series.
It's one. No, it's just one like 40, 45 minute.
Yeah, so it was like the Black Mirror or Twilight Zone. It's just one crazy episode, and as a viewer, you're just trying to figure out.
Yeah,
you're kind of stuck in the cube with him trying to figure it out.
Yeah, you don't know what's going on either, and just like all these different like characters and what keep coming in and out, but he can't get out, and so it's like they're constantly like toying with him and like it's like psychologically he's breaking down as this continues, and so but then. There's like but it still has like that Jim Henson like flourish to it, where it's very like playful, but also like at the same time very sinister. Like it's very unsettling.
So it's not quite Jigsaw, but it's got like almost like a playful. I know that's like very gory, but it's like the criminal is like a doll getting pulled on like a tricycle and stuff at times.
Right.
So that's more of like a playful creepiness.
Yeah, like Saw. The Saw movies are more like explicitly horror.
If you get rid of the gore.
This is actually, I would say this is more effective at like being unsettling in that it's not directly or explicitly any like horror. Like nothing terrifying happens.
So the guy never feels like he's in harm. He just feels like they're joking around with him and he's trapped.
He feels trapped and like he feels like somebody, whatever's happening, they're toying with him.
Yeah.
That this is all like whatever's going on is designed to like psychologically break him down in some way. But like the events that occur, like the people that come in, the thing, like the way they interact with them and say things they say to them are all like almost like silly, but they carry this like air of mischievous and malice almost, but in a way that's like there's this undercurrent of horror. Like there's something like lurking within this story that is like truly unsettling in a way that like most people would not be able to pull that off. Like most people have to like are not capable of that kind of subtext. It's very like almost like proto like Twin Peaks almost, where like the horror
I
is
never
more
watched that show, but I got some feel from it. I never watched Lost either.
Yeah, well,
you guys want to get frustrated for a second, and I've never watched The Sopranos.
Whoa.
So somebody was like, "Oh, that's super cool because you can go watch The Sopranos right now from fresh." I wish I was like that.
Yeah, and, honestly, it's well worth your time.
I have seen some episodes. The reason I didn't watch The Sopranos, sorry to change the subject, is I was big into Oz. So I started watching Oz on HBO.
Damn, you're a hipster. You're an HBO hipster. You're like, I liked
well, here's
HBO
what happened
before it was cool.
I was watching Oz and I was like, oh my God, this is like groundbreaking show. Before it got gay at the end, like the front. And then Sopranos kind of like overlapped like when Oz was happening. And then it felt like they took the resources, including Edie Falco, and put her on. She was one of the prison guards, and then they put her on The Sopranos. And so it kind of felt like, oh, you're taking the resources away from this show I really like and putting it into this other show. So I was like stubborn with getting into The Sopranos, and then everybody loved it, and they're like, "Oh, have you heard HBO's making shows? They got this great show called Sopranos." And
I
was
watch The Sopranos. It's very
I was
good.
like, they stole all the money from my show, and then I was a little bit, should I refuse to watch The Sopranos? So I heard good things, guys. So check out The Sopranos.
You've heard good things about The Sopranos?
I've heard good things about Sopranos.
It's probably the best, the zenith of television. Like TV after The Sopranos is actually on a steady decline after that point.
I've seen lots of clips, so I have an idea, but then you see a really good clip and you're like, oh, there's a huge storyline here. Like, yeah, guys, spoiler alert, there's a huge storyline in The Sopranos.
Like TV, there were like following The Sopranos, there were still really good TV shows like Deadwood and what else? Like Boardwalk Empire. There's like still really good shows that would come out after The Sopranos. But if you track TV from the 50s up to The Sopranos, that's the top signal.
Yeah.
And then we're
selling off.
We're selling off after that point.
I'm trying to think what are really good shows that I watch. So like I like Justified, which was like
Justified is good.
For being like a TV show like that. Like I've watched like House, and for being on TV, I liked House. I would watch NCIS and Bones over and over again just because it's so stupid. It's like kind of like why I think you like Landman is why I like NCIS.
So that's with the thing with TV, primarily like what TV, like what's good TV is not like TV shows that are reaching to be like art or trying to be movies, but they're TV shows. It's like TV that embraces being TV, where it's like easily digestible.
NCIS nails that. Bones nails that.
Yes, that's like the attempt that all these like a lot of TV shows make, where they try to be more artistic or novel, where they're trying to like transcend the medium in which they actually exist.
Yep.
That's obnoxious. That's actually makes for bad TV most of the time.
Yeah, the characters have to have just a tiny bit of depth with a storyline, and then kind of shallow. Like on Bones, is like, oh, Angela is the super intelligent computer thing. That's a whore. That's her character.
Because like,
there's no more depth after that.
To be honest with you, because it's like The Sopranos and Deadwood, and like there's maybe like a handful of shows that have been on TV that I would say bring TV close to like movies. You know what I mean? Where it's like as a TV show, it's like the asymptote. Like if you know math algebra, it's like getting as close as a TV show is going to get to being a movie.
Yeah.
But then like everything else is in its attempt actually falls short of that. Like it fails trying to be that. And then like good TV actually works when it embraces the inherent like easily digestible nature of TV and stupidity of TV.
You
Because
know,
like people conflate, people think like we'll say that Breaking Bad was like prestige television, that it's one of those like smarty pants art shows. Actually the reason Breaking Bad works, the reason it's good is because it's fucking stupid.
yeah.
It's constant harebrained schemes and like Deus Ex Machinas
Oh,
and like all these
Dexter
like
was good. I like Dexter, but it's similar, and it gets to a point where it jumps the shark, where it's like
oh yeah,
they can
Dexter.
only almost get caught so many times till they have to just be like, okay, we have to go to an unbelievable one now, and you just have to eat it.
Yeah,
As the audience.
I watched Dexter and really enjoyed it up through the fourth season, the John Lithgow season, and then I watched some of the next season.
So 4 was like John Lithgow was amazing.
That was the
That
best.
was probably the best. And then the one where
the one with Julia Stiles was where I tapped out. I said,
Yeah.
this is fucking terrible.
And then I had to go back because if you go back, it's not that bad. You can kind of get back into it. The problem was John Lithgow was so freaking good that they could only go down afterwards. So it was a letdown. And so if you kind of got distance from it and went back and kind of just realized, okay, this is a stupid show. He should have got caught like 20 times and they have to come up with more and more ridiculous things. Then they kind of balance it out and just kind of turn it into like, you know exactly what's going to happen, but in a different way.
Yeah.
And so like the show went like straight up and then dipped down and went across.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm thinking because like lately, whenever I scroll on TikTok, I'm being shown a lot of clips of Billions. I think I'm getting into Billions because it looks like it's right up my.
I love you talk
finan-
about it, and I've heard Dan talk about it. That's it.
It's funny to see Soder on that show.
I can't suspend my relief.
There's no way he has any clue what anything there's no way he knows what he's saying.
Yeah.
Like the things because it's all about like high level finance stuff.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that Soder at any point had any clue what his lines actually meant.
No, he's 6 foot tall with a big head. That's how he got the job.
Right.
He's got the Donahue loved.
I would love to know if anyone that acted on that show ever had any clue what they were actually saying, because they all speak in like finance jargon, like financial mumbo jumbo, and so I'm like watching it. I go the clips I've seen. I'm like, do any of these I wonder if any of these actors
know what it
have any
is?
idea what they're even saying?
Yeah. So like, a show that I got into late, but like it's so stupid but so fun. It's just like so for the boys, which I'm wonder if Entourage is like or if Billions is like this was Entourage. So like if you've ever watched Entourage, it starts off and you're like, what am I watching? And then if you just let go and turn your brain off and just be like, I'm gonna be a jock for a while. Yeah, like the show is just so stupid. It just rocks. Like it's like a 16-year-old's dream of what cool would be.
What I've gleaned from the TikTok clips of Billions I've seen is that it's like the financial version of something like that. Like
yeah, that's what I assumed.
It's like it sensationalizes and almost praises hedge funds.
Yeah, and I picture it like a bigger
institutions.
budget like Suits or a bigger budget like Burn Notice type thing. Those shows on USA.
Yeah, it's a lot like that. Somebody, Robbie just told me, and I forget who he said this, but the best description someone had of Billions was that it's Succession.
Probably Nick. Yeah,
I think it was Succession for retards.
Is it? Yeah, it was Nick. Nick
Oldershaw, I think.
Nick Oldershaw, yeah.
Yeah, with that's like the best description I heard of is that Succession for retards. Because like Succession is one of those shows that actually gets close to being like a movie. Like
Yeah.
it gets close to like the being like such a high level of writing and performance that it borders on like Sopranos level TV. Whereas like something like Billions is very like silly, you know. But it looks fun, and I love financial crimes. I love like the world of finance is so interesting to me because it's so confusing, but it has like such this a huge far-reaching. It's much more like sinister than just like murdering somebody because you're talking about people that through their trades and like decisions they make on Wall Street, like all these like deals and phone calls they make,
Yeah.
have these like reverberating effects throughout the country where like someone in a skyscraper on Wall Street can click a button on their mouse, and then someone in West Virginia can't pay their mortgage.
Yeah.
You know,
Have you ever played a complicated video game through all the progression and upgrades of it?
yes,
Yeah, so when you jump into like Diablo, and I've been playing it since Diablo 2, it's in Diablo 4, and even Diablo 4 has gone through so many changes. If you were to just jump in it today, it would be very confusing, but because you kind of saw everything built up on it, it's easier for you. That's how finance seems to me. I feel like once you learn it and it builds up, but I also think that most people in finance have no idea what finance is, but they've just been in there with seniority that people believe that they do, and it's all like the emperor's new clothes.
have you seen? There were two movies, both really good that came out about the 2008 crash. The one that everybody knows about, that most people see, is the Big Short. There's another one.
I don't think I saw it. I think I could. Is that got like John Travolta in it? One of them.
No, that's
fell
Get
asleep.
Shorty.
I fell asleep. I was like, I cannot do this. This is
The
terrible.
Big Short is the Adam McKay movie with Steve Carell and Ryan Gosling and the star-studded cast.
I kind of got rid of
the stars are
I'm kind of
here.
lost. I got rid of my TV a couple years back.
This movie came out years ago.
In
There was another movie that came out, I think around that time, or maybe even before The Big Short. But the other movie that came out about the housing crisis is like it's almost like presented as a thriller. It's called Margin Call, and it's Kevin Spacey, Zachary Quinto,
Margin Call.
Margin Call. It's Kevin Spacey, Zachary Quinto,
Bill Margin Call.
Jeremy Irons. Also a lot of stars in it.
Yeah,
and so Stanley Tucci's in it. And so it's all about this like unnamed financial institution that is involved in the housing crash. And so like the plot of the movie is that Kevin Spacey's character is like a higher level manager within this financial firm. And then Zachary Quinto is like a lower level, like junior, whatever his job is there, right? And Stanley Tucci's character at the beginning of the movie gets fired, and as he's leaving, he says to Zachary Quinto's character, he hands him a thumb drive, and he goes, "Hey, I was actually looking into something. I can't, they're not gonna let me work here anymore." He said, "This might be something worth your time, worth looking at." And so, like Zachary Quinto's character, like plugs in this thumb drive and looks over all this data, and realizes, oh, the housing crash is coming,
Yep.
And this firm has something to do with it. They're over leveraged or whatever. But there's this scene where, like, what you were talking about, where Kevin Spacey is like a higher level manager, where Zachary Quinto's character calls him over to be like, "Hey, this might be an alarm that you need to check out. This is something you might want to look into." And so he's got his computers pulled up with all the charts and graphs and TA on it. And there's a line where Kevin Spacey's character goes like, "Can you just tell me what's going on? I can't read none of this."
Yeah,
he can't read. He can't actually read.
I feel
charts.
like it's like, speaking of Kevin Spacey, that's why I feel like it's a house of cards. Like everybody's pretending like they know, and really it's just like Kill Tony, and even Lewis does this. If you just keep telling everybody that everybody's beautiful and funny, then enough idiots will believe you that they are.
Well, that's actually the running joke in The Big Short, is how confusing it is, and how most of like these financial guys don't even like, may not even know what's going on, because there's like multiple times in The Big Short where like Steve Carell's character is trying to figure out what's going on, and he just keeps going like, does anybody know what they're buying?
Yeah.
What is happening?
The-
He's like, you're approving people for loans who don't have jobs. You know, he's like, how can you do that? And they go, well, we throw all the mortgages in one pile together. And he goes, how do you do that? In the movie, it's so confusing. The joke in the movie is that every now and then the movie will actually stop to like stop the plot completely to cut to a like meta, like a character just talking at you, where they'll cut to a celebrity and it'll be like, it's Margot Robbie in a bathtub, and she'll be like, I'm Margot Robbie, and I'm here to tell you like what a CDO is or whatever. And she's like, in the simplest terms they can possibly try, she's trying to explain this like subprime mortgage, an element of it.
Yep.
And even that is so confusing that you are thinking like, am I stupid? Like, how does Margot Robbie understand this and I don't? You know?
Well, when you hear, if you've been following Tim Dillon for a while, back when he was on Tim Dillon Is Going to Hell, he just talked about how he scammed people out of money in the subprime mortgage. And then he himself was living in like a $600,000 house that he couldn't afford. And it like all falls apart. And then he's like, but that's behind me. And then you keep watching him for a while and you're like, oh no, it's not. You're using the same strategies in comedy.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like you're all just propping each other up, but you're all not really funny.
The comedy, the whole comedy thing is a bubble. It's a bubble.
So I like the Gas Digital world because you can find guys that you find funny that are up and coming that are actually like be funny. And for years, I just felt like on my own because I liked Joe Rogan. I liked his character on News Radio. I liked him on Fear Factor and all this stuff. And I saw his stand up and he's like, well, he's not very funny, but he knows all this other stuff like MMA and acting. And so like, he doesn't have to be completely funny. Like he's not my thing, maybe somebody else fun. So it was fun to then meet other people that don't find him funny. And like, finally, like it's some other people don't believe what everybody's telling them.
More and more of the internet is coming around on that.
Well, it's just like now that people aren't in control, and like I said, Lewis gets this as a salesperson. Like when you have, it's like keeping it sexy. So like when you have somebody on the show, it can be good. So like for instance, not everybody's going to like Robbie, right? But some people are going to love Robbie.
There was a couple of years where I felt like most people didn't like him.
Yeah. So when you have him on the show, you have to be like, you have to pump him up so he can do his best work so that even if he ends up pulling only 20% of the crowd, he's got 20% of these fans, right? But in the olden days, like when you watched the stand-up, you were literally strictly in it for at least for me, like Louis C.K., Burr. I never found Eddie Murphy funny. I didn't really like Chris Rock that much. I didn't like Dice Clay. Like when I watch these guys come out and people are saying they're so funny, I was like, I don't get it. And I really like comedy. So maybe I'm dumb.
That's funny because you were like around for that. Like I'm of an age where if I go back and watch an Eddie Murphy special, I'm separated from it by like 40 years. And I just go, well, maybe it was funny then.
No, what would happen is people would come up to you and be like, oh my God, can you believe this? And it was like the same thing. You had the middle of the road, like mid IQ, mid wits, all believing that it was funny because the news was putting him out there. And like, well, I actually think Eddie Murphy's funny, like in like Trading Spaces. I think he was funny in Beverly Hills Cop.
Trading Spaces is another great, confusing financial movie.
Yeah, so I do think that he was good in that, but you're trying to make me, but I don't find him funny as a comedian. But you had so few, you actually did only have about 25 comedians back then because it was so controlled by like where you could go. Like there was open micers and stuff, but anyways, so as I got older and you start talking to people, like and you just start realizing like you can feel it in the room. Like when Dice Clay went up at Madison Square and killed Tony, which was like one of the few episodes of Kill Tony I've ever watched. I've watched Shane as Trump, and then I knew Lewis and Big J were going to get up, so I wanted to see them get some shine because when Tony got canceled, they kind of helped them out. But anyways, they pull out whatever, and I could just feel it in the room. Like they're like telling you, you have to like this. Everybody like this. And you could just feel it in the room. Like, we don't like this. This guy sucks. Get him off the stage. And so that feels good because it feels vindicated. If I feel vindicated because you feel crazy for a while. Like you're the only person that doesn't find this person funny. And everybody's telling you they're supposed to be funny.
Right.
And like Jordan Peterson, the Canadian benzo addict, is like dying laughing, talking about, oh, and Joe Rogan, he's like on the stool like a gargoyle. And I'm just like, this guy's crazy. Where does he come up with this? And you're like, bro, watch like any black comedian for the past 30 years, and they have 20 better stool act outs than that. Like they're not on, you know what I mean? Like that you would literally
I love it when
Jordan Peterson would shit himself then if he thinks Rogan doing a gargoyle is that hilarious.
I love the way these like mega rich airheads who don't really have a sense of humor or even understand like creativity talk about Rogan, where they're like, he's operating at such a high level. Yeah. It's like he's literally humping the stool.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I got another camaraderie thing for you right now. So I've always been into comedy, and I was always like a class clown. So way back in I would say this is 1988, 1989. I got a trip to Washington, D.C., where all the schools go to whatever, like a certain amount of people in the smart classes went to this thing, and other schools, and you meet these people. And I had gone, and they had a talent show on the last night. And so we're all dressed up in this banquet hall at like this Marriott or something, eating dinner, and there's like a big table and they have a banquet hall. And so I said, I'm going to do a talent show. And they're like, what is it? And I'm like, just introduce it as my special talent. So there's a room of like 400 people. This is my first time getting up. And I just don't say anything. I just grab the microphone and just complete silence and walk around.
Oh yeah.
Until the silence gets so nerve-wracking because everybody else is uncomfortable by the silence that they start laughing. And now it becomes super tense for everybody in the room, and they're laughing uncontrollably. And then I just like do something really, I just like poured water and drank it, and eruption. And I was like, oh my God, this is the greatest feeling in the entire world.
Have you seen the Milos Forman film?
No.
Man on the Moon, but the Jim.
Andy
Kaufman movie. There's that scene in Man on the Moon, which a movie I'm not that big a fan of, but there's a scene where Andy Kaufman, Jim Carrey playing Andy Kaufman, is like on some retreat, like hanging out with some guru or whatever. Mariska Hargitay, everybody. Where Andy Kaufman asks the guru, he's like, I have a question. Is there a secret to being funny? And the guru goes, yes, silence.
Yeah.
And that's where, like, I guess, like, Andy gets the idea to do that, his shtick of, like, just acting uncomfortable on stage and not really saying anything.
Yeah.
You know, but, I mean, there is a lot of truth to it. I mean, like, Gary Shandling talked about that a lot, too, that when they were, like, doing Larry Sanders, the how deliberate it was when they would have scenes where, like, characters would be in a room together and they would just like not say anything. They were just like stewing in this very uncomfortable moment.
That's what I liked better about Call Saul than I did about Breaking Bad, is those scenes where they're like just sitting on the bench in the hallway of the courtroom and it's just quiet and you can like hear somebody walking in the distance and you can hear like the dude that's the hitman like breathing heavy. And then like sitting, and he just uncomfortably like puts a piece of gum in his mouth. And it's just, I don't know. I kind of like some of those choices that they made because it seemed real. Like in the moment of that silence, they're doing nothing and they're completely capturing my attention more than if they were having a discussion.
Yeah. And that's
Yeah.
also like a sales technique that like when you're on a sales call
Yep.
is the first person to speak loses.
Yep.
So like if you're like trying to fill all the dead air and trying to like rattle on, the person you're talking to, you're losing to them. So like you throw something out there, and if they're not responding or whatever it may be, just like let it hang there until they come back with something.
The second half of that story, fast forward, I'm in high school that same year, and we have a talent show, and I want to do this bit again on stage. So they have all these like serious talents of people going on, and there's this gay guy that I've never seen before in school that they've hired to run the talent show with these two female senior women that are like the hosts that are coming out introducing people, and they're doing all this wacky like improv like theater kid stuff. So maybe he was like the theater kid coach that I never met. And I'm like, hey, I have this bit, but it works a certain way and it's not going to work and I'm going to bomb if you don't let me do it my way. And I said, I'm going to go out on stage and I'm going to be completely silent and I'm going to have water on a stool and I'm going to walk around. You need to leave me out there to bomb. The whole thing is I have to be out there long enough that the crowd gets nervous. So do not pull me off stage. Let the crowd sit with this silence. And he's like, yeah, I got it. I was like, you don't get it. If you pull me off, it's going to be a bomb. You need to leave me out there as long as I need to be out there. I'll signal you when I get out. And I get out there, I'm quiet for not even 30 seconds. Like the bit hasn't even started. And he comes and he pulls me off. And I was so furious because I was like, he didn't get the bit. Now he made me look like a dickhead. But you did that bit. You and Robbie were talking about your silent.
I did that one time at an open mic where
it's the time of the silence is very important.
Yes.
And like that guy couldn't understand that. And looking back, I realize now, I think he was sabotaging me on purpose.
Yeah.
Like at the time I was like, oh, adults are in your corner. Looking back, I'm like, oh, this is some loser dropout that runs talent shows at a high school now.
Right.
Like, so he wants to sabotage the bit. But anyway, so you did it one time I did
an open mic at the Dallas Hyenas Comedy Nightclub in beautiful Mockingbird Station in Dallas, where it was a 5-minute open mic, so they give you 5 minutes, and I just went on stage and like was completely silent, and I just would like do the like physicality of a comedian. Like I was pacing the stage and I like,
oh, that's more than I did. Yeah, nice.
Yeah. And then as it went on and people were like starting to catch on to what was happening, like what I was doing, they just started laughing. They were just like, they found the humor in what I was doing. And we kind of like connected in that way where like myself and the audience understood the bit.
Yes. Yeah.
It's very risky. That could easily bomb like really bad. But
well, it's funny, the more that I get to know you, so many similarities, because I think back to that time. I've been on stage a lot with a band too. That bit that I did where I crushed, I freaking killed. Like people were just laughing. I've never had such a high on stage ever again, even in the band and stuff. Like, so I get what the comedians are chasing. I could even see an open micer go crushing one time and then sucking the rest of his life trying to figure out that formula.
Yeah, it's very intoxicating, and the danger that lies in it is that you can get like lost in the delusion of like, if I'm getting laughs here and there, or I'm having great sets here and there, crushing at these open mics or these bar shows. You can get trapped in this delusion that somehow you're progressing or even succeeding, when materially, realistically, you're not moving at all. You're just like a nobody in a sea of nobodies, and you're doing a fun hobby, but you've like convinced yourself that because you have good sets here and there, because you're actively doing this thing, that you're like doing well somehow. And so then like 20 years later, you're still living the life of a broke, struggling artist saying like, well, I'm just paying my dues. I'm like, They've been paid. You paid them
Yeah.
many times over. This is not. You're not. Something you're doing is not clicking.
Yep.
Like because I mean, the thing, and that's the thing with like money. Money is a representation of value. Like money is a good measure of success. It's not everything, of course,
Yep.
but if you've been doing
In a free market, it's the reciprocation from your fellow man for offering them value. In the current market, there's manipulative because people can print money, just hand it to their buddies now.
Yeah,
But,
so if
yeah.
if you're going to toil away at something and like actively pursue it, like there's a difference between a hobby and a passion. You know, there does need to be like something in your mind, like you know, some sort of expectation that this needs to make money at some point. Either this makes money or I readjust.
Yeah.
And figure something else
Well, it's a
out.
market signal that you're receiving.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think like the trap a lot of people fall in is they just like never pay any mind to the fact they're making no money, but still somehow delude themselves into believing that they're part of like some sort of industry or something that they're not actually a part of, and they just like live their whole life, decades pursuing this thing that's like for whatever reasons they haven't figured out any way to make it marketable. And the funny thing is like you don't have to necessarily even be good or one of the best or anything to like make money doing anything. You just have to figure out like a way to turn it into a money making operation.
That's the trap though, because that's where people end up like, so there's like selling out when people are like, oh, you sold out. And it's like, well, I had something to sell, which is good. You know what I mean? Like, so
Well,
where
I just
else can I
mean
go? But also there's, well, I was just going to say, you have to walk that fine line between being true to yourself and doing something that an audience is willing to pay for so that you know that has value.
right.
Like if you're just too all for yourself, then you end up being 30 years in and you're like, I made no money. And it's like, well,
Right.
I stuck to my principles of being this like whatever. It's like, but then you're technically not funny because you never rose to the point where you turned it into a career.
Right. I mean, I've met journeyman artists, musicians, comedians who like let's just say comedy because that's been my purview in the past. Journeyman comedians who are not like the best joke writers or they're not like cerebral. They're not like coming up with anything that's like revelatory.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they're very like they're proficient. They're like competent, serviceable. If you need somebody to do a weekend of 45-minute shows, 45-minute headline sets, Friday and Saturday, there's guys out there who have that down to a science. And they make a living doing it. They make a living going all across this great country doing all the which actually is a level of success greater than the like 27-year-old in New York or LA or wherever that is like believes they're staying true to themselves as an artist. Because that motherfucker is like just doing open mics and not even getting booked for anything. Whereas like there's a guy who's been doing comedy for the last 30 years who just does like Tulsa loony bins and shit like that, who actually is making a living doing it. And is a funny guy. Like he hasn't written a new joke in probably 20 years. But he has like this very like serviceable act where he exploits every trick and every little thing you can do to make an audience have a good time. And then he probably makes like $60,000-$70,000 a year doing that. Worst ways to make a living.
Yeah, so when I look at it as a fan that really, I know you guys hate to say it, but there is, not everybody does an art form, but there is an art to it. And so I kind of dissect some people, like for instance, Whitney Cummings and Nikki Glaser come to mind. to me when I say this. They're two female hacks as far as I'm concerned. But I say that in a very respectful way because I'm going to define hack now. Maybe it is. They do comedy as a pure business. They're trying to figure out all the techniques and strategies to biologically make people laugh, and then their whole act is based on saying stuff and the audience laughs, whether they find it funny or not, or they like the premise. They're like slaves to their audience.
Yeah.
Where when you got a guy like Bill Burr or Patrice, I'm gonna use these two, they're like, here's this idea that I have. I'm gonna tell you why it's funny. And to me, that's what makes a good comic. Like, you don't think this is funny, but I'm gonna prove to you it's funny. Instead of, I know this will make you laugh, so I'll say it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take this thing and say it in a way that'll make you laugh. And to
Yeah,
me,
it's like
I enjoy that more. And they can still both be technical without a lot of like creativity. And then you got like a third guy, like a Sean Patton, I guess, which I don't find super funny, but he's so creative and artistic that I love watching him perform on stage. And he falls under comedian because where else is he going to go? Like be a one-man show? Like,
yeah, I think you have there's people who do a craft and there's people who do like an art.
yeah,
You know, like in the world of painting, you have like people who do like craftsmen, like a Thomas Kincaid painting is not going to reach inside of your soul and do anything. It's just very like technical.
Yeah.
It's like looking at it, you go, this is really well done.
Dave Chappelle bangs the mic on his knee, and people and fake laughs. Everybody laughs with him. Andrew Schultz picks it up, and now I see like 20 guys that are doing the Dave Chappelle mic tap on their leg to like, like it's like a trigger to the audience. What's the dog?
Pavlov's dog.
Yeah, so people get a Pavlovian
response.
They act like dogs, baby. Yeah, they get a response to it. So people know those little tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah. And for me, the problem with it is if I watch a lot of comedy, it takes me out of the act. So when I went to go see like Sagalo perform a couple times in Providence, Rhode Island, he's gotten really good at setting his jokes up with crowd work. And so like he's leaning against the wall, he's talking to the chicks in the front row, and then he's triggering them to say a word. And when they say that word, he uses it to do his joke. And it's very simple trigger. So he's like, oh, you three ladies here by yourself? And they're like, yeah, you're not dating, you're not on Hinge or anything. And they're like, no, I'm not on Hinge. And he's like, oh, I'm on Hinge. And then he goes into the joke. But he's getting them to like.
I saw that, dude. There were
whatever.
guys. I knew a lot of guys who that was like an early trick I spotted.
Yeah, so they do their
trick
whole
I
act
spotted
like
early
that, so
on.
it seems like a conversation back and forth, but it's like a magician getting you to.
Because in Dallas, when I was doing open mics in Dallas, there was like these handful of guys that everybody loved. They were like the well respected for being like the crowd. They're the best at crowd work.
Yeah,
was always the thing. And I remember early on spotting that, like catching on to that, where I would see like one of these guys that everybody was like, he's a crowd work comedian. Where I would watch him and I'd go, this is not like improvised. This is not like spontaneous. This is actually like his act. He's doing like a
it's like a mentalist act.
Yeah. I'm like this. He's actually whatever is being presented as crowd work and in the moment is actually just him setting up a joke he was going to tell anyway.
Yeah. Well, so the reason I liked when Sagalo did it though is he kept tricking me, even though I knew what he was doing. Where other comedians, I don't get tricked. And then other comedians that I just like Robbie, Lewis, Scott Chaplin. There's some people that I just like that not everybody likes. And in fact, I brought people to the Lewis Scott Chaplin show and they're like, why did you bring me here? I hate you. And I was like, I thought it was hilarious. But like, once you like them, when I listen to Robbie do stand up or any of those people I just mentioned, I just give myself over. I said, I'm here to laugh, and I'm gonna give myself over and my emotions over. Kind of like when you watch John Wick, and you're like, I'm just gonna shut my brain off and go on the John Wick ride. I'm like, I'm gonna shut my brain off. I'm gonna go on the Robbie Goodwin ride right now because I like Robbie, and I'm gonna trust him to take me through a journey right now. And when you do that with somebody you like, you can have a lot of fun at a comedy show too.
Yeah.
And so, like, when I see, and I do the exact opposite with people I don't like. So, like, when I was at Skankfest and like Tony Hinchcliffe was on stage, I was like, "Make me laugh, funny man."
One of the first times I saw Robbie do stand up was at an open mic, and it was like I genuinely, because I'd seen like comic after comic doing their little bits, little, they'd written something and they were trying to like do their little skits and bits, and then like I saw Robbie go on stage, and the Scorsese movie The Irishman had just come out. Robbie just clearly just wanted to do an impression of Robert De Niro, and so it was a funny bit too. It was a funny joke, but it like what was funny to me was just like how excited he was to get to do his impression.
Yeah,
and he was like, "Hey, you see this movie, The Irishman, coming out? They got Robert De Niro playing an Irish guy," and he's like, "Oh, top of the fucking morning to you." That really tickled me.
So, one of the things that is endearing about Robbie is, like, for me at least, when you watch him, is you can watch him work, and I don't know, like, I don't know, remember what you were saying earlier, but when, like, you were saying that the math equation, they like cut right up to the edge of a movie, but they don't come a movie.
Right.
I watch Robbie, and his self-confidence is he just doesn't 100%. He's like 98% committing, and when you see that 2%, it's funny to me of him panicking when he's up there. That's where I get the kick, in that 2%. And then sometimes there's a magical moment where he drops it and he's 100% in, he's committed, and then he's super funny. So waiting to watch Robbie drop his insecurity when he's like his bits would be like, his bits are funny, and his in whatever. Sometimes you just have to lose yourself in the character, like lose it. And if you have any doubt, it's like the coyote looks down off the cliff and you lose it.
Yeah.
So I love that's why I enjoy Robbie. I like watching him like kind of break the fourth wall for me in between those things when he's up on stage. He's like dancing. He's dancing.
The big thing, Robbie just needs to chill out, because like, dude, he's only like in his early 30s, which I guess nowadays is very old if you follow people on Twitter, like Zoomers or whatever.
Yeah.
But like he'll say these like very defeatist things where he's like, well, it really sucks to just watch your dreams die before you or whatever. And I'm like,
he should do that on stage. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, and I'm always thinking, like, first off, imagine how I feel, dog. Like the shit you're saying, where it's like you have so much more access to like everything, like every opportunity. Like you haven't gone through nearly the hell that I've gone through, and like found yourself at the true like bottom, like where it's not just like your dreams eluded you. My entire fucking life fell apart.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder if he's Kim Kardashian me, because I'll hop on his Twitter and it's like he's in Boston, he's in Texas, he's in San Fran. I was like, does he have these photos loaded up and he's reposting stuff?
Yeah, I don't even want to try and hypothesize on what's
I'm not saying it in a bad way, but I'm like, I want Robbie to succeed. That's why I'm saying it.
Well, but that's also the other thing is like he does need to have perspective, because like when he talks like that, I go, I'm always just thinking about the sheer number of podcasts that exist, and how many of them have been like plugging away for years. And you go to their YouTube channel or look at their analytics, and every episode, they've never gotten more than like maybe 100 views. And this is a show that's been around for 2 or 3 years already. Yep. So they've definitely never made any money doing it. And I'm thinking like, dog, we do a show that is like very bare bones. It's very minimal. There's no technical production behind it. It all rides on like just our ability as broadcasters, as personalities.
Yep.
But there's no flair, bells and whistles. It all streams through YouTube, where we're consistently the Crowder Boys, everybody,
Yep.
where we're consistently getting.
Go subscribe to the Crowder Boys.
Subscribe to the Crowder Boys.
Yeah,
where we're consistently people are tuning in live. Like it was like 50, anywhere between 50 and 70 people live, probably. And then after that, each episode is getting consistently over 1,000 views on YouTube, and we're making money doing it. And so, like, I believe in Robbie. I don't know if Robbie believes in Robbie, because when he talks like that, like, oh, my dreams are dying before me. I'm like,
that would be hilarious.
You're making your dreams come true right now.
If he went on stage and did that, people would laugh because it's so absurd, because he's in his early 30s.
Yeah,
like that's why I was laughing at you saying it, because it's just like it seems like a bit. It seems like a Rodney Dangerfield.
We live in a society, and the thing is like we live. It's like we're so youth obsessed. So it's like the only stories that matter, or what we pay, like what we count as success, are people who are able to find success in their like early 20s or sometime in their 20s.
TikTok artists that sell their soul to the
which is like
to the Logan Boys.
Yeah, which is like so counterintuitive to actually make anything being entertaining, because like how many 20-year-olds even possess the thoughtfulness or experience or just like creativity to make something that's actually good? You know what I mean? And so like a lot of where good creative work comes from, just comes from is like time, just like having lived and gotten kicked in the fucking teeth and experienced like life to some degree, which is why you can succeed at any age really, and folks that are like not in their 20s typically are capable of better work. You have outliers for sure. I mean,
I think one of the obstacles you guys have is keeping up with the Joneses, and that's hard not to do, because if you go online and you see 100 successful podcasts, right, you're like, oh my God, I'm losing, because your mind can't comprehend. The human mind can't comprehend 100 podcasts. But like, if you look about how big the world is, it's not that many people succeeding. But in your mind, you process it like, look at all these guys getting what I don't have, and I'm working just as hard. But really, you guys are doing really well when you think about how much content there is on the internet and how much attention you guys get within the niche that you guys have carved out. I think you guys are doing really well. And there's so many people that, like, I mean, Robbie, Lewis jokes around that it was him, but like, they really turned the ship on Robbie. Like he went from being hated, like the most hated man on the gas station, whatever, to like being the lovable goofball now.
I am very grateful for what I have right now and what I'm building, because like I didn't see there was a long period of time where I didn't feel any semblance of hope or that anything was gonna like pan out or get better.
Yeah.
I truly was just like, well, I guess I can like bag groceries. Just like,
I don't know. Some people probably lose that, but I'm still like that. Like I said, I don't like to talk finances anymore, because I don't think it serves a good purpose. But I don't have much that I should be worrying about. Let's just say it that way. And I still find myself being like, I'm going to be in a cardboard box, living on the street, dying, starving. Well, worst come to worst, I guess I could become a poker dealer. They would train me to do that, and I would survive. So I don't think it goes away. I think part of why we're in this space and not just bagging groceries somewhere is because you're just built differently that you're trying to at least throw the spaghetti against the wall. Like you're at least on the internet. Anybody could be doing, not anybody. It takes a very specific. So there's only probably 25 people that podcast like us.
Well, I mean, I've wondered about this myself. Oh, $10 from Drew Huntley. Nice. Thank you. Everyone with a dog, do a Jordan Peterson voice at your dog. They will hate it. This is an experiment. Also, exclude Sumo Dog and Smucker's dog. Is Rizzler the human Mudang? Okay. Yes. Speak of the devil, Robbie.
Where is the Jordan Peterson voice? No, that's Cosby. Where's Jordan Peterson?
Let me tell you something, Joe.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm not. It's not even. Robbie's here, brother. Robbie's in the chat. Gino snitch on air. Wow.
Robbie can probably do a good Jordan Peterson.
I wondered about this myself, and I guess we'll wrap it up here soon. We're heading in hour 4, which is a bunch of hot air between the both of us.
I was just talking about how everybody's made the turn on you, Robbie, and that you went from being the Gas Digital like runt to the most like lovable turnaround Gas Digital guy.
Mm-hmm. The Jon Snow. The bastard turned king.
Oh, you're gonna hate me. I didn't watch The Sopranos, and I haven't watched that one either. Game of Thrones.
Yeah, you probably saved yourself not watching Game of Thrones because I was like really into it until the last the last 2 seasons. In fact, the season where they ran out of books and it was just like those guys trying to come up with like what's going to be the rest of this show. Yeah. I tapped out then. I said, "This is like noticeably." Plummeting in quality, and I'm not gonna like try and commit myself to this anymore if it's gonna continue to be this bad. So it was very disappointing. But
so before we ended, I pulled something up here real quick.
Wait a second, what was I gonna say? I've wondered about what we were just talking about. I wondered about that myself because like I've worked a lot of shitty jobs. I'm working one right now. And at least this one is not as shitty as anything else I've ever worked, but it still sucks.
It's like, public facing, so it sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, we're public facing here, but this is.
But like when I worked in like an Amazon warehouse, packing orders, and putting them on a conveyor belt. You know,
I did Amazon Flex, so I picked those packages up in my car and drove them to people's houses.
Oh, you had the chill job where you could just like listen to tunes all day. They wouldn't even work.
I did that during COVID. Yeah, I had to burn my own car up and everything, though.
Oh, yeah. But, yeah, they wouldn't even, like, play music or anything. You just heard beeps and conveyor belts.
Oh, that's brutal.
It sucked, dude. And I remember, like, standing there. It was a fucking 10-hour shift. And I remember standing there, and they just have all of us in a line, like all these desperate people who just needed a job and found a place that would hire you right away. And there were people that had been there for a while. And they were just like saying they would just work all day without ever seeming miserable or complaining, and they would be like, you'll pick it up, in a few years' time, you'll be where I am.
Yeah.
And I remember standing there thinking, like, I'm gonna kill myself,
dude.
Dog. If I'm here in 6 months, if I'm still here in 6 months, I'm fucking killing myself. What are you talking about? And I remember like having this like panic moment where I go, well, like the world doesn't work if you don't have people that are able to do these jobs. These are necessary jobs with the way the world is structured. So there does have to be a certain percentage of the population that does this shit. And so who am I to think that I shouldn't have to do this? But then also maybe there's people meant to do like who are built to actually handle this, and this is what they're capable of doing. And I'm meant to just be silly on the internet and make more money than them.
I had a paper route, but my first job, my cousin / godfather worked for the Cumberland Farms warehouse. And I was 17. He's like, "You're going to work for me." And I was like, "No, I'm not. I'm going to dick off all summer and I'm not getting a job." And he came to my house. He pulled me out. He brought me to the thing. And I had to pick and fill like all the candy and chips and orders that went to Cumberland Farms Do you have those? They're like 7-Elevens in New England.
I've heard
Florida.
of them.
Yeah, it's like 7-Elevens in whatever. But you would get this sheet of stickers and you would stick
I like
these on the
stickers.
orders and you put them in. But as I pulled the sticker off, it would rub across my finger right here and cut and give me paper cuts all day. So for 10 hours, it was 4 days a week, 10-hour days. So I worked 40 hours Monday through Thursday. I would just get paper cuts on this finger as you pulled it off. So I had to wrap these stickers around. Then that would saw this off, and my hand is just covered in blood. And I was like, is this going to be the rest of my life? Because I'm just going to throw myself in front of a forklift. And then the following year, because I was 18, they let me get on one of these forklifts where you had to pick the bigger items and put them on there and still have to pull these things. And you're on this quota. And my hand's literally just bleeding or whatever. And I'm like, I literally could just maybe drive my car into a tree on the way home, and then I won't have to do this anymore. So you just get suicidal until you see, like, I have to figure something out, or I'm literally going to kill myself.
I wonder if the attitude, the overall sentiment has changed nowadays. Because, like, my job now, it's not the best job. It's certainly, like, it affords me, like, a lot of comfort in that I get to work from home, which is funny because I was still late to work. I was still late to work this morning.
yeah.
My alarm didn't go off, and I was like, fuck, I'm 10 minutes late to a job that's 10 steps away from me.
Yeah.
But I get to work from home. I don't actually have to, like, look at anybody. Everything's over the phone. And like, I have a lot of autonomy and flexibility. Like, I don't have to follow a script with any of my sales calls.
Yep.
Or adhere to too much. Like, as long as I put up numbers, it's fine. But it is a grind. It fucking sucks a lot of the time. It's just like the money can be good. But back in the day, it always felt like you should be grateful to have a job, and you should be like a company man. Like, work for a place for 40 years and then retire with, like, not enough money to really retire. But I was talking about, I had these, like, weekly meetings with my manager. I actually just got a new manager. I just had my first, like, one-on-one with her, and it is interesting to hear this from, like, a supervisor at a job, where she said, look, here's the thing. I appreciate this company. It's done a lot for me. I love it here. She said, and I'm here to work with you to help you, like, get as good at it as you want to make it the money you want to make. But she said, don't ever feel like you have to be, like, stay here.
Yeah.
She said, like, work your way up however many rungs of the ladder you want to, make as much money as you want to make, but also don't, like, devote your entire existence to something that you feel like may not be for you.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is, like, a really weird thing for you to say, like, for a manager to say to me.
So I'm, I mentioned it earlier, but I'm 49. I'll be 50 in March. One of my good friends is 4 years older than me. So he's the brother of one of my friends growing up that I've known since the 4th grade. But I remember being at a cookout with his grandfather. So I'm 50. So his grandfather, I don't know how old he was at the time, but give you an idea of when he was working. And he worked in a coal mine in Canada. And we were sitting at the cookout, and his grandfather didn't have a thumb. So he had all his fingers and he's missing one thumb. And so he was like, ask my granddad what happened to his thumb. So I was like, okay. And, like, because, like, I knew that he wasn't setting me up for failure because we're good friends. So I go over there. His grandfather tells me a story about how he worked in the coal mine. He went down in the elevator in the morning. He chopped his thumb off farming coal, took his handkerchief out of his pocket and wrapped his thumb, put it in his pocket, and had to wait there all day because the elevator doesn't go up until the end of the day. So basically, he sat there all day with his thumb in his pocket, and then they couldn't sew it off, and he had to work all day. So whenever me and him are, like, pitching, it's like, yeah, man, I had to, like, get up and punch stuff into the computer. He's like, oh, really? Did your thumb fall off and you had to sit in the coal mine all day for 14 hours?
Dude, my dad hits me with that a lot. First off, what's funny? My dad is missing his wedding ring finger, the ring finger on his left hand.
Yeah.
When he was early on in his Army career, when he was married to his first wife, he was overseas. I forget where he was deployed at the time. They had him just doing like peacetime shit. He was somewhere in like South Korea, I think.
Yeah.
And his wedding band, his wedding ring got snagged on a piece of equipment
I knew
and
this was coming.
ripped his finger off.
Yeah.
And so he's like now missing an appendage. And so they like load him up in this car, and his NCO just told him like, "Hey, try not to bleed on these seats."
Yeah. These guys are losing fingers, and like our biggest, we're getting blisters on our dicks from beating off. That's our biggest.
Yeah,
friggin-
for a lot of my youth, probably up until I was in like 5th or 6th grade, my dad, and even before I was born, my dad worked as a federal prison guard for a lot of. He started his prison career actually in a state prison at the Georgia State Prison, which is like one of the worst.
And he didn't have a finger when he started working at the prison.
Correct.
So he must have seemed like a tough guy. I know he was. I've heard that your father was a lovable guy at the thing, and everybody loved him. But must have seemed tough because he's missing a finger.
Yeah, he's actually like a softie, like overall he's like a very lovable guy, but he's also like one of the most traumatized people I've ever met. So he's also like very tough and like kind of a hard ass at times. It's like really weird.
I can relate.
But he worked so he eventually like was able to transfer to be working in federal prisons. But even then, like the inmate population was a lot. I mean, they're prisoners, they're like low lives. So like a lot of his like day to day was dealing with like very hostile people, like inmates throwing human shit at him, and like the black inmates being like, "You motherfucking you cracker ass honky fucking piece of shit."
Yeah. I love that because like, what's one of the best things about being white is like, I don't know, at least for me, there is not a name that you can call me that upsets me. And I feel like every other race has like a slur they don't like. And it's like, you call me anything, I don't care.
Yeah, like I don't think it like bothered him. I think really get the shit.
No, I know.
Well, because that's the thing is like, there's been times in my life where like I've complained about a job to my dad, like whatever shitty job I'm working at the time. I'm like, man, this job fucking sucks. And he's like, you got anybody throwing their shit at you?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's like,
a guy with the mask on that was getting wheeled in a dolly threw a semen at me this morning. So
yeah. He's like, did one of your coworkers get stabbed to death today? Because that's that was my day at the office.
With a toothbrush. Did somebody sharpen a toothbrush and stab your coworker in the neck this morning?
I think that did happen a couple times where he would be at work. He would come home and be like, yeah, like Sergeant Rojas got stabbed and killed today. And we were like, what?
Yeah.
And he'd be like, yeah, one of the inmates took some chicken bones out of their lunch and stabbed him in the neck and killed him.
Yeah. I had this buddy that was an EMT, and we used to play video games together back when like we had PCs and stuff, but back when you would go and you would play a console game with two like together in the same room, like an RPG or whatever, you had to play in the same room. It was right at the cusp of like whatever, but he was an EMT, and I remember he came like, "We're gonna play tonight," and I'm like, "Yeah," and I brought my Xbox over, and we were playing Dynasty Warriors, where you're whatever, and he's just really quiet. And I was like, "Everything okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, just a rough day thing." I'm like, "Yeah, me too. I had a rough day." Like, and I was just talking about construction and how it was cold, and like it was all windy all day, and so like, "What happened to your day?" And he's like, "Yeah, I got to work and I found a fetus in the toilet and I had to put it in a biohazard bag."
What?
And I was like, "Fucking bro." Yeah, I'm just playing video games. So I was like, "Sorry to mention the plywood thing, bro."
What did this guy do for a living? What were you?
He was an EMT.
Oh, okay.
So they got called to like a miscarriage, and they got there and there's blood all over the bathroom in this like low income area, and the fetus was in the toilet. And his buddy was like, "Well, you have to just put it in a bio bag." And he's a Christian guy, so he's like, "I don't feel comfortable doing that." So He
I'm
they took
honestly,
gloves and they wrapped it, and then he just just didn't know, and they had to bring it somewhere.
yeah. I mean, I would
But
say
it's like,
even
just
if I'm
imagine that his day, and I'm like, yeah, dude, it was like 45 and cold out today, and I had to like carry plywood. My day sucked too. And what happened to you? And I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, sorry, bro. Like, continue
I
to just play the game in silence.
to be honest with you, like I don't even know if being Christian would be the main reason why I'm not comfortable doing that. Like that's something I don't want to do no matter
No,
what.
I meant he wasn't comfortable treating it like cells and throwing it in the biohazard. Like, he wanted
Right.
to pick it up and wrap it and like do like a little ceremony with it. Whatever.
Oh, okay.
But I'm saying, like, I'm here bitching. You're like, yeah, dude, I had a hard day too. It was like cold out when I was doing construction. We ran out of nails and I had to carry the plywood all day. What happened to you? You've been quiet. And then he tells me that story, and I was just like, yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I'm a fucking asshole. Like, and then we just continued to play the game in silence. But it was just like one of those moments where it's like, I'm bitching about this thing, and then I'm like, yeah, what was your bad day? And it's like, it's similar to your dad's friend. Like, yeah, my friend died at work today, and and we're here bitching that, like,
Yeah.
I'm getting
My
sciatica
dad would
from
have days
sitting
at
in my
work.
video game all day.
My dad would have days at work that were like shit you would see like on Oz or in a prison movie where he would like, I'd be a kid and he'd come home from work that day and he'd be like so fucking exhausted and pissed off because he like actually had to fight an inmate. Like physically, he had to like engage physically with somebody and like fight back someone who had become aggressive. So like there were days he would go into work not knowing if he would actually if he would have to physically fight somebody.
Yeah. So I had to go through that like in high school, like up to college, like, but after that it was pretty easy. But did you guys have to fight when you guys were kids?
No.
Your generation? Yeah. So like there was a lot of fighting going on in our generations, like up into, I think, so I got into college in 94, which is when I think I stopped fighting, but I wasn't even looking for it. Like, fights and fisticuffs was like a thing for some reason back in the day, dude. Yeah, I remember like I was talking to a girl that was like this guy that I went to high school with, like next door neighbor. Actually, you can look it up. Her name's Karen Dano, and they were part of a religious sect. And at the time, they tried to make them out like bad people, but they were just like devout old school Christians. And a baby died, and they buried it in their backyard. It happened in Attleboro, Mass, or whatever. But anyways, that was my buddy's next door neighbor, and I liked her, and I was trying to talk to her, not knowing all this stuff. And he liked her, I guess. And we went up to school the next day, and he's like, I'm going to fight you. And I was like, why? And he's like, because of Karen. And I was like, what's going on? And they just punched me in the face, and I'm like in a fight in the schoolyard. And like, that was just my life. And we lived in the suburbs, so I can't imagine what was going on back then.
I've never been in a fight.
Ghetto.
I've never been in a fight.
I was fighting all the time up into college.
Yeah, I've never been in a fight, but there was like just like a couple times.
And I was not winning. I was getting my ass kicked.
Yeah, there were just like a couple times at school where, because like in school, like part of like the mischievous of youth is when as guys discover that it's like very funny to hit someone in the nuts. You gotta always be guarding your nuts in school. Yeah. And there were like a couple times someone would fucking like punch me in the nuts.
So straight punch you, not like a check, but like
there were endless nut checks. But I remember like a couple of times where somebody like full on fucking punched me in the nuts.
Yeah, that's just straight up gay. Like, that's like, you don't have nuts, because you wouldn't do that to somebody if you did.
Yeah,
a nut check is kind of funny, but like getting punched is not funny.
Dude, getting punched in the nuts is funny. It's very funny to even think about it now.
It's funny to think about, but it's not funny. Like,
it's so fucking mean.
Yes.
Because, dude, it's like a nut.
Picturing somebody like get down from below and punching you in the nuts is a funny thing, but everything beyond that is not funny. Like
Because,
being in
like,
this situation is abusive and sad, and it hurts. It's like a nut check doesn't hurt enough that it's still
a
funny.
nut check is enough to like knock the wind out of you for a minute. Like a nut check will a good nut
Yeah.
check, you'll feel it in your stomach. You're like, whoa, I gotta
Yeah.
catch my breath. Getting punched, you getting punched in the nuts will put you out of commission. You're like, I gotta go home.
Dude, so this is probably 1986, I would say, like back in like maybe grammar school, not even high school yet. The girls wore these pointy dress shoes, and they had these metal things on the end that were screwed into the tips of these pointy shoes. It was like the style back then. And this girl, Jen Almeida, shout out to Jen Almeida, full name. There's so many Portuguese, you'll never be able to find her. But we were in school, we're just walking down the hallway in between classes, like we were both going to the restroom, and she did like a full field goal kick, like a football, into my nuts with those shoes on. And I just dropped, and I started crying like a little baby, and I vomited. It was the most pain I've ever been in. She felt terrified. The teacher came out and brought me to the nurse, and they gave me ice, and I'm sitting in there embarrassed because I'm crying, like too old to cry, probably like 7th or 8th grade. And I'm in there and like exteriors, like out of commission with ice on my testicles. She was probably trying to flirt. And then she came in, and
it would be so funny if she did it again.
No, she came in with the principal, and she had to apologize to me. And she was literally just looking at me, and I don't remember exactly what she said, but it was something along the lines of like, I didn't know that it was that bad because I'm a woman. And at the time I was like, okay, yeah, she didn't know it was that bad because she's a woman. Looking back, it's like, oh, she knew exactly what she was doing. And then she pulled the woman card to get out of it so she wouldn't be in trouble. And because we were all dumb, we all fell for it. But that was the hardest I ever got hit, because all the other times I got hit was during sports and I had a cup on. That was just raw, unexpected. Walking in the hallway, I see a beautiful girl coming towards me. My guard's down. She just winds up, like she ran forward, like planted a foot, and then swung her foot full speed. And she's only a woman, but dude, she hit, like, my guard was down. I had no, like, if this was this kid, Kurt, that gave everybody Charlie horses, I'd be like, oh, fuck, here comes Kurt. This is just a little Portuguese girl for no reason, unprompted, just tags me straight in the nuts, dude. Put me out of commission for the day. It was brutal. Damn, and then I had to come back the next day embarrassed because I got put out of commission by a woman. So, yeah.
Dude, a good nut shot from anybody will do that to you.
Oh, dude, this was, like I said,
that's like a violation of like the rules of engagement. That's like even like bullies and like violent kids still would know not to go for the nuts.
Well, back then there was no like, you had to like burn down a building or like shoot or stab somebody to get the cops involved. Nowadays, this was an offense that probably like there would have been some sort of intervention by like a third party. Yeah. Back then, they would just put ice in your balls and like, well, maybe you're going to be sterile. Deal with it. That's how the world. That's what the world is.
Right. Yeah. I'm trying to remember if there were like how many, because I'd never really gotten into fights. I'm trying to remember like if there were fights that happened in my school. The only thing, like what I'm remembering was a very funny moment where it wasn't even between two students. It was one of our vice principals had to subdue one of the kids with Down syndrome. It was like a kid with Down syndrome in the hall who was like
with superhuman strength.
Dude, yeah, he was chimping out. He was losing his fucking mind. And the vice principal was like trying to talk him down and it's like trying to like neutralize this situation. And eventually the kid got like physical with him. And our vice principal fucking body slammed this kid with Down syndrome. Dude, like picked him up and tombstoned him in the middle of the hall.
You don't get too many opportunities like that in life where you can without like any, I mean, maybe there was ramifications, but you don't get too many opportunities where there's not going to be any consequences for body slamming a
You
Down
don't get too
syndrome
many
guy.
opportunities where it's necessary to fucking DDT a Down syndrome kid. Dude, it was one of those things where it was like so crazy. I was like walking to lunch and I saw this like happening. I saw this altercation occurring where I actually like walked into the cafeteria and said,
so bad. Shouldn't be laughing at.
Dude, I walked into the cafeteria and I said, "No, I got." And then I was like, I got to walk back and see what this is going to turn into. So I just remember like just walking back as if I'm going back to class and just trying to see if I can watch this unfold. Saw him fucking body slam this dude, and it was like, and then he had to like pin him down, and the kid is just like shrieking and making Down syndrome noises.
Yeah.
And the people are gathering to watch it, and the vice principal was like, "You go to class. Everybody go to class. Go be where you're supposed to be. Pay no mind to me." Like wrestling a Down syndrome kid. It was awesome.
I was so oblivious. I was so oblivious with life in general until I was like too old. Like I was naive to a lot of stuff that I didn't remember that we had mentally handicapped people in school. And then looking back, I was like, yeah, how come we didn't? I said to one of my buddies at a party one time, I'm like, how come we didn't have mentally handicapped people at school? He's like, dude, we had the special ed class. You don't remember it? Like it was scary to walk by. And then I thought back and I was like, I just didn't realize that they were mentally retarded. I kind of understood that we were in this like the you remember Malcolm in the Middle?
Yeah.
Like I was in like that Crenshaw class or whatever they call that.
Like the smarty pants kid.
Yeah, so we were doing like math and stuff in English. So when I just saw other classes, like, okay, those are all the kids that are not in the smart class. So I didn't even realize like the special ed class was different than the regular kid class. I just kind of put them all mentally in.
I never understood it when they like when you would have a class where like one of them would be in the class where you'd be like they would like intermingle, they would like integrate them sometimes. Because I
was going to say our special ed class wasn't all retarded people. This is looking back, which is funny. There was like 2 or 3 retarded guys, and then they just put the troubled kids in there. So I'm like the kid that I'm thinking about that just had like a troubled family. They're like, well, you're in the retard class now.
I remember like
because you have problems at home. So it's like
I remember
a Down syndrome kid, like a kid with like a 60 IQ, and then the kid with problems.
Because like back in the like late 90s and early 2000s, like nobody knew. It wasn't as like
that's what I'm saying. They just didn't know, so they just like any extras. Like here's the cookie cutters you fit into, and if you don't fit into this, you just get put into this class.
Yeah, there wasn't as much understanding or like knowing of like autism and like the spectrum of it and all that. And so like I remember being in like 5th or 6th grade, like elementary school maybe, and like when I would like encounter some of the special ed students, like being scared of them because it was, I mean, they were scary. Some of them were so fucked up where I was like, dude, I remember having a class where like it was like one of the classes where they would have like the special ed class, and then every now and then, like a certain period, like they would have, I don't know, like one of them would get to be in a class with like regular kids.
Yeah.
I don't know. So I remember there was like this severely, like cripplingly autistic kid that was in my social studies class, and he was just constantly stimming and like muttering to himself.
Yeah.
And he just like looked, and I remember like there would be times that he would come and he would like sit next to me and be like stimming and like rubbing his hands together and freaking out. And I remember genuinely thinking like, oh fuck, I'm gonna catch it. Like, I'm gonna catch whatever this guy's got.
Oh, I thought you meant like catch it, like he's gonna catch hands, like
no. I remember thinking like yeah, I remember genuinely being scared, like, oh fuck, dude,
I'm gonna get autism.
I'm gonna contract whatever this fucking dude's got. and then I'll be the next one that's in here like shaking back and forth. And
So I do remember thinking that they had diseases and sicknesses, but not like I could catch it. Like they don't wash their hands and stuff, so I don't want to be near them.
that was also a big thing. It was like none of them practice any level of hygiene.
Yeah, but the funny thing to me, looking back, is like it was literally people that were born with mental like disabilities in this one class, and then like the guy from the Breakfast Club that wears bandanas around his jeans that are there. You know what I mean? So that's so funny to me looking back because they were so lost about like what mental health and stuff was back then. So the kid that needed the most help just got thrown in with literal people that were born with brain like
people who probably
because his dad probably beat him up at home and he didn't know how to handle it. So hits him in a down.
Those kids, like it's actually like those kids
what a terrible like life to live.
Dude,
because the school didn't know what to do with you. You just got thrown in like the misfits class.
The disabled kids, it's actually like those kids who are like truly fucked up, like born disabled, like whether it's autism or Down syndrome or muscular dystrophy or all of it. It's almost like an act of cruelty to put them in the same school as everyone else. Cause it's like, dude, like a middle school is already such a hostile environment. Like all the kids who are like starting to hit puberty and all the hormones, and it's causing just like everybody's retarded, like already, like everybody's like savage. It's the most barbaric time in anyone's life, where it's just like constant acts of cruelty being done to everyone by everyone because like it's just like savage teenagers, and then to take someone who requires like the most delicate care and just be like, yeah, go into the same middle school with the guys that are punching each other in the nuts. It seems very cruel. And I'm not trying to make that like an argument that there should be like a segregate. I don't want to say like we should put them in their own fucking camps.
Yeah, we should put them in camps.
I'm not trying to. I don't know what the solution. It just seems
the final solution. Put them in camps.
Yeah, it just seems oddly cruel to put someone in such a like stimulating environment like that who's but sensitive to that kind of thing.
Yes, but think of the humor of they put them in there, and then the guy that's having like problems at home is also thrown in with it. That poor kid. Imagine him getting home like he's like smoking cigarettes and like tying bandanas around him. He has to come into school and sit down to a Down syndrome kid in my school. They kept me separated. Like thinking back now, I don't know why I didn't think about this. So like, like they had bells and you would go to different classes or whatever.
Yeah.
I never left my class. So my teacher that taught us English and math and all that stuff in middle school, we did higher level stuff. And I took a bus to like a math school at high school in the morning. And then we go to this thing. But we were so separated that they were like, lunch bell would ring and the teacher would be like, you guys stay here. Kind of like, let the animals all go beat each other up in the hallways, and then once things calm down, I'll take you into a safety thing. So they treated us like we were treated special in a good way, but we would be in the hallway at the same time that the special ed kids were coming too. So it was yin and yang. And like I said, now looking back, I just think, oh, that poor kid. Like nowadays, they would get him help because he had trouble at home. Back then, they treated him like he was mentally, deficient or whatever, like Slaw from Goonies. He was in the class of Slaw from Goonies.
Yeah, school is basically a prison. It's like it's a carceral state.
Yeah, I don't know why that's so funny to me.
Programs kids for a life of servitude and slavery.
I just picture a classroom, and you got Slaw from Goonies in it, and you got like like a Down syndrome guy, and then, like I said, the guy from Breakfast Club that got Bannatyne. That's just whatever. What a miserable life for that poor guy that he's already got. That this he's got to be getting even more of a mental because he's like, well, this is what society thinks of me. Like this is the level that I'm treated.
Yeah, there's not even like hot depressed chicks in here. It's literally like people who with Down syndrome.
Yeah, so I remember that room had the glass windows on it that were like frosted, so you couldn't see in.
Mm.
And every now and again, you would hear absolute hell breaking loose in there. Like the teacher that was working there was like fighting for his life.
Yeah, for $20,000 a year. It's crazy, dude. I don't know why anybody does that job anymore. It's crazy, dude.
I don't know why I'm having this epiphany. I haven't thought about this in 30 years, dude. Like how fucked up that was, dude. You can almost make a comedy movie about it nowadays with like the Farley brothers.
Dude, you know what's crazy? You know what's like crazy to think about is like like when you get to a certain age, you realize that like a lot of the teachers that you saw when you were a kid in school, there's just like people in their 20s.
Oh, dude.
Dude, imagine being like 25 and having to wrangle a room of retards.
So, when I was kind of handsome in high school, and I played sports, and I remember when I was like probably 16, 17, they broke off English. So you had an English class, but they also had a creative writing class. And my creative writing class was this like really super hot redhead. There was probably like a 20-something-year-old college student.
Like a lady with like $100,000 in debt who was like, fuck, I need a job.
Yeah, but she was super hot. But I was so naive and I was a late bloomer that I wasn't even like kissing girls until I was like 18. And looking back, I remember her being like writing all these notes to my parents about what a good writer was and that she wanted to work with me. And I remember sitting in a chair, it's all alone, everybody's left. She's in like a skirt, like in front of me on this thing, like crossing her legs and keeping behind, talking to me. And looking back, I'm like, oh, she definitely wanted to do something with like me. When I was there, I was
commit a sex crime.
Yeah, she wanted when I think about kids getting sex crime today, I was like, that never happened when I was in school. And then I look back and I was literally sitting there with a hot chick at 16 and just be like, let's go, let me out of here. I don't want to write. I want to fucking go play baseball at the fucking field. I was so non-sexual at that
age.
Dude,
it happened constantly at my school, and unfortunately, I just was not hot enough for any of the hot teachers to want a piece. But
I was oblivious to it. I wasn't even literally didn't even think about I was thinking. I don't know, like women didn't enter my peripheral until I was like 18.
Dude, I remember going to high school parties, like, somebody's house, like a kid, like where his parents actually, like a kid's parents were hosting and being like, well, we know y'all are going to drink, so we'd rather you drink here. One of those. But it would be like a high school party. And then like a teacher would be there from the school. And I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing here? Like, should you be like grading papers or whatever? Is like, but like, come to find out, like all the like hot like football player kids were just like fucking the like guidance counselors, just fucking running trains on the 27-year-old guidance counselor.
I was so oblivious because I was in with the group of girls that were in that AT class, academic talent class that I was talking to, and so I wasn't going to parties, whatever. Then you hear tales of like, oh, they were behind the convenience store smoking cigarette. Not the girls in my class, like girls from that I went to, like so and so and this girl were like having sex behind the convenience store and smoking cigarettes. And in my mind, I was like a 45-year-old, like Protestant nun because I can't believe they're like in my mind as a like 16, 17 year old. I'm like, I can't believe they're doing that. That's very dangerous. They shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
That's how detached I was from trying to get pussy in high school. That like I was like the church, Dana Carvey's church lady in my head somehow. When I hit 18, that was out the window. I was making very bad decisions and going to very bad places and making decisions that were counterintuitive of my safety to get
Right.
pussy, whatever I could do,
Well, I've met
however
people,
I
dude.
could.
I've met people that are like in their 30s that will tell me a story about like a sexual encounter they had that where I go, well, you're lucky you're still alive. After
Yeah.
like I have a friend of mine who like was telling me she met a guy at a bar and then that night fucked him in the street, and I was like, so like what's going, like all the things that I'm told about like women needing to be aware of their surroundings and protecting themselves.
No.
You just like kept throwing that all out, throwing caution to the wind.
Have you
Yeah,
never
that's
been to a
fucking
supermarket?
crazy.
You've been to a supermarket, right?
Yeah.
How many times have you just been on your carriage in a supermarket? There's a woman in front of you, and she just stops in front, and she's like oblivious that you're
Oh,
behind
yeah.
her, or you're in a parking lot, and she almost hits you in her car. It's like that's all a lie. Women are not paying attention to their surroundings. They don't care. They're not stressed out. Those are all stories that they tell to, get away from.
Yeah. Like
Responsibility. I'm turning
even
into
like
Andrew Tate right now.
well, I mean, even like the idea, because it would be awesome. I've never actually had like a one night stand,
Yeah.
but just like the idea of that, like meeting a guy and going to home with a complete fucking stranger to fuck him. I'm like, well, okay, so clearly you don't value your safety that much.
So, yeah, they don't. And
But that would be awesome. I do wish a woman would do that with me, but also I would understand if no woman ever wanted to go home. You know what I mean?
I think dating apps came out when I was in my mid 30s. OkCupid came out. That was like the first dating app. But prior to that, and like you hear Lewis talk about this or whatever, like what was going on when we went out is you would literally just go to clubs, everybody would drink. During the night when everybody's drinking, they would talk to one another. And if you and the girl were super horny, you would just leave. If you weren't, then you would stay to the end of the night and the lights would come on and you would just like kind of look around if there was anybody you knew or talked to. And you would either just sit there till you got embarrassed and then you would go like get pizza and go home, or you would start talking to somebody and they would want to go back. So before dating apps, everybody was drunk on both sides and they were basically hooking up, but it wasn't super promiscuous because then you would have this girl that you were kind of like dating that you would see when you were out, and like she would either text you or call you, and then you would meet her at a club. So it was basically like you're entering the same clubs with the same people over and over again until it doesn't work out. But pretty much everybody was lubricated with alcohol. So when Lewis is like, well, if having sex with somebody drunk is rape, then that's all we were doing in the 90s, because that's the only way that people met each other was at bars or like churches or whatever.
Yeah.
I haven't done that in a long time. I think it's bad. We're on a Christian family podcast right now. I can tell you it did serious damage to me, and I'm glad that that's decades behind me, because it took me a long time to get myself into a mental state where
I actually
was healthy.
I did that one. I have done that. I've done it one time where I was at a rooftop party, and there was this like pretty but also a little heavier set Irish girl there. No. And as she was leaving, I just remember like I locked onto her. Like I was looking at her, I was like, I think that's my zone right there. Pretty face, kind of chubby.
Yeah.
I think I'm in. Yeah. I had not talked to her at all that night. Actually, I just like saw a woman that I like sized up and said, okay, Let's go.
And the animal instincts kick in, and you're like, let's go. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I followed her and her friend outside, and they were both like trying to smoke a cigarette. To each smoke a cigarette, and they didn't have a lighter. And I go, "Oh, do you ladies need a light?" And they're like, "Yeah, do you have one?" And I go, "No, but I'll be right back. I'll go get one." So
Dude,
I went,
that's what I'm saying. You're like, I'm gonna do whatever it takes. I'm gonna go down this alleyway. I'll get a light, and I'll be
yeah.
back.
So I like went and bought a lighter and brought
Yeah.
it back, and like we all smoked a cigarette together, and I just was like chatting up the bird I was interested in, and then she was like, "Do you want to come like back and have drinks with us at my place?" And I was like, "Yes, of course."
Yeah.
And we went back to her place, and just like I don't even know if we actually even had drinks. We just went up to her roof, and she like we sat down on the roof, and she looked at me and goes, "Do you want to have sex?" And I go, "Yes,
Yes, this
yep,
sounds okay.
absolutely."
Yeah.
And then like complete stranger. Like I just met this woman like 5 minutes prior to this. We had raw, unprotected sex on the roof of her apartment before she was like, "Okay, we need to actually go into the bedroom now. We can't,
Yeah.
we can't fuck on the roof like this." And then we went in her bedroom and continued to have raw, unprotected sex. And
It's such a dangerous thing. But you're in the moment, you're just like, whatever.
it was awesome. And then we continued
Guys,
to do.
don't fornicate. It's bad for your health.
Yeah, we continued to do that for like a couple weeks until her visa was up and she had to go back to Ireland.
Actually, I remember this story from the Loud Voice.
Yeah,
Was
yeah,
she
yeah.
actually foreign, or did she put on a fake accent?
No, she's Irish. Like she's
Okay.
from Ireland, and
Yeah.
she was on a like either a student visa or work visa or something. But it was out, and so she had to
Okay.
go back to Ireland. And so like in the like 2 weeks leading up to her going back to Ireland, I just would go to her apartment every night, and we would just fuck each other, and then like the the last day that this happened, like but right before she had to get on a flight to go back to Ireland, we walked out of her apartment, and she goes, "Well, it was nice meeting you." That was the last time I ever saw her, and I was like, "Man, that was really weird."
Well, that's what gets you. Like, so I stopped dating and like really zoned in to try to find what I wanted, like get back to the Christian aspect of this thing. Because you start realizing as you get older, like a lot of the tales that you hear about women are not true. That there is a lot of women out there that are promiscuous and doing all this stuff. It's not like whatever. And people are like, "Oh, you couldn't get a girl, whatever." No, I actually saw what women are capable of, which is why I was uncomfortable around women. So people are like, "Oh, you couldn't get laid." It's like, no, the exact opposite. Like I saw how many drunk women were sleeping with people, and I was like, "Oh, this is you." Like it's tough to find somebody that's not going to cheat. The amount of like women that I saw that had relationships that cheated or got into promiscuous, not with me, but with like people in these scenes. Like Ari Shafir tells this story. So he wanted to get married and have kids, and he was at a show one day, and he goes into the back, and a woman was at the comedy show listening to the stand-up with her husband, and she went to the bathroom and had sex with one of the comedians in the bathroom, and then went back and hung out with her husband and watched the comedy show. And Ari said, ever since that day, he's like, I don't think I can ever get married. He's like, it just broke him. He said, like, he's like, because I don't think I could ever trust anybody because women just so easily would do that. And so I had seen a bunch of stuff like that, and it took me a long time to get back to a place where I was like, oh, you have to have a set of principles, values, ethics, and stick to those, and then meet people like that, or you are susceptible to meeting people like that.
Good Christian girls, yeah.
Yeah, like if you're gonna just meet people that are drunk in a bar at comedy shows, then they're capable of just walking in the other room and sleeping with somebody in the bathroom,
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's
and then
really,
coming
I
back
mean,
in and pretending like it didn't happen.
it really is up to women, like the woman to be like really discerning, because like any woman has the ability to, if she wants to, go get laid pretty
Yeah.
easily. And there's a lot of guys that have that ability as well. I don't.
Mm.
There's a higher barrier of entry for dudes, but like most women, if a woman, if it's like
Well,
6 feet.
actually, Dalton, we can do it, but it's just really we can go get laid whenever we want. It's just really frowned upon by the law,
Yeah,
so we don't
but
do it anymore.
but like it
That
could be,
was the way the world was set up before.
it could be, it could be 6 p.m. and a woman could be like, man, I really want some dick tonight, and then by 8 o'clock she's sucking on a penis.
Yeah,
Whereas like as a dude, it's like there's a lot more scheming, there's a lot more work involved as a guy.
True.
You as a guy, you have to go meet that woman and then like prove to her that you're what she's looking for the night, whereas she just gets to pick whatever. So like, yeah, I mean, it makes sense how the women can be very promiscuous, but it's also very off-putting. It's always
Yeah.
been.
Well,
To be honest with you, dude, like the amount of like women I've known who have like tried to make me feel bad about the fact that I think they're whores.
yeah,
Where they try to hit me with all the lines where it's like I'm exploring my sexuality, or
yeah, it's all coping
yeah,
mechanisms.
where
Yeah.
I'm and they make me wonder
It's
if I'm
trying to fill a void, Dalton.
the void in between
Yeah.
their legs.
Yeah.
But where it's like they try to make me feel like I'm a bad person for thinking that like their sexual promiscuity is maybe less than flattering, but anytime that's happened to me where I'm getting a talking to by one of these like libtard whores, I can just feel it in my bones. Like, yeah, I don't know, like the way the way you approach like sex and relationships does make me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And
What's sad?
now I do
Oh,
want to
sorry.
have sex with you. Now,
Yeah.
that's the thing. I would love to have sex with you, but also the fact that you're very indiscriminate about who you have sex with is upsetting, especially since I'm not one of the people that you're
Yeah.
having sex with.
So I dated in the 1990s, 2000s, 2010s, 2020s now, right? And one thing that's very sad to me, and I know this from talking to my buddy who just turned like 26 or whatever, that I actually met at Skankfest, is when I talk about my childhood, it's like I would meet a woman that wanted to go on a date, that was feminine, that wasn't promiscuous, that would like show up to your job site and bring you a sandwich. And then when you went to like a cookout, she would come over and like bring you food, and she would put her head on your shoulder and like they'd sit on your lap and like bring you a beer. And that was very common growing up. Had I not taken it for granted, I probably should have found one of those feminine loyal wives. Now, having said that, I do know a bunch of people that married those type of women who then changed over the years and now they're divorced. So it might not have changed the timeline of my life. But when I try to explain that actually happened in real life to like a 26-year-old, I get it now that you guys are like, dude, I never saw that. That's a fairy tale. You're telling me about a movie fantasy. I've never seen it. The women that I see are in an app, and you have to like hope that you get them at the perfect right amount of time that they even pick you. And then you have to say the perfect thing to them, and then they just come over. There's no dating, there's no whatever. And so he's like, so I have zero respect for women. And, because he's just like, I've never seen a sweet, innocent, like motherly female. I've only seen dirty app whores that want to have sex.
Yeah.
And so I can see where that would. So I, luckily, because I saw that in my youth, created that as like not a false idol, but you know how you look up to Jesus as if I was trying to walk the narrow path as a man and like that God created, who do I emulate? And it would be his son, you know? So who would I want to marry? I actually have some images from my childhood, and that's what I've been like looking for now. But I can see why people growing up in the past decade, 2 decades, don't know that, because everything you see in the songs and on TV and the music and Ice Spice of what they're telling you is the type of woman you want to go. It's no wonder that the divorce rate is where it's at,
Right.
because those are set up from failure before you even start.
Yeah, I always dreamed of like a King of Queens situation. Like I
Yeah.
grew up on like sitcom wives.
Yeah, yeah.
So I remember watching King of Queens and being like, well, there you go. Like
Yeah.
that's what you big fat guy, hot little wife.
Yeah, I grew
She's
up in the
cook-
Brady's, so I was like, I didn't recognize the propaganda of the divorce stuff that was going on there, but I was like, oh, they sit down, they're gonna talk, and you watch the Cosbys even. And then my family was like not doing any of that.
right.
Like go to your room, there's no discussion, shut the fuck up. And like, you know, Heathcliff's like, okay, let's talk about it. How are you feeling, Theo? Oh, what did you guys do? Well, that was risky. It's like, I want that family.
Oh no. Yeah,
I want Fresh
yeah.
Prince as my.
Hell, I
want
remember
Uncle Phil.
yeah, like even like watching Roseanne is
Yeah.
like, yeah, broke, but she's cooking dinner.
Yep.
She's very supportive. We're working together.
Yeah.
Is is a partnership. I also saw examples.
Yeah. My family was like Roseanne without the communication.
Yeah, and I mean, there was also I saw that in my like actual real life, like I mean, I don't know, like my parents, like any family, it was very dysfunctional at times, but also like could be very loving, and then I would see that with like my friends as well. Like I remember seeing like wives that be like, "Can I get you another beer, hun?"
Yeah.
That kind of wife.
When I was very young, my family was like big in, like, it was my cousins and my grandparents and these big dinners, and everybody was like doing pretty well. When my grandparents passed away and that kind of like ended, like everything turned into like really bad really quickly. So I got to see, like, I grew up was like, oh, this is going to be a pretty good life, and then as things went on, it's like, oh, this is the second chapter, and I'm only 11. So it's like, yeah. So that right about that time, I was watching Roseanne, and I was in the Cosby. I like loved the Cosby Show in the Roseanne, and I was like, I dreamed of having a family like that.
Oh yeah,
I was like,
me
that
too.
would rock, dude. I was like, that would rock. They talk to you, like, they hang out, they do cool stuff together. I was like, my dad wouldn't even listen to music, dude. I got a funny story.
Mine neither, dude. I remember going on
a hilarious story, dude.
I remember riding in the truck with my dad, listening to nothing,
dude. My dad, right? So he's like this 6'4" like guy from Iowa. He's passed away now, but my sister was dating this guy in college, or Gesundheit, God bless you. And she they had won states and regional, and they were going to go play a basketball game in the Midwest somewhere. So I don't know why my dad and my sister's boyfriend just didn't get plane tickets and fly there, but for some reason my dad said, I'll drive us. And it was like they had to do like a 8-hour day of driving, or rent a hotel room, and then another 8 hours of driving. So it was like whatever. So he's picture you with your daughter's alone with your daughter's father, and he's 6'4", big country boy, driving a car cross country, no radio on, right? It's just in silence, and once in a while he's having like very shallow conversations with you. So he stops to get to the rest. He stops to take a piss, and he had told my sister's boyfriend that the radio was broken. Okay. So that's why there's no music. They get to the rest area, and my sister's boyfriend's not thinking, and he leaves the car on, and he turns the radio on, and there's music. Right. So now he has to turn the music back off and get back in the car with the guy and drive in silence, knowing that he lied to him and that there's a radio right there that works. And he's driving 8 hours with a stranger with no radio.
Damn.
That cracked me up, dude. Just imagine that, just knowing that I could touch it right there, and this dude just lied to me. So now it's even worse. Now it's silence, and you thought it had to be there. Now it's silence, and if you just hit that button, the silence is over.
Yeah.
And this was before like headphones and like smartphones and everything. So like he didn't have the opportunity to just put that in. That always made me laugh.
Yeah, I remember there were like plenty of times as a kid where I'd be like in the truck with my dad. We'd just be driving. We lived out in the country, so like driving to Walmart was like a 40-minute drive.
Yeah.
And I would like turn the radio on and turn the music up, and he would be like, "Hey, shut that off." And he turned.
My dad always say, "I can't think. Turn it off."
Yeah, and he would. And I remember there were times thinking like, "Oh, I guess he wants to talk to me about something." So he would like slam his hand on the power button and shut it off, and then he would just like grip the steering wheel really tight and start like twisting his hands on the steering wheel and like gearing up to drive. I don't know what he was doing, but he just would not say it. We'd just be like in silence driving, and he just would not put the radio on. And then if the radio ever was on, it was just AM talk radio. It was like Bill O'Reilly or Rush Limbaugh, Michael Savage. There was like no mute. My dad, to the point where like there's bands that my dad should know about, like where he's like an age of like he should know what certain bands are that is like completely unfamiliar with. Where like if something like a song like I don't know, like Man in a Box comes on, he's like, "Who is this?" And I go, "Alice in Chains." He's like, "What, are they new or something?"
So
what?
I don't know. I never thought about this stuff. It's opening my mind. So my sister bought my dad. He liked the Rolling Stones. So my sister bought him a cassette tape for the car of the Rolling Stones. It was the one with the Harlem Shuffle on it, whatever album that was. And so it was in the car. So I was like, oh, great. He likes this and we can listen to it. So I remember getting in the car with him and putting it in. And me and my father did not get along. We were always I put it in. I'm like, oh, let's listen to this. And he says, no, you'll stretch it out. So he wouldn't listen to the cassette tape because he's like, it's going to get stretched out and I only have so many plays. And you're not worth it, pretty much. You're not worth stretching out the cassette tape. Oh, what a friggin'. Well, here's the thing. My father was a Vietnam vet, Navy corpsman, 68, 69. And his father died when my father was 17. And then when he was 18, he got drafted to Vietnam and like was a corpsman. So he saw like bandaged up kids that got sick and hurt or shrapnel or whatever. So I always kind of in the back of my head was like, he's probably just got a lot of shit in his head that he's never going to tell anybody. He's going to take to his grave. And that's why he's like this.
Yeah, it's something about veterans because my dad is a veteran in not Vietnam, but he's seen the hell of war, the horrors. And something about veterans is like, I guess they would rather just live in the nightmare than be offered any distraction. Because I mean, that's dude. Like, I that has to be what my dad is doing. Like when he's just like sitting in silence, driving, and just like gripping the steering wheel as tight as he can.
Yeah,
and not talking to anybody. He probably like those are the moments when he's just in his mind, just running it back, all the bad shit that he's lived through.
Yeah. I've had stuff like that I work through, and I got to assume that that's what my father was doing because I had other people in my family that are still like in the military and like we're in Iraq and Afghanistan and stuff that like around the holidays would talk about the military. And my father never talked about the military. So I always took that as a sign is like, shit, he saw real shit. Because like if you see real shit, you don't talk about it. And if you're just like over there in convoys and stuff, you're like, you're talking about it all the time. It could be generational too, but
Dude, I remember. We're gonna. Well, I guess we'll wrap it up here soon. Here in a couple of minutes. But I remember.
you guys love the Dave Wright 5-hour
Yeah.
specials, dude.
I remember at some point growing up, my parents eventually stopped sleeping in the same bed together. They started sleeping in separate bedrooms. I thought it was
Same.
like, yeah, and I thought like, oh, you know, I guess they hate each other now or whatever. But then I remember one time I'd woken up at like 3 or 4 in the morning and went in the kitchen to get something to eat, and from my dad's bedroom I heard,
No.
dude, and I remember like it went on for a long time. I was just like sitting in the kitchen eating, and he just
Oh
like,
no, dude.
and then the next day I was like, I asked my mom, I was like,
Were you traumatized?
no, I was like, what the fuck is going on in there? And then the next day I asked my mom, I was like, yo, do you like, is dad, what's going on with dad? Is he okay? And she's like, what do you mean? And I go, I got up at like really, you know, I woke up late and I went in the kitchen to get something to eat, and it sounded like dad was like dying or something. Like he was howling
Okay.
in the night. And she said, oh, well, yeah, that's why we stopped sleeping in bed together, because he's screaming in his sleep.
Yeah. So my parents did the same thing, and I had a similar thing. I thought you were saying your mom snuck into the room and you were hearing it in the kitchen, and you're like crying, rocking back and forth,
No,
listening to your
no.
mother sneak into your
No,
dad's
they were
room.
done.
Yeah, so he was having like night terrors.
Yeah, like he was just like shrieking and howling in his sleep, and then like every now and then he would say something. He was talking as well. I can't remember like anything he was saying, but it would just be stuff like, get away from me, get away, and then he'd go back to shrieking and screaming. And yeah, I guess it's like night terrors. And my mom like told me, she said, yeah, that's why I I can't sleep with him in the same bed anymore, because he just keeps screaming in his sleep.
Dude, imagine. So it's like if it's not all the time, and so you're like, your mom's like, okay, this is my husband. We're gonna go to bed, and she's like, good night, and he's like, good night, and they lay down, and then just you're in a dead sleep in the middle of the night, just a 6'4" country boy screaming at the top of his
Yeah, dude.
and woken up out of a dead sleep. Yeah, she must have been like, because she would just wake up going 100 miles an hour. Then you know what it is instantly, but you don't know when you're sleeping. That's brutal, dude.
Yeah.
I think so. Let me ask you this. I know we're wrapping this up, but when you were going through your mental stuff, when I went through my mental stuff, I was so paranoid about everything. So like I'm like, do I have night terrors? Am I like, is that what's wrong with me? Yeah, I'm doing night terrors. Then I thought I was maybe sleepwalking. And then I had roommates and I'm like, am I naked sleepwalking and doing night terrors? Like everything was always, everything that I couldn't figure out was paranoia to me. So I had problems with sleeping because I was afraid when I slept, that was time that I didn't know what happened. And I was making up that I had like night terrors and all this stuff in my head. I was making up crazy stories. This is before I turned into Two-Face and I was flipping coins to make decisions. Make decisions.
I do. I don't know. I remember thinking that having this like very real thought that was just like pure, coming from a place of paranoia, that I had done things I couldn't remember. Like I committed acts like of violence or something, done something really bad that I just couldn't remember what I had done. And I was like, felt really guilty about whatever I concocted in my mind I had done that I hadn't actually done.
Yeah.
So I had that. And then and now this still happens when I go to sleep, just have like the most vivid nightmares.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like I was like at that time I would sleep, and it would be like I would go to another reality where it felt so real, but it would just be like horrifying.
Yeah.
and I still have that to this day.
Is it
Like,
recurring? Is it the same one over and over again?
I do have like some that are recurring, and then just like random ones as well. But it's like these very like vivid nightmares that like when I wake up I don't even feel like that rested because I just spent the last 8 hours in hell.
I went through a long time where I was getting sleep paralysis over and over again. And the one where you think you're up and it's all dark and you can't talk and you're trying to
Oh,
turn the
I've
light
I've
switch
had that
on.
a lot.
You're trying
Yeah.
to turn the light switch on and whatever, but you really think you're awake, and then you wake up. And then I went through ones where I was doing like triple inception, where I was like trying to turn the thing and I thought I woke up, but I'm still in a dream.
Yeah, I've had
And then
that.
I
Yeah.
thought and so that took me forever to get through. And that's when I thought that I was doing like that. That's when I started thinking that, am I doing heinous? Like, am I a werewolf? Like, am I
Yeah.
doing night terrors and
I've
getting up and
had
doing
nights like
stuff and I
that
don't
where
know that I did it?
I've had nights like that where I'm having like a really bad nightmare, and then I like become aware that I'm having a nightmare, and then I wake up, and I'm like convinced I'm awake, but then quickly it's like I'm back into a night. Like I never actually really woke up. I'm
Yeah.
just still in
Yeah.
a nightmare.
Yeah.
Like you see in a movie, like
Yeah.
where like a character's having a nightmare and they think they wake up, and then they still in a nightmare, and you go through like 3 different layers until they actually wake up.
Yeah, so the sleep paralysis ending is usually the worst, when like you feel like you're locked in your body, where you can't move
I've
your
had
body,
that.
but you're like screaming, but you're not screaming out loud.
Yes.
And then you can't snap out of it. You know you're sleeping and you're trying to wake yourself up and your body won't wake up.
Yeah, I've
And then
had
you
that a
finally get
number.
up and it's like
Yeah,
yeah.
I've had that a number of times where I don't even. It's so odd because it's like I don't even know if I'm asleep or if I'm like awake but can't move because like I have full awareness of my surroundings.
Yeah.
Like I can see my bed and the room I'm in. Like everything's familiar. But then like I can't move, and then in the like usually it's like in the corner of the room or maybe at the foot of the bed. The way it starts, a lot of times I've had it where like I'll feel a presence that at first I'm like, it feels like my mom is in the room with me. Where I'll look and it looks like my mom is there, and it feels like that's my mom, you
Yeah.
know. And
Yeah,
then
it's just
as,
it's just it's kind of because you're the controller of it. You just know.
yeah,
There's
but
no spoken words or whatever. You just know your surroundings or whatever's happening. You know the
yeah,
narrative. Yeah.
but then like as it continues, like whatever this thing is that I'm like thinking is my mom, like slowly morphs into like a much more malevolent presence
Yeah.
where I realize, oh, that's not my mom at all. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
And then I'm just like stuck. I can't move and I'm trying to scream. And now
Yes.
there's some entity in the room with me that's just
I've had
standing
this
there.
so many times. Not anymore. When I was going through the shit, I was doing that all the time. Like all the time.
Yeah.
And
And it's this like very real, like palpable feeling, very like real feeling where it's like, man, if I could just fucking move, if I could just move and scream,
yes.
this will go away. I just need to be able to like move somehow, or at least like say something, and that'll dispel this. And I fucking can't,
Yeah.
and I'm so terrified. And then like whatever the thing is I think is there is like not like encroaching upon me or like looking like it's trying to harm me or anything. It's just like standing there, and its
Yeah.
presence is like becoming more and more like there's a feeling of like threat, like a threatening feeling, or just something like really sinister,
Yeah.
and it's like driving me nuts. And then
Yeah, I've been there. I've
eventually,
been there.
yeah, and then eventually I'm able to just like let out like a small whimper, and then I come out of it and I like throw myself up and I get out of bed and I go, "Fuck me, dude, that sucked.
Dude,
That
it's so
sucked."
fucked up, dude. Yeah, I've had similar. I wonder, like, doing a dream analysis, looking back, like if this stuff is like like I felt like I was behind, and now I kind of feel like I'm caught up, not romantically and not like marriage and family wise, but like financially and like mentally stable. But most people get to where I'm at, I feel like in their early 20s, 30s. Not most, but a lot of people do. But I wonder if that is like that monster in the room is like avoidance of a big uh like project that I'm working on or was supposed to work on, like you know what I mean? Like the impending doom of like a monster. It's like looming over me. It's like anxiety that something I didn't finish that's like I have to chase down and attack. Because they tell you like if you're being chased by like a monster in your dream, if you can try to take control of it and turn around and chase it, that's the best course of
Maybe it's
action.
an actual demon.
So
Maybe it is an actual.
I've never seen the Man in the Hat, but I have
Well,
felt
the
the
Hat Man.
goblin.
You have
I
to take a
have
lot of
felt
Benadryl to see
I
the Hat
have
Man.
felt I have felt the the troll or whatever, the sleep demon on my chest, like
Yeah.
the goblin. And what was crazy about it is I was having the goblin recurring dreams, and I was listening to a episode years later of Matt and Shane's podcast where they talk about it, and then I look it up, and I'm like, holy crap! Like, why am I having the same experience as so many other people?
Yeah,
If
a
this
lot
is
of
not real,
it's weird. It's weird how like a lot of people have that like will experience sleep paralysis,
yeah,
and it's all like all the stories are very similar. Like there's like a some kind of demon that's either in the corner of the room or at the foot of the bed or just like sitting on their chest,
yeah,
and you can feel like the heaviness of it. You can feel it
yes.
like pressing on you.
Yeah. The worst for me is similar to what you're saying about when you feel like there's a presence here. Is I think what's happening is it's dark and I'm opening my eyes and I'm seeing like the shadow of like the television or like the dresser or whatever. And my mind is in like theta state. So it's turning that shadow into like a human creature. So I'm technically like half awake, half asleep. And I'm like trying to wake up and open my eyes. And it's like looking through my eyelashes and turning my surroundings into things that are scaring me. Uh, and your brain is still in theta state. So you're kind of still in dream mode at that point. So you can manipulate things in real life with your creativity.
Yeah.
But it's scary. It's, I haven't had it in a while, but I was wondering if that was like a shared experience.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it's there is like a it's like we're all more connected than we realize because like
yep.
whenever you go through something that you feel like where it's if you feel like you're now on like an outsider or you're experiencing something that like maybe no one else has. If you just do any cursory research, you'll find out. Oh, this is actually there's a lot of people that have gone through this, and weirdly, all of their experiences are very similar to mine. Because like
Yeah.
that was like when I went through my mental break, I was like looking online for like what is this? Like, what are the stories about this? What does it look like? In every story I read, like even though the course of events, like the actions of the people were a little bit different, everything was like so similar. It was like all the exact same shit that I dealt with.
Yeah.
Where it's just people talking about like, yeah, I was like super paranoid and I thought I was talking to God and I got obsessed with like the Bible and then I like spent all my money and opened up like 9 different lines of credit and now I'm like completely broke. My family's gone.
I didn't go to that, but I have like 3 friends that went through that. 2 of them made it out, and one of them is still there. And it's like he's not coming back. He's been there for like 6 years now.
What do you mean? Like he's just stuck being crazy?
Yeah, like he's stuck reading the Bible and Zionism and like the stuff, and
Oh
he's on a
yeah.
lot of meds, and he's constantly in loops. And
Oh yeah, the dude, yeah, the
like
loops,
he's
dude.
stuck. He's just stuck in a endless loop, and it's been like too long. Everybody that I know that got in and out like within like a year or 2, and then you heal. It takes a lot of time to like put it behind you,
Yes.
but he's still there, and it's just been like a long. What's crazy, like when Ozzy Osbourne gets on, like, he can't speak, and then he gets on stage and it's like singing perfectly in perfect English or whatever.
Yeah.
My buddy Ed is a musician, and you can actually look up a benefit that we did that somebody filmed like through a fisheye lens of his thing. Q and the Elemental Peas was a special. I sing some anti-government songs that benefit for him. But anyways, he's an artist and he sings, and like he's kind of like deluded. I can have conversations with him, but many people can't put the strings together when they talk to him. And then he gets on stage and he can just sing every song perfectly and do all the music like perfectly. And then he gets off stage and he's like not lucid anymore. He's like
Yeah.
somewhere else.
I had something like that where I would like I could pull it together enough to like the couple times I like was in that state, but then would go do stand up. I'll go on stage and just like tell jokes and do good, have a good
Yeah.
set, and then the second I'm off stage, I'm like talking about like the fucking deep state and putting like just rattling on about all these different dots I'm trying to connect, and the people I was with like would talk to would be like, "How is it that? What is going on?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
My when I went through it, no one helped me. It seems like you got some more help because mine was just, I don't even know what it is. I guess it was the anxiety. No matter where I went, I wanted to be somewhere else. And when I got there, I didn't want to be there. So like my buddy would be like in 2 hours away, like an hour away in Newport. And he's like, dude, you sound like you're stressing out. Just come down and hang out in Newport. And I would drive the hour, I would get there and he would turn on video games. And I was like, I don't want to be here. Like, it's not that I wanted to be anywhere else. I was so anxious and full of like angst that I couldn't sit still and
Yeah.
be there. And so I'd get in my car and like go somewhere else. And then I didn't want to be there. And so it was just like months and months of feeling like I was separated from the entire world. And it was freaking driving me crazy. And I was like, I got to figure out how to connect with the world again. I got to get back to like connected. I feel like I was outside the simulation.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
took
Well,
me a long time. And then I finally got to a place where I was like relaxed and I was like, could start focusing and then working on things.
yeah, it might have been, I don't know, like if that was if you had a full on like break, like a psychotic break, but you can like dip into a manic episode where you're not like necessarily in psychosis,
Yeah.
but you're in mania, which is like also
Yeah.
fucking miserable, but it's not like psychosis is a full on break from reality. Like you've completely like detached from the real world, and now like you're not just manic, but you're also like living living in whatever reality you've created in your mind. Whereas like if you're manic, it's more akin to what you're describing, where you're at least like aware of your surroundings and you're trying to exist in the world, but you're like just running so fucking like high, like
Yeah.
you just run, just like high strung and like and mania can manifest in like a number of ways. Like a big one is like with mania, like the paranoia, and then it's like impulse control, anxiety, ruining your finances.
Yeah. Luckily I never went through that. I had a lot of like disassociation and my lack of reality was more like the Two-Face stuff and like the not jumping on cracks and like all this superstitious stuff that I was like trying. And I was never superstitious before. So
Yeah,
it was compulsive. It was like OCD. Like I could not
yeah,
help
that's like
myself.
that sounds like
If
mania. That sounds like
if I
going manic.
tried to stop myself, uh it would just be absolute terror of all consuming. I have to do it. Like sometimes I still get it with like checking the door if it's locked. I'll get up, check the door, it's locked. I know 100% it's locked. The door is locked. The door is locked. Let's go to bed. The door is locked. Go all the way to my room, lay down. Is the door locked? Yes, it's locked. You just checked it. Go to bed. And there's just like an itch in my brain that's like, you have to go check the door. You can't sleep. And then I get up and check it again. And then for some reason it goes away and I can go to bed. But if I don't, so I've just conceded to go up and check it, even though I know it's locked, because it will shut off it'll scratch
Yeah.
that itch.
Yeah,
And
that's like OCD. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had a lot of that stuff going on. That's like, I'm at the point now where it's just quicker to just go do it than it is to like try to fight through it and do, what do they call, like exposure therapy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know what you went. It's just, like what you're describing. A lot of it sounds similar to what I went through, but maybe not as extreme. Because like I completely like dissociated from reality for many months. It was it was so scary. The scariest thing is like you don't even realize it's scary. Like you're so confident in the reality you now have created that you now exist in.
Yeah.
You don't even realize like the kind of danger zone you're in. That like everyone around you is like very like they're so scared and they're like convinced they've lost you. Like everyone that loves you is like, oh, I guess he's gone forever. I guess like we're never gonna have him back
Yeah.
the way
I've
he
seen, I've
was.
seen that with my friend. And like I said, 2 of them came back and one of them is not back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's like not until you come out of it that you like look back on the like everything that's happened, everything you've done, and you just like now you're just like in a debilitating state of depression because you go, oh fuck, dude.
Yeah. No,
This
I have had
sucks.
something similar. I've had when I was younger, because I wasn't ready for like relationships or understanding relationships. I remember having a breakup, like my first big breakup where you really like somebody. And I don't know if it's because of sleep debt or whatever, but it broke me. And uh now when you go through breakups or whatever, I have like coping mechanisms or whatever that, you wait for the chemicals to disperse and you realize that it's like a habit in your life and you have to work through it or whatever. But back then it was nothing and it would be all consuming. Like I couldn't sleep. And then I would start making up stories of what was going on. And like all her friends hate me and this is going on and this is going on and she's probably doing this. And you just start creating a separate reality in your head. So I've done that a couple times when I was going through that shit, but I don't do that anymore. But I don't think it's as intense as uh, I saw something about it where it's like where you hide it. I forget what it's called, but it's basically people that are really good at masking, high mask
Oh yeah. No, I got to a point where
individuals.
I was having like legitimate, I guess like almost like gang stalking delusions where I thought like there were I was being like surveilled and that there were people like keeping tabs on me, like watching me. And so like if I just like went out in public
They
and
are. It's called the
yeah,
government.
yes. But I remember going to like coffee shops or whatever or a restaurant, and if somebody just like made eye contact with me, I remember like would think like, what do they know?
Yeah.
Like what who are they reporting to? Who do they answer to?
I
And then
don't. That sounds
event
familiar, but I don't think I went through that.
where it got dangerous and why people had to step in is eventually I started trying to interrogate people about this, and there were
I
people
shouldn't
there.
laugh, but that's great.
Yeah, and then there was like friends and loved ones who said, "All right, you're gonna get yourself killed."
Yeah.
Like running up to people on the street and demanding that they show you their cell phone because
Yeah.
you want to know who they you're asking people like who they're reporting to.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't go that far, but I had some delusions like that. But I was never brave enough to go up. So I had like so here's what happened to me is I was really being lied to by somebody and all her friends were lying with her behind my back. So when I found out, it just broke all my trust in society all at once. And then I was just hyper paranoid. I thought everybody was always in behind my back trying to get me. until like I
Yeah.
got to the other side. Because I was like, oh, okay, go, it's all or nothing. It's black or white. And like I said, so I was like dating somebody who was cheating on me, and all her friends knew that they were cheating on me. And then we were all just hanging out and they were pretending like it wasn't happening. And then when I caught it, they all gaslit me and told me that I was wrong. And then when I finally figured it out, they were like, yeah, whatever. Like, you're a jerk. And then I was just extremely paranoid. I was like, because I just couldn't fathom that people could do that to somebody, that they could just look everybody in the eyes around them and just lie so easily. And so then it just threw me down a spiral of, oh, like you have to watch your back at all times from everybody because they're all out to get you all at once. Because and it was an actual thing that happened to me. And then I just magnified it outward. So that was like I just got tired of like keeping tabs on everybody. And so I gave up on that eventually because it was just burning me out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember. Yeah. It's the mind is more powerful than we understand it. Dude, the one of the fun, and it is.
I'm a fucking visionary here. All right, this is your arena of ideas.
Dude, this is we'll wrap it up here in a second. For real, 'cause I gotta go to bed soon.
Yeah.
Dude, this is
from now on. We'll set a timer, and I'm gonna put together some little things with the Bible, and we'll do legit.
Dude, yeah. I mean, I ain't got shit to like. My life is still in the gutter right now, so I usually just like don't have shit to do anyway. And so if I'm not like doing this, I'm just like I don't know, just like staring at the ceiling, just waiting until I have to clock in again. But I do. The funny thing about the human mind and the way we understand society is that if you truly believe in yourself and are confident enough, you can actually get away with a lot more than you think you can, than you realize. Because, dude, I remember like when I was
confident. That's why they call him the confidence man.
Yeah, well, I remember when I was in an investigation mode, when I was like really paranoid and believed that like everything was like conspiring against me, and that I was being like surveilled, or that there was something I needed to discover. And I've talked about this a few times before, but I remember like another incident just now where, as I was like patrolling and looking for clues, at one point I went into like a dry cleaners. Yeah. And I remember like saying to the guy, like some like Arab dude that ran the dry cleaners, I remember just looking at him and going, I'm here to check the dry cleaning. And then I just walked right by him and just started thumbing through all the clothes on the rack. And just like, don't know what I was looking for.
Dude, it's so funny because I didn't take it to the extreme, but I've been a smaller paranoid thing like that without the balls like that. And it's so crazy because when you're in the moment, you think you got it figured out and no one else does.
Yes. Yeah, you think like, and it's funny how like everybody that goes through something like that all has that feeling. They all have the same experience where they go like, I've uncovered something, or I'm uncovering something that no one else is clued in on. And it's because of their.
And you're all gaslighting me right now. Yes. I know this is true, so I'm gonna take this huge leap of faith and go do it.
Yes,
and then I'll show you.
I'll be vindicated once I uncover whatever it is I'm looking for.
Yeah,
and then you keep unraveling, and you never get any answers until finally, eventually they put you in the hospital, and I guess hopefully you snap out of it, and the answer is, oh, everyone was right. Actually, I was very sick.
So one thing I will say, and you don't have to disclose it or whatever, and we'll wrap it up, is you said you weren't on any medications the other day.
I don't take anything now.
Yeah, so I got through mine without any medications, and I'm clear. And it is possible. And I've seen better, anecdotally, I've seen better long-term results with people that figure it out naturally.
That was actually one of the things one of the doctors in one of the psych wards I was in said may have contributed to the break. What he was like, so what have you like been taking. I told him all the drugs I've been taking. He's like, do you take any prescription medication? I was like, yeah, I take 25 milligrams of Lexapro. And he was like, well, fuck, dude, that's like a higher dose than I would prescribe anybody. And he said, also, if you're the kind of person that shouldn't be taking Lexapro and you're on Lexapro, that can actually induce mania and psychosis. He said,
Yeah.
who's to say exactly? He said, there's a lot of culprits. He said, there's a lot of things in your bloodstream, but he was like, Lexapro is one of those things that if you're taking it and it's not like clicking for you, if it's not the right medication for you, it can actually have the opposite effect where it makes you go crazy.
Yeah.
And so then, like, as I went through all the like mental health care, the whole mental health care system, I was on and off so many different medications in that time. Like, it was all these different things that would either like just like dull me, where I would take them and I wasn't like bouncing off the walls anymore, but I was just like completely like zonked out, or it would be things that like for the most part would like smooth out the edges, but to the point where I just had no like life left in me. And so like I'm on these medicines where I'm like sleeping all the time, I'm eating, I'm getting fat as shit. And so and trying to figure going on and off all these different cocktails until eventually I was like, at this point I'm not like psychotic anymore. I'm not crazy. And like, I don't know why I'm taking any of this shit at this point. What if I just like stop taking everything? I don't drink. I don't do drugs anymore. I am on the other side of all this. Maybe I just don't need anything. So I have not taken medication in some time, and I'm, still like recovering from everything because the recovery time can be years from something like that. So I do still have like, I just have a lot that I got to like work through.
Yeah.
But, I definitely am like on the up and up.
Yeah. I was like 230. 230. I was like
Chinese dentist.
I was like 230 pounds with no muscle at my biggest. After like I went through all that stuff, and now I'm like 200, but lean, and I like work out, and I'm back on a regimen. But one thing I would say is the best medication for me is my body making my own natural chemicals from eating healthy, hydrating, and exercising.
Yeah.
And if I don't exercise for like a week, I start feeling myself beat myself up mentally and start getting in like having negative self-talk. So if you're getting negative self-talk, some good endorphins from like running and stuff.
Yeah, that's something I am like trying to incorporate.
I'm 5'4". I'm
5'4".
actually standing up right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta like start making sure that I move more, because that's like the biggest thing that's like still holding me back is being like sedentary. And so that's like I gotta incorporate at least just like walking every day.
You think you could get do you have a setup where you could get one of those treadmills for your computer?
Nothing I would be able to like stand on, but I could probably get one of those like little like bicycle things that just like under
They
my
have
desk.
these standing desks where you walk on the treadmill.
Oh yeah, I mean I could spend a ton of money, I guess.
No, like with that, like can you do it with your feet though?
What like walk?
Yeah, like walk for a couple hours a day when you're working. Let's look into that. I'll buy it for you if you think you would use it.
I mean, I just need
because
to,
then I've been thinking about getting one, because then you could like prop your desk up like this, and then it's here and you're working and you're just like walking all day.
right.
So like when you're on the phone at work, you can be like, you can pretend like you're running away in a ghetto neighborhood from a client that are screaming at you.
So the smoke alarm chirps are chasing. The chirps are getting closer.
Okay. Oh wait, hold on.
You got a chirp?
I got this for Troy's show because I wanted to just go on a show and pretend like nothing was going on, and just keep the conversation up, and like every 30 seconds, just go like this and see how long it would take him to catch on. But then I realized it's too crystal clear, and it sounds like it's right in the
Yeah.
it's right in the and then like, but my second costume for Halloween after Bin Laden was a guy at the spa that was relaxing with a charcoal face mask on, eating some delicious watermelon and drinking grape soda.
Good Lord.
But Troy decided that he didn't want to have that on the show. So I put this sound effect on my board so that I could be at the spa during that time. Yeah. I do have photos of it. If we get 1,000 subscribers on the Cornfed Patreon, I'll release the photo of me at the spa with a charcoal mask on with watermelon and grape soda.
Oh, yes.
Onto Twitter.
This okay, we'll end it. We'll end it with this, folks. The crypto bit lord on Twitter just tweeted, if you don't own XRP from now on, you're classified as a retard.
Yep.
So that is that is financial advice. You secure your path to financial freedom by investing in highly speculative cryptocurrencies.
Yes, 100%. All right, what you want to end it with a prayer, and we'll let everybody go to bed.
Yeah, we'll do a quick prayer. Father God, thank you for bringing us together. Thank you for allowing us to rejoice, for blessing us with another day, and we just thank you for this community that we've found in each other, and through you, your Son that you sent to die for us, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit that moves through us, and it's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Do the Greek cross,
Mm-hmm.
Father. Son,
All right. Well, that was a fun quick little show.
Quick show.
Yeah. Thanks everybody. Patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. Sal and I dropped the ball again this week, so we got to make it up to everyone on the Patreon. Sal's life has fallen apart still, so it's been dodgy trying to finagle the Cornfed show, but the Crider Boys is still going strong. I'm just trying to make sure that we at least manage the Cornfed show somehow.
I can fill in as a dumb Mediterranean sometimes too. I can.
No, I mean Sal is
turn my brain off when Sal's got family stuff going on.
Sal's good. Sal's good for Sundays, and then we try to make sure we do the free episode and the Patreon and all that. But week to week, I never. It seems like everything's fine, and then it's crumbling again. He loves his wife. They're stronger than ever. They might be getting a divorce. I don't know what's going on, dude. So we're just working through some turbulent waters. Everyone's continued patronage is much appreciated. Dave, thank you for doing this.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And we'll be back, and we'll do some shorter shows that are a little bit more structured for you guys in the future.
Yes. And that's blessings be upon all of you. Rejoice. Jesus is the reason for the season. Christmas is coming. So everybody just be thankful. And any day above ground is a blessing, So I love you all. Please be safe. Good night.